Good morning. All right. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Done, 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 done. All right. Happy 2026, guys. We're still closing up from 2025 realistically, but you know, Samantha Dragonotti, links in the description. All right. Boom. All right. Links in the description for Samantha's music. Today we're closing out 2025, so we're not going to go back to the basics until I come back on basically Monday. Oh my God, why am I always so parched? All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm very excited about today's video lineup, though. I think it's going to be so good. It's so weird that it's Friday because I know like the New Year happened yesterday. I hope you guys had a good New Year. I hope it was safe. I hope it was lovely. It was honestly like Croatia really knows how to firework. Let me tell you, they're really good with their fireworks. I had so much fun. And you know, I feel like we live in an area where you don't have to leave your house to see the fireworks because it's just everywhere. So you kind of just get a show no matter what. And so it was just really nice. We stayed in as we always do. And it was weird because like, you know, we're standing there and watching the fireworks. And I was like, I just did this with you. Like we just did this. And then we're doing it again. So I felt like 2025 went by so quickly, which should be a reminder of how quick life goes by. So, you know, don't freak out. You'll die soon enough. All right. Mikey, membership for 23 months. Thank you so much. Says Happy New Year. Currently in the transition phase into a new job. Also completely obsessed with a heated rivalry. Long live the gays. I've heard so much. Thank you so much for being here. Of course. Love you. I've heard so much about this show. I'm probably not going to watch it, but shout out to gay hockey lovers. Okay, shout out everywhere. Also, I sharpened my kitchen knife today and then promptly sliced my finger open with it. But just so you know, it was indeed sharp after I sharpened it. So that's why I have a Band-Aid on my finger. Does it make me look tough? It's my battle scar from cutting leek this morning. Okay? And yes, shout out to all transitions, by the way, job transitions, gender transitions, relationship transitions, you know, like what a transition I think this year will be for so many of us. I am excited. I'm very optimistic. You know, I just talked to one of my parent figures, you know, my bestie's parents yesterday, and I was catching up with them. And I told them, you know, because you're so old, I was like, given how old you are, you know, you've probably had to, throughout your life, keep on going, even when things got a little uncomfortable or tough. And that's really the message, is that even though the world feels like it's ending, it's not actually ending. It's not actually ending. So you still got a plan. You still have to make an attempt to solidify your future. You still have to invest in yourself. You still have to work on yourself. And I think that's really the thing that we have to pay attention to here is like, it's not actually ending. Okay. The world is not actually ending. And I know in some ways you almost wish it was, right? Like in some ways you almost wish it really was coming to an end so you wouldn't have to pay attention to your life, but that's just not how it's going to work for us. Right. Girl, how do I even say your name? Amy. I'm going to call you Amy. Happy New Year, membership for 4 months. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. I love a good New Year. I'm not going to lie. I do love, is it Emmett? Is it Amit? Is it Emmett? I don't know, girl, but I love you and thank you for being here. I appreciate you. There's so many things I want to talk about. I think when we come back next week and we go back down to the basics, I think I might do 5 days of kind of like, you know, like maybe like gender, race, XYZ, but I'm trying to think of how to do it because I almost want to do like multiple weeks, but I think we might burn out on a theme. But I definitely want to talk about even, you know, when we come into, Ahmed. Okay, thank you. So that'll do. Perfect. When we come back, I just want us to remind ourselves that like there is a back to basics that I think we should do in all of our lives, including like finances, relationships. But more than that, when we have these debates, so today we're going to start off today's topic. Today's first topic is going to be responding to comments and talking about debating and platforming bigots, which coincides with next week's theme of going back to the basics. Because again, I think we've forgotten, like, why is racism bad? Why is transphobia bad? Why is bigotry bad? Why are we so casually talking about women losing their right to vote? What are we talking about? Right? And it's like we forgot. It's like I don't know, maybe we lost the plot. Maybe we just forgot about how serious it is to have these conversations. Like, these are not fun conversations. They are serious conversations. And yet throughout all of history, we've always talked about people's basic rights. Like, we're talking about our favorite food category, right? So, okay, let's go back to what we talked about last stream. This clip right here, somebody tagged me and said, Brittany, can you explain this further? So let's watch old Brittany, and then new Brittany, I'll tell you what's up. Okay, here's original Brittany. Okay, remember when Destiny talked to Jordan Peterson? That was the same thing, where Peterson came out really blazing with Destiny, and then Destiny was like kind of playing ball. And then Peterson's like, oh, you're not the leftist I thought you were. Because they're not leftists. They're liberals. Hello? Destiny and Kyla would 100% go on Joe Rogan if he called. I, on principle, cannot go on Joe Rogan. That's the difference. I, on principle, cannot show up to Joe Rogan's podcast. But they would eat that up. They'd be like, this is my opportunity. Which is why if Hassan ever goes on that podcast, but he already does, right? He went on Theo Von's. You know Hassan would go on Joe Rogan's. And I'm saying, no, that is not your job. You're not a politician. Though Kamala Harris should have gone on Joe Rogan because she's going to be the president. You don't need to be on Joe Rogan. You're a YouTuber. That's the dilemma. Are you a YouTuber? Or are you a public speaker and a politician and an activist, right? Because if you're just going on Joe Rogan, like, what is this for? And come on, what is this really for?
No.
Okay, pause. Okay, so that was past Brittany. Now, the comment I got in my chat was, hey, Britt, could you expand on this? Do you believe it's okay for politicians should go on opposing side platforms? How is it different? I think they meant, why do you believe? Because obviously I did answer that question in that statement that they tagged, where they said, do you believe it's okay for politicians? But I literally said, obviously, Kamala Harris should go on Joe Rogan. So I think they mean to say, why do you believe it's okay for politicians to go on? Politicians are our employees. They are meant to represent us and meant to talk to the most of us. And going on platforms is their job. Talking to the all Americans is their job. Politicians don't get to discriminate on which Americans they represent or advocate for. We are advocating for all Americans to get basic education, basic housing, basic food, basic things taken care of, right? So obviously, like, you have to go on that platform. When you're a YouTuber, again, you have to decide, are you a YouTuber, a content creator, or are you something different? Are you trying to be more professional in a different way? If you are professionally a YouTuber, your only reason for going on Joe Rogan is clout. Because YouTube, first and foremost, is a creative endeavor. So you're just marketing yourself. You're just promoting yourself. Now, if Hassan says, I actually am doing this to poach some of the few people from Joe Rogan's audience into my own, I would say that doesn't seem to be a tactic that actually works. Now, somebody else said, I really respect your progressive on ethics and harm reduction. I totally get why you're cautious about engaging with platforms like Joe Rogan. I do feel differently on the topic, though, since his platform is already so huge. It doesn't feel like opting out really takes away his influence, but going on can at least expose some people to viewpoints they wouldn't normally hear. I don't think your take is wrong. I just don't see the impact piece different. I just see the impact piece differently because of the sheer size of Joe's platform. Still really appreciate how thoughtfully you explained your reasoning. I think if Hassan went on Joe Rogan's pod, it would more work to reduce harm when it already exists. Even one person hearing it reflecting on things is a win for humans, I think. I used to think like that. And I did. And that's why I was collabing with Abram Preach and all these boys and being nice to people and being kind and saying things like I would go on Joe Rogan. Except when you are platforming with these people, you have to be nice to them. You actually have to hold yourself back. Like when Hassan went on Theo Von. Theo Von, who advocated and participated in getting Trump elected. Okay? I used to also believe this. But let me tell you this, that there is a certain thing that happens where I feel like the scrutiny that comes down, why were you collabing with Destiny if you think you're such a bad person? Why are you collabing with this person if you think they're such a bad person? Because this hope you have of saying, I'm going to collab with people, you know what I mean, doesn't actually exist when you get down to the data of it all. I don't think it changes too many people's minds. Now, I'll tell you this. There are some people in my audience that I think are some of the greatest commenters I've had in a long time. And they say, apparently, that they came from Destiny's community, that they used to watch Destiny and then they saw us collab and they left Destiny and joined my community. And I think that's great. But the harassment, the amount of misogyny, the ableism, the amount of negative content that was created using my name doesn't justify the 20 or so people I poached from that audience. Like, it just doesn't. I put out more harm during that era of my life, collabing with Destiny, humanizing Sneeko, humanizing Asmin, humanizing all these boys, humanizing ABBA, even though we would disagree. At the end of the day, I did so much more harm validating these boys than I ever did poaching those 20 or so people out of their audiences. And so for me, like, I just know for myself it's impossible. I've never seen it work for Hasan. I've never seen it work for anybody else. All it does is validate these guys as being the cool conservatives who can talk to everyone, even Hasan. Because remember, from the conservative perspective, they don't care. Like, they just say, look, Hasan thinks I'm cool too. And everyone goes, wow, Theo's so cool. He can talk to everybody from all sides. It doesn't actually do what you think it's going to do. And so, like, in your head, you think like, oh yes, I'm going to help. This is going to be great. I'm going to like expose my ideas to other people. So that's why I say directly collabing with them is different than covering their content. Covering their content does bring in their viewers, and their viewers will watch you because they want to like promote their faves. And that's a much better chance, I think, a much better way of getting those people. And look, the people who aren't willing to see it, they're not going to be the ones you poach anyways. The ones you're seriously going to get the chance of ever influencing or ever like offering an alternative way of thinking, everybody have to be open-minded enough. They'll come across your content. Now, third comment says, Brittany, I love you, but in my opinion, that belief is terrible. Why are you platforming? In quotations, Charlie Kirk was already heavily platformed. That's one. Two, the public needs to see how dumb these positions are. Not see it and think people like Charlie Kirk are the answer. With no challenge leads to America being a Nazi Germany 2.0. Once again, platforming is different than rebutting. So you don't have to collab with Charlie Kirk to make content about Charlie Kirk. Okay? You do not need to invite Charlie Kirk into your home in which you're buddy-buddy and laughing and getting along with, even when you're disagreeing. Because what you're saying is like, they're the same. What you're saying is like, we are in the same place. That's like talking to Richard Spencer, right? Like, I am talking about inviting a Nazi to your house. Okay? You have to understand that my family is convinced Nick Fuentes is literally just a nice boy that the media is misunderstanding. Nick Fuentes! And that's because people keep platforming him. And every time he goes on these shows, he acts like a sweet little angel. And nobody actually goes to his original content and talks to him. All those collabs Destiny did with Nick Fuentes just normalized him. And I'm saying I normalized Destiny by collabing with him. Like, we're all at fault in different ways, but that's what I'm saying. All of this like young, naive hope that talking to bigoted people will make them less bigoted doesn't seem to be true. It doesn't seem to be true. If anything, it just validates them. This person goes on to say, this reason is why Asmin will never talk to people live. He knows being challenged live will chip away at his influence because his viewers will see him being ill-informed and uneducated. No, wrong. I'll show you Charlie Kirk and Hasan talking, and you tell me who had more influence in those years. Hasan talked to Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk was the one with the phone call to the White House. All it did was validate Charlie Kirk. Asmin doesn't do collaborations for Asmin reasons. But Asmin is not Charlie. Charlie's Turning Point USA is in your children's schools. He is friends or was friends with Vice President J.D. Vance. His wife is hanging out with Trump. Hasan is just, let's be real, he's not seriously political. Charlie Kirk was more seriously political than Hasan. It was obvious to me that Charlie wanted to be the president or something. It was obvious he was seriously going to be in politics. Hasan's never going to run, as far as I know. He's not actually involved. Okay, he covers politics on stream. Charlie obviously had dreams for something bigger. Okay, that's not, by the way, a point towards Charlie. I'm not saying anything good about Charlie right now. I hope you know that. That I'm not saying anything like about his character. I'm saying literally, it's obvious to me that he was using Hassan and using all these people to build credibility for himself to eventually bring in voters, because guarantee you if he had lived, he would have had an amazing chance at being a politician. Conservatives would have eaten it up, bro. Okay? This person goes on to say, now my personal position is that I believe we need more people with stronger conviction on issues. We care advocating for those issues. Hassan has shown himself to be transphobic. I'm sure Destiny is as well. We need people who have deconstructed to enter these spaces and advocate intelligently and leave those spaces with more support than they went in. But so are you talking about politically? Are you talking about like politically or YouTubers? Are you talking about people making content? Are you talking about politicians and advocates? Right? Who are you talking about? Who people? What people? Are you know what I mean? Like, who are you? What does that mean, right? But the support will prevent Nazi Germany. I don't know about other people. I don't want violence to be my reality. I, black man, want a life where me and my trans and gay friends, Palestinian friends, atheist friends, Mexican friends, and women friends can go have fun and not have to worry about stuff. I'm sure you do too. This is how we will achieve it. I just disagree that like this is how we will achieve it is not just like rooted in like a naive desire for things that are just very antithetical to what it means to be humans. Like antithetical meaning like human beings are obviously this, and we have been this for always. And so it's like this idea that if I just platform it, if I talk to these people, if I go out there and I debate them, it'll be different. Like how many fucking Jubilee videos do we have to see before we recognize this shit isn't working? It's just interesting. It's just something to pass the time. It's just something to be angry about. It's not working. And that's because it never was meant to work for anything more than a cash grab. It was not meant to do anything more than give people a sense of validation. And yes, I know you and your brains go, regular people brains go, and I'll show you a conservative regular brain saying the same thing. Oh, if we don't platform these people, if we don't talk about them, maybe they'll be canceled. No, this is a lady talking to Megyn Kelly.
Nice to see you.
Yes, I love you. You are an inspiration to me. You make me a stronger American. So thank you very much.
That's beautiful.
We all know how entertaining the clips of The View can be.
Yes.
But might it be more beneficial to ignore their ridiculous dialogue?
What?
Which would result in their show being canceled.
No, it wouldn't. We need something to laugh about, right? If you guys watch and listen to my show, which I assume you do because you're here, we have to laugh. What are we if we don't laugh at the news? Like, you can't take the news too seriously. And that's why I love those morons so much. I mean, that's what's been so shocking about the Karine Jean-Pierre media tour. Like, when you are too dumb for The View, where do you go from there? I genuinely don't know.
So like they need people to make fun of to make content, but it only makes conservatives feel more empowered. That's why they talk to liberal leftists, right? There's just no way about it. And so again, platforming is different than talking about. Talking about is different. Okay, giving a seat at the table is different. Okay?
I don't know what my role is anymore.
Those 8 words, spoken by Ezra Klein to Ta-Nehisi Coates in a podcasted conversation last month, have echoed around my head ever since I first heard them. First in a clip to TikTok, and then twice more as I listened and re-listened to the full conversation. My first impulse was simply to dunk. Klein's role of professional political opinion haver is, after all, a pretty strange one these days. In an era where anyone can share their thoughts on the events of the day to X or TikTok, the idea that some people get paid to do so feels almost quaint. When the analysis is as weak as Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way, it's easy to wonder if it's time to admit that the whole newspaper opinion writer game has run.
Like, what part of Ezra Klein's article did anything but empower conservatives to think that Charlie Kirk was right on anything when he was a bigoted person? Look how harmful this was. Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way. Thanks, Ezra Klein, for absolutely fucking nothing. If that's what you want us to do, because that's what it would take. These conservatives will never not look stupid to their audience. Or no, never look stupid to their audience. Their audience will always think they're smart. And then on top of that, the only people that are willing to make concessions or show some humanity will just be seen as like weak. And this isn't even true. Charlie Kirk was not doing politics right. That's what's even funnier about this article title. He literally was not doing it right.
Its cause. And yet, the more I've thought about it, the more I've realised that Klein's uncertainty wasn't trivial. It isn't just him. So much of our collective political debate right now seems to be shaped by a widespread confusion about what any of our roles in that debate should be. That confusion runs throughout Klein's conversation with Coates. It shapes the whole of the fiery debates which followed Charlie Kirk's death and much of his career. And it was the driving force behind the exasperating complaints.
Remember, debating conservatives only makes them more popular. Talking about conservatives is just like the reality of what has to happen because they're famous. But like debating them directly is just giving them content. If nobody ever debated Charlie Kirk, what would be his platform? Explain it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like he would still have one, but it wouldn't be this. This is fully participating. This is engaging. You just did work for free. You just worked for free so Charlie could make $1 million off you. You just paid Charlie Kirk. Do you know what I'm saying? It's different if I make a video about Charlie, at least I'm getting paid. These people show up for free. Charlie gets paid and it boosts him into, you're the reason Charlie Kirk is like rich, basically, directly.
Cancel culture and wokeness which dominated the last decade. The internet has completely blown open the gates to the metaphorical public square. Almost anyone can speak, and with a genuine chance that they might be heard. That's been a powerful shift. We've gained access to countless new voices, many of whom would never have had the social capital to become opinion writers at the New York Times. But that flattening of the public sphere can also be weaponized. Politicians and celebrities complain about online criticism as if they're just ordinary posters getting cyberbullied. Users with minuscule followings.
Exactly. As if they're regular ass people, they're not. That's what I'm saying. Are you a regular ass person or are you not? Are you just a Joe Schmo, your neighbor, posting your cute cat videos? Or are you fucking moving policy around? That's why when people kept saying, Charlie Kirk is just a podcaster. Charlie Kirk was not just a podcaster. He was not just a podcaster. And when you keep saying that, you're totally erasing the implications of Turning Point USA in your kids' schools. You're erasing his connection to the White House. You're totally transforming him into what conservatives think of him as. I'm just a guy sharing ideas. He was just a boy giving opinions. He wasn't just a boy. He was a man making deliberate stances in a bigoted way against minority people and became a multi-millionaire, and he grew his connections to the White House. This is not just a podcaster. That's why I'm saying even Hassan has like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Make a decision, Hassan. Are you more than a streamer or are you just a streamer? Make a decision. And that's why I'm saying this isn't, you got to be careful about what you call people. I am more of just a YouTuber than these people, obviously. But even then, I'm held to a standard. Even though my platform and my reach is so much smaller, I obviously am still held to a standard. Yes? Yes. Okay.
Only need to have one post go viral to end up facing levels of scrutiny once reserved for heads of state. Journalists mistake fleeting trends for vibrant political movements. And, most troublingly, authoritarian presidents find that they can use the social media posts of private citizens to justify campaigns of retribution against their opponents.
Okay, now hold on. This is, if you don't know this channel, this is Tom Nicholas. You guys can check him out if you'd like. I forgot to here, I'll even put that in the chat. Okay, next video I want to show you. This is a Rap Latte. I don't watch them, but FD Signifier was on this podcast talking about Amanda Seales going on Jubilee. Okay, 20 conservatives against one radical black liberal, black leftist, whatever they called Amanda Seales. Okay, listen to the way they're having this conversation.
8 times out of 10, if there's 20 people on that show, I guarantee you no less than 15 are just outright coons.
17. Yeah.
I'm trying to be nice. Look at this.
I watched the video.
You watched it? Okay.
I watched the video. I watched the entire video eating breakfast, and my TV almost didn't make it. I'm yelling at Amanda Seales. I'm yelling at this kid. This one kid was like, she said, well, race doesn't exist or it's a social construct or something like that. He's like, it's not biological. That's what she said. And the kid goes, of course it is. And I was like, I can't. How can you argue with someone who just doesn't agree with facts? I can't argue with someone that doesn't understand or agree with any type of facts. And you make perfect sense when you said that there's the black traditionalists who look at themselves as conservative because they just want traditional values of blackness that they were raised on and concepts of what it meant to be black in America. And that might lean you in that way. And then everyone else just hates the idea of being black. And they don't want to say it out loud.
They're hoping to be picked to be the next Candace Owens or something else.
Exactly.
But low-key, Candace Owens on the low, being on this side of the camera, is making sure she is never getting replaced. She is steadily out here knocking motherfuckers down out her spot.
I feel
it's
like
so funny.
Key things for them is we are not victims. Like, I am not a victim, right? And them over there on the left, they are victims because they think that white people are their big problem. And I'm not a victim. And I see reality because I know that black people are black people's problem. That, right? That seemed to me to be the core.
That is their core thing. And that's like...
Listen, all of my life, I have worked so diligently to talk to my family, my flesh and blood. People have known me my whole life and cannot get them to change their minds or gather tools. Some of them, yes, okay, a little bit, but not as quickly as you would think, okay? And it takes a lot of work to deconstruct where you come from, and it takes a lot of work for the world to do it. And now you're expecting people who are making entertainment first and foremost to be the reason people change their minds radically. And I know a lot of people here are going to say like, well, how did you learn to change your mind? Yes, the tools I gathered from people over the years, but mostly it was my willingness to change. It was my willingness to put my pride aside and to say like, that's wrong. I'm going to do something different now. All of my life, I have been over the years, and I'm sure a lot of you feel this way, like surpassing the ones who like popped our bubbles when we were kids. Like, you know, when you come out of religion, you go into the atheist movement and you're like, oh my God, these guys are so smart. And then you eventually surpass them and you're like, these guys are idiots and they're bigots. Okay. That cycle, it's like you have to ask your question, like how did guys who when I was younger were so outspoken against bigotry became the most bigoted people ever? And it's because they are not deconstructing. They're not continuing to deconstruct. So then you have to ask yourself, okay, why is it you? You have to accept that though you're not like special, you are uniquely in the position of being the category of people that changes their mind. You are kind of the exception, but not the exception in an arrogant, narcissistic way. You are literally the exception that you even changed your mind statistically. Kind of like if you gain weight, statistically, if you lose it, you're kind of the exception. Most people don't do that. Like most people are deeply struggling. Most people do not get out of their financial positions. Most people do not end up being richer than they were initially. So you kind of have to remember that even though you changed your mind, and the question is, did you even change your mind, right? The reason you changed your mind was probably not because you saw a debate between Nick Fuentes and Destiny or, you know, Charlie Kirk and Hassan. You probably changed your mind because you were ready. You probably shifted narrative because you were ready to change your own. You probably grew in that moment because of an embodied change within you that could have happened with any other tool, but ultimately you are the only reason that decision was made. Not alone, but the only reason it could actually happen. I'll give you an example. This is Charlie Kirk and Hassan 7 years ago. And a reminder, so this is 2018, reminder that 2 weeks before, when Charlie Kirk died, 2 weeks later, Hassan was supposed to debate him. Once again, for what purpose? Other than association. And look, I understand, and you understand, listen to me when I say this. Conservatives are able to get ahead because they're willing to do things that other people aren't willing to do. So if you play the game like Kyle Kulinski and all these men want to do, where they say we should go as low as Republicans to get ahead, you have now just become a Republican. You have to be willing to let evil rise to power in order to not do what evil does to rise to power. And yes, the consequence of that reality is they will rise to power. And then you must radically accept that this is the world. This is the world reflected. Like this is us reflected back to ourselves. And this is why I say, as much as you want to believe that human beings are more than animals on a planet or more than this moment in time, they're simply existing now in the most present. And in the most present, we are deeply flawed people, which is why we have to be less bad every day instead of more good. Okay? And it starts with all of us. But yeah, I don't expect bigoted people to change their minds tomorrow until they really want to even see themselves as bigoted, right? Here we go.
Look, Republicans love talking about the stock market. You mentioned it in your introduction. The stock market is doing well. Consumer confidence is up. Okay, dude. Well, the 84% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of wealth. Like, when the stock market is doing well, it's not doing well for you. It's just doing well for those guys. But you can be certain that when the stock market is not doing well, it won't be good for you. Absolutely not. No, sir. Because everything is taken away from the workers. we talk about like people always come up to me and tell me, hey, Hassan, why do you want to take away my earnings? And I told them, I'm not trying to take away your earnings. I'm trying to make sure your bosses give back what is rightfully yours. These are your earnings. You work for them, okay? And it is very obvious that...
Okay, Discord said, did I change my mind or did I discover what I really cared about? Exactly, Discord. Okay, this is about a bigger issue. So when I say don't platform Charlie Kirk, I'm saying this is not helping. This might in one way make you feel like it is helping, but this is not helping.
Corporations are not magnanimously going to anytime soon give you back those wages, so we have to implement regulation. We have to implement certain policies. This could be UBI. I don't really like it that much, but this could potentially be taxes on the wealthy and corporations.
See right there? See how Charlie, look at this.
I don't really like it that much, but this could potentially be...
So Charlie goes, yeah, I agree with Hassan. You remember when Charlie Kirk died and people said, I didn't agree with everything he said, but I'm sad he died. And everyone's like, wait. What did you agree with him on? See, that's the question. What do we agree on? Do you ever talk to a conservative and you try to see where you guys actually like meet up so you guys can kind of like humanize each other? Yeah, it doesn't help. It doesn't actually work. I thought it used to work. I genuinely thought it used to work. It doesn't. It doesn't. Because I would look at my parents and I would say, we want small government, right? And they'd be like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, because we don't want government in our business, right? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, so we don't want government in our relationships. And they're like, well, unless they're gay. And I'm like, oh, because they don't actually agree with you. They don't actually share your belief in, quote, smaller government, because smaller government isn't a belief. It's a dream. It's a utopia that doesn't exist. We need the right amount of government, not small, not big, the right amount. We need the right kind of government. And it said you're all focused on small, big, small, big, small, big. Okay, it's not the size of anything. It's about it being the right size. Okay? And that's the issue we're facing with strangers, with conservatives, with other people. Like, these are systems that stay in place because we're busy arguing about like basic civil rights when it should be a duh, which is why we're going back to the basics starting next week. Like, why racism bad? Because we've genuinely like not contended with the reality that most people are pretty okay with most things. Guys, when somebody gets raped and the question is, what were you doing? There's not a conversation there. Don't answer that question. Okay? Don't answer that question. That's not a real question. Okay? And that's the issue. We keep having conversations with people that literally say, well, why were you there? What do you mean, why was I there? You mean, why do I exist on the planet? Why did I run into this person? Why do I know this human being? Why did it happen to me? Half of us are born into families where it happens. What do you mean, why was I there? Okay? If you come from a background that literally always victim blames children, then you have to understand these conservatives who are like, we care about like children. No, they don't. And their actions follow. It can't be what you just say. That's why Joe Rogan rose to such prominence too. He was so interesting. He was asking good questions. He was so open-minded, but he was never. He has doubled down to become the most like conspiratorial like person with the largest platform. Going on his podcast just validates that conspiracy, unless you're a politician, in which it is then your job to represent the people. Okay? If you're actually working for the people, you have to go on the podcasts. Kamala Harris not going on Dave Ramsey while Trump did, not going on Joe Rogan while Trump did was a mistake. That was a bad decision she made, okay? Hassan going on these platforms, YouTubers going on these platforms, that is nothing more than a cash grab. And no matter how much you justify it to yourself, no matter how much you convince yourself, you're just being as naive as I was, as when I was collabing with Destiny and all these other men, thinking like, oh, this would make a difference. Well, Sneeko just heard it the right way. Sneeko would have a change of heart. If these boys just hear it the right way, no, they won't. And even the men who think they're the good ones, they're not going to until they realize like there's so much more to deconstruct here. And that includes Hassan, who time and time again has been called out, okay, for his misogyny, anti-blackness, so on and so forth. And he's done nothing to really contend with it. But he's all we got, right? So I guess it's good enough. It's not good enough. But he's just a YouTuber, am I right? What does it matter? Oh no, he's like a he's like the most important political voice on the left. This is our best? That should tell you something, that this is our best. That this is the person who rose to prominence and not anybody else. Don't you think it's interesting that Hassan, out of all the people who could have risen to prominence, we made him famous? There was nobody better, you think? Really? And that's me saying it as somebody who is progressive, obviously. But really, you think there was nobody better? Don't you think that's also a sign of patriarchy and white supremacy? That Hassan was the one who rose to power? But sure, okay.
Taxes on the wealthy and corporations. Like, there are many different ways to do it. Or this could be regulating the wages in some way, or allowing unions to exist in countries. I can't believe you're booing this, man. Your father has been, look, your parents have benefited from this. Your parents have benefited from this.
Charlie's going to come now. So first of all, if you want some more numbers, Hispanic median income is at $50,000 right now a year, which is the highest it's ever been in American history under President Donald Trump. Wages have gone up 3.8% in the last 18 months. Hispanic unemployment is the lowest it's ever been. Black unemployment.
In the last, what month? 3 months?
Hassan, for the love of God.
And like, look, that argumentation that Charlie Kirk is using, that Hispanic families are benefiting the most under Trump, is what probably helped convince them to vote for him. And now he's picking up their families willy-nilly using ICE. He literally picked Trump voting Hispanics off the ground and put them in El Salvador in all of these prisons. And they said, I didn't think it would happen to me. Welcome to Trump's America. Let me tell you right now that if I, for whatever reason, find out my parents, for whatever reason, were picked up by ICE, or they find out that they decided that their paperwork wasn't up to par or something rather than that, and they have to get deployed or sent back to Iraq, I'll just tell you this right now, absolutely not surprised, even though they've been here for so long. Who gets to decide how long you've been here and now everything is good? Now, technically, my parents did it, quote, legally, which is why they get to have that immigrant chip on their shoulder of like, well, we did it legally. You didn't do it legally. Your parents did it legally. You were kids, basically kids. Okay? My dad was 18, but like, whatever. You were basically kids. You didn't even do it correctly. Your parents did it correctly. And by the way, the word correctly is a very interesting thing when it was that long ago. Okay? So it's like, everybody slow down about who claims they did it right and blah, 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 blah.
Want me to finish, okay?
No, 3 months, that's a ridiculous point. That's a ridiculous reference point, Charlie.
Okay,
that's
what?
The point.
The lowest ever
I gave
black
you 60
unemployment rate.
years. I gave you a 60-year window, and you said the last 3 months have been 3% better. Crazy.
3.8% wage growth. $50,000 annual median income for Hispanic family, which is the highest it's ever been in American history. 3.9 million people have gone off food stamps under this administration 18 months, which is something that everybody should applaud.
I love
the workforce. We have more job openings than we have people to fill those jobs right now. 3.7% unemployment rate. 4.2%
open our borders.
GDP
Thank
rate.
you.
Large average tax cut for
Which is why we should need $2,800
a year.
Obviously, there's more jobs available than people taking them, so we should bring in more immigrants, right?
Here's the big philosophical difference and problem, is that Hassan says, well, I don't want to take your worker earnings away. I want to go after your employer, essentially to make sure. I don't have the right to tell anybody what to do with any of their money. That's the big difference, Hassan, is that...
So he has no right to tell anybody what to do with their money, but he has every right to tell people what to do with their orientations, their children, how to raise people, their wives, everything else. He'll never tell you what to do with your money, but he'll tell you what to do with everything else.
You're trying to
It's their money, Charlie. It's the workers' money. They are just taking it away and accumulating the profits for themselves. I'm not, by the way, I'm not even saying abolish all profits.
This is a distinctly Marxist argument, by the way.
Just because it's Marxist doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Stop being an idiot, dude. God damn it. Like,
okay, so...
Remember when Hassan watched Charlie Kirk die on stream and he's like, man, that's like one of the worst things I've ever seen? Yeah, it was a pretty intense thing to see. But really, was it the worst thing you've seen given that there's a genocide happening? You know what I mean? Like, again, I understand he knew Charlie and that adds a layer of devastation to it. But that's kind of the point. You are more devastated watching a bigot die, right? Because you knew him. And that's how bigotry stays, because I know them, I'm more devastated. I agree. If many of my family members died, I would be more devastated than if a stranger died. That's true. But not for the reason you think. For a different reason, for a more intimate reason. In the same way Gojo, mourned Ghetto. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a different feeling, but you still have to do the right thing. That's why I say values over loyalty. I love my family and I would hate to see them ever die at the hands of a mob. And I also would understand that should there ever be some sort of, quote, civil war, it would obviously mean that we would be on opposite sides. And how devastating is that? Okay, that they are putting us in this position. Now, somebody might say, well, Brittany, you say they shouldn't have to, I wish my parents didn't put me in this position. I wish my family didn't put me in this position. But aren't you putting them in that position? No, because my position is about inclusivity and their position is about bigotry. Their position creates it where we can't talk about gay relationships at the table. My position creates it where they're allowed to talk about their religion at mine. We're allowed to talk about everything at my table. Their table is limited. So no, the person creating the limitation is the one creating the limitation. Now, of course, there is a limitation I create at my table, being that you have to be kind and compassionate when communicating, obviously. And we know this is possible because religious people communicate every day in a kind and compassionate way. Your inability to communicate your religion in a kind and compassionate way is a you problem more than anything else. That is a you problem, okay? Religious people every day are more than able to be very kind and compassionate when talking about our differences. It's a you problem that you're unable to do this, that you rub people the wrong way, that you say things that are hurtful, that you say things that are abhorrent. That's a you problem. Okay?
I'm so glad you mentioned that. So
It's so silly, like as if we implement
Hassan,
socialized medicine,
Hassan,
we're
I
going to
didn't
eat
say
rats like Venezuela.
I didn't say it was
because it's
bad. I said it was
Marxist.
Marxist, and now I'm going
Okay.
to tell you why it's bad.
Oh, okay.
The problem with the Marxist
Venezuela.
argument is the incentive structure. In a free market system, incentives, everybody is incentive to create value.
Wait, what are you guys talking about in chat when you say, like, I doubt he was literal? He might not have been literal, but I don't know. Who are you talking about was not literal? Who? What are we talking about? You mean Hassan saying that's like the worst thing I ever saw? That's even worse that he wasn't literal. That's almost even worse. Then he's pandering to the conservatives so they don't come after him, and so he feels more like he's humanized Charlie. Yes, it was a horrible thing we all saw, but it was by far not the most horrible thing we've ever seen. But it was horrible. But you know, right now, in that moment, he was on camera. He was seeing something for the first time. That's what I'm saying. Hassan knew he was on camera, but why did he even look it up on stream? Charlie Kirk just died. He was shot in the face, and then you go and Google it on stream? I get it. I've done that too, where I've watched things, and like when you're on camera, you react differently. Okay? But that's the point. It's like, yes, it was hard to see, but also, again, this is what I'm saying about the difference between leaders and not leaders. And I'm not saying I'm a leader, right? You guys know that. I'm saying leaders hold the responsibility of reacting the right way in moments of struggle. And none of these people are leaders, but they certainly are in positions of that because they're the best we have. And that is devastating. That's my point. Hassan should feel devastated that he is the most prominent streamer. Instead, I know for a fact it strokes his fucking ego, bro. Opinion, know for a fact. Okay? That's what I'm saying. The most popular people, you know what I'm saying? And again, this isn't to say that there's a perfection that we're aiming for. It's to say that there's a humility we should be seeking. So when you ask me, Brittany, what's your issue with Hassan going on Joe Rogan? I ask you, what do you think this is helping? What do you really think this is helping? Except to validate Joe Rogan as being open-minded to people who think differently than him? Because Hassan's never going to be given that prop. He's just going to be seen as what it is, clout chasing. Because the grift is, or the hope is, maybe not grift, that's a strong word, but the hope is, oh, more people will see me if I go on Joe Rogan. So you're not there just to have a good conversation with Joe Rogan. You're there to poach his audience. Don't you see like how that's probably the reason Joe Rogan isn't having Hassan on? It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the point. So the conservatives would be like, fuck Hassan. He's not even here because he really likes Joe. He hates Joe. He hates our guy. You know what I mean? He's here just to trick us. They're going to see it as what it is. It's a trick, isn't it? And that's why I'm saying I'm not interested in tricking you. I'm just interested in letting you know that I'm more right than you. But also, it's a part of my job. Okay? Hassan actively says he wants to convert as many people as possible. You know what I mean? Okay? Chad says, but isn't everyone trafficking in this? I don't know any YouTubers not dancing with white supremacy for views, even under the facade of critique or conversation. What makes Hassan special? Well, I don't know how to answer that question because I don't think you're asking a real question in a sense. You can't say, but isn't everyone trafficking in this? What does that even mean? Who's everybody? When I don't know if you just came into stream, but I already put out the beginning statement, foundation to this conversation, which is like, there's a difference between talking directly with people and validating them and talking about them, which you have to do. You have to decenter men. Does that mean you don't talk about misogyny? We decenter men, meaning we don't do it because of men, but we're still going to talk about misogyny, right? Getting sober from drugs does require you to talk about drugs and know about it, right? So like, deconstructing white supremacy will require you to review and talk about white supremacists, but it does not mean you then have to invite them to your home and feed them or like prop them up or share them to your audience. So I'm not sure what you think you're asking or what I could answer that would make sense to you, but like these are different things. And this is off of questions I got from chat yesterday or 2 days ago. So I don't know if you just came into stream, but
Get a job or take a risk and employ people under a Marxist socialist system.
Yeah.
You're incentivized to either run for political office, get as much power as you possibly can to try to extract money away from people that don't have it.
What about cooperatives? Like, I don't understand. There's multiple different ways to do this.
Do that voluntarily. Go do what the Amish do. Go live in northern New York. In
dude.
America, we have people that live in cooperatives today. Don't tell me how to live my life. You can live your life however you want to.
oh, don't tell me how to live my life. You can live your life however you want to. Except Charlie Kirk died being a bigot. Calling Muslims stupid, making fun of gay and trans people, making sure to talk badly about women, literally all of this bullshit before he died. You see how conservatives love to say, go live your life the way you want to live it? And then they turn around and create policy that takes away that ability to do that? That's the point. They get to go home every night saying, I fight for freedom, snore, as I literally take away your rights. America claiming English is our language now, claiming there's only two genders. All of these ways conservatives, that's why talking to a conservative is never, ever going to help. They really believe that they get to be both things. They do not even want to have a real conversation. So no, I do not think it's good to platform these people. And I don't think it's worth it to poach one or two people from their audience.
Look, the big difference and distinction
problem
is that it's impossible to live as a capitalist in a socialist country. You can live as a socialist in a capitalist country.
It's impossible to have capitalism without socialism. You could never implement capitalism without public roads, without the infrastructure necessary to bring private industry. What the hell are you talking about? You can live in a socialist country. It won't be great. If it's a fully socialist country, I don't think we've been able to figure that out yet. So I'm not even saying that a fully socialist country will be great. But you have never, ever lived in a fully capitalist country.
You pay tolls? You pay tolls?
So that's it? That they're
that's a
financing?
user fee. That's not socialism. That's if you use the highway, you pay for the highway.
Highways are
you pay
not
a gas tax.
socialized. Okay,
you pay a gas tax. So if you drive a car, you pay into the highway fund.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
how it works, Hassan.
You're right. Socialism is what you want it to be,
I'm
and not what it actually is. You're right.
Fund
Never
a
mind.
program that will not benefit you to send the money to someone else that is in a different socioeconomic circumstance.
Here's
Free
the
market
thing.
capitalism is the greatest wealth-creating engine in human history. It's lifted more people out of poverty, and you are a beneficiary of the very system that you are bashing right now.
No, because it's
Your
not
life
free
is
market
better-
capitalism. It's so stupid. When the last time we had free market capitalism or something close to it was leading up to the Great Depression, okay? There's no such thing as like we have a fully free market. Where is the fully free market? If you like a decentralized government, why don't you go live in Somalia? There's decentralized government there, all you want.
Well, so we are more capitalist than we are socialist right now. And everywhere the free market...
Oh, so you admit that capitalism and socialism coexist.
So we have
Thank you for proving my earlier point. Even though you were like,
yes,
Marxism.
we have some
Okay, do you guys get my point here? What is this? What is going on here? Okay? What is going on here? Is this what you think is better? You think this is good? You think somebody listening in this audience, like this is worth it? All it did, listen to how many people were clapping for Kirk over Hassan. And understand that. Understand that. And that's the point. Okay? This is not going to liberate us. And this is why I said the other day, and you can agree to disagree, absolutely. But yes, I think not only would it be unethical, but I think you would be very disappointed if I ended up having on, I don't know, Blair White or anyone from, Ben Shapiro's group of people. Or if I ended up coming to stream, like, even when I would collab with centrist, people were upset. And they were right to be upset because, again, the way when we collab with people, the way I collab with people is to say like, hey, how are you? I'm so happy to have you here. And it's hard because even when you're disagreeing, it's really hard to really push back in a way that doesn't make you run around in circles. Who can you bring on a platform with you that's bigoted, that doesn't just turn into you platforming that person and using it as a mutual benefit to rise to prominence? Like when Ethan would debate Fresh and Fit. Why at some point was he even talking to Fresh and Fit except to platform them? Because he thought it was an easy dunk. All it did was introduce more people to Fresh and Fit. All it did was validate him more, right? You know what I mean? It's just like, I know this sounded good 10 years ago. I know this sounded good 15 years ago. But why would it sound good now? with these people who have never changed. They've been on the internet just as long as us. Listen to me. You've seen me change over the last 10 years. You've seen me drastically, radically change my mind. Give me anybody else who's done that work in that community that then would all of a sudden change their mind because they're talking to Brittany Simon, and or their community would feel a desire to change. These mostly misogynistic men coming on a woman's platform is not going to change their mostly misogynistic men's minds, right? So it's all about ponage at that point. Right? It's all about like getting one up on the other, right? Chad said, I will say I did enjoy when you had genuine conversations with people who thought differently, but looking back, the other parties were rarely genuine and did bring harm your way. Exactly. That was the issue. Like, as much as I was coming in such good faith, I didn't recognize that they were using me. Like, it was so silly and naive of me in so many ways to show up and be like, because I didn't personally, like, I was like, I don't care, dude, they're on a journey, but it was hurting my audience. And I was like, oh my God, like this is, and then they would harass me when I realized like, oh, you're not like genuinely talking about idea differences. You're just weaponizing your audiences. So again, like when we have these conversations, know that not only do I have the lived experience, but also even Hassan had to stop talking to these people for exactly those reasons. Because as much as like he has to be strategic as well on who he collabs with because of these things. Otherwise, if this was still good, that's why I don't understand why he would still talk to Charlie Kirk. Why would you talk to Charlie, but not like Destiny or Vosh? Because they're not much different. I don't know why you would pick one or the other. So the fact that he was willing to talk to Kirk, be associated, be on stage with Kirk 2 weeks before Kirk's death, or 2 weeks after Kirk's death, makes no sense to me. Because in my mind, once you let go of this group, you got to let go of this group. And that's what I'm trying to do is like, that's why when those boys came to me and they were like, Brittany, you're being too nice to Sneeko. You're being too nice to so-and-so. I was like, okay, I'll stop being nice to all the boys that are misogynists. And all of them got cut out. And they were like, wait, not me. And I was like, no. If this is the group of men we're getting rid of, all of you got to go. Because if that's the line, the only reason I was open-minded was because I thought it would be like a good tool for them to maybe change their minds and or help them on their own personal journeys. But all it did was make people sympathetic to them. All it did was make them get good publicity. All it did was like fuel them. The only people who got rich during that era were the men. Reminder that all of us girls during that era made okay money, but all the men became millionaires. Sneeko became a millionaire. Destiny was making like 80K AdSense on his videos. I've never made that kind of money. So then the only people who benefit, Ab and Preach made $1 million just talking about Fresh and Fit alone. So all of the girls who collabed, all of the women who tried to like be in the space, we didn't make capital. And it was because we were being used as cluster bees, as women, as silly feminists, as all these things. And we were being used by that whole community because they were never going to budge on their ideas. They were only just being nice to the girls. It's not worth it. And that's why women are so critical of Hassan. Because we see the same things in Hassan, it just is in a better package. But, you know, it's really hard to deconstruct patriarchy. It's really hard to deconstruct your misogyny. Even as women who suffer from internalized misogyny, it's really hard. It's really difficult. Anyway, so that's my opinion on that, okay? That's why I think there is a difference. Again, if you're a politician, okay, just to summarize, if you're a politician, you have to represent your population. You have to represent your voters. So Kamala Harris should have gone on she should have gone on every show Trump went on. That would have been the best strategy. And the fact that she didn't was bullshit. And the fact when Kamala Harris went on Call Her Daddy, she only spent 20 minutes with her, instead of 4 hours like Trump did with Joe Rogan, was complete bullshit. And this is why the Democrats are so fucking unlikable. Because, you know, even though they're the same as Republicans to progressive, this is why they are so fucking unlikable. And this is why conservatives literally think you're snobs. Trump, who's literally so busy, went on Joe Rogan for 4 fucking hours and Kamala Harris couldn't Call Her Daddy 20 fucking minutes. Are you serious, bro? And that's what I'm saying. Like, how did you think that was gonna land? Even with the documentary for Call Her Daddy, which I did review, she even says, like, that's the fastest interview I've ever done in my life. It was over in a blink of an eye. And I was like, see? How was that gonna win over voters? From people, like even going on Dave Ramsey, it looked so wholesome. Trump was so likable. Dave was like, I also invited Kamala Harris, but she declined, or like they didn't get back to me. And I'm like, dude, My bro, see, if I was a politician, would have done those shows easily. I could have been so likable. I'd be like, my mom and dad love Dave Ramsey. They followed the Dave Ramsey plan. They got out of debt. They're financially well off now. He would have been like, oh my God, that's great. I'd be like, that is great. Now, how can we get other Americans well off as well? How can we help other Americans? How can the system support other Americans, struggling Americans? But like, she didn't do that. And so it just looks snobby, you know? So all of this to say, again, every one of us has a different role to play, and we should all be considerate of that role that we play, and we should be considerate of just making sure we know how we see ourselves. Yeah, because I think when I came back to YouTube and I went through that era of debate bro bubble, I just really wanted to be the girl who just kind of showed up and had some fun and said philosophical things and dipped. But then I realized like, it was just causing so much more harm than good. Like, as much as I want to show up in the world as like this level 5 who fucking just says things and the world can take it or leave it, it doesn't work that way in the world that is suffering so deeply. And so the best thing I can do as a person in my position is really make people feel reassured that they have so much more power than they think they do, but all of it comes from like has to come from a deep desire to change and a deep desire to learn. And without that, there's nothing to be done. Until people deeply want to change, deeply want to be less bad, like nothing can change. And so I'm just hoping to give you guys tools to do that, right? But ultimately, like, I don't get to say what people do. I can't control people, and neither can you, right? You know? Yeah. Chad says, I think your anecdote about Dave Ramsey, I think it's philosophically good for you to be able to humanize conservatives and have a conversation with them. As a politician and as a neighbor, yes, not as a YouTuber. YouTubers should not be collabing. Progressives should not be humanizing bigots. Humanizing them philosophically, not politically. And that's what I had to learn the difference of. Because like, I remember collabing with Lauren Southern, and I remember being like, why are we afraid of this like tiny white woman? But like, it's because it's literally hard to be afraid of her, except politically, when you realize she has all of this power and all of this ability to do X, Y, Z. And then it's like, well, I'm not afraid of Lauren Southern, literally. I mean, I could obviously win in a fight. What we're worried about is the power she has in connection to political power or moving things forward or convincing a group of people to do X, Y, Z. So like, yeah, you might not be worried about her, but it's not her as an individual you're worried about. You're worried about what she represents and how she impacts the world. But remember that the men around her are still the most in charge. Remember, Lauren Southern never had any more power than the men in that group. The men always had more power over Lauren. Remember that. Remember that. And that's why I think patriarchy and misogyny are so hard to deconstruct from the white woman position of power, because though white women have power, they're still women under patriarchy. So they're never, Charlie Kirk's Kerika Kirk is never going to be the leader. She is just secondary. Candace Owens is secondary. None of these women will ever be considered the big hitters compared to the men. As much as the illusion tells you otherwise, they will never be. Which is why Hassan is the most prominent leftist voice. What woman could ever be the largest progressive voice compared to a man? Under patriarchy? I don't think so, girl. You know what I mean? I don't think so, right? Yeah, Chad says, I think her story about sexual assault is a good example of that. Exactly. Humanize Lauren Southern because she was raped by Andrew Tate according to her own story, which I believe her. But do not humanize her political standing. Do not humanize her as an activist. Humanize her as a woman who was raped by a man. That is where she deserves humanizing and dignity, because nobody should be raped. And that's it right there, which is why Hassan was so disgusting for making that rape joke about conservative women. At that college, that joke he made, that's why I'm saying abso-fucking-lutely not are we going to make jokes about who gets to be raped. Okay? Nobody, ever. No one. Okay? Okay. All right. We did it. That's it. That's the end of this segment. I'm cutting it off. Just like you cut off your relationships with your bigoted parents. Now, speaking of women, let's watch this video about women, specifically witches, Roma witches. I saw this video and I was like, ooh, this might be fun. Let's see if it's fun. Let's see if we like it, okay? This is Josie. You know Josie. We've watched her before. She actually saw the Roma before too. This is she calls them the G word, which we don't use anymore. So Roma witches. I think it's because people know what that word is, but that's like, we don't use that word anymore. Okay, so let's watch it though together. I'm sure it'll be great.
Deep in Eastern Europe, witchcraft is alive and thriving. I am travelling to a small village on the outskirts of Romania's capital city, Bucharest, to find out just how real this ancient magic really is, inside the personal home of Europe's most powerful witches. After spending time in Roma gypsy
They're literally all so pretty. What the fuck?
communities across Europe, I was told of powerful Roma witches that had the power to heal, to hurt, to create and destroy love, and even to influence political decisions. In order to learn more about this culture of witchcraft, I not only have to befriend this family, but I have to become part of the ritual myself. What if their magic isn't just superstition? What if it works? Am I ready for the consequences of dealing in magic with the most powerful witches in Europe? Oh my God, that was intense.
If I did this and my mom saw it, she'd be like, oh my God, this is why you're gay. And I'm like, it is why I'm gay, but not for the reason you think.
Yeah, it was. That was crazy.
All right, so here I am in Romania. I'm here to meet the most powerful witch in all of Europe.
Witchcraft in Romania has roots in ancient traditions, blending pagan rituals with Orthodox Christianity. For centuries, Roma witches, known as vegetatori, have been spiritual guides, feared by some and revered by others. Today, their craft has evolved into a modern practice, offering spells, curses, life coaching, and blessings to clients around the world.
Are they the ones who put the curse on Charlie Kirk?
All while holding on to their ancient mystique. But this does not come without controversy.
Now a group of angry witches in Romania is taking on the government with a unique tax protest. They're using spells and spirits to try to repeal a tax on witches that began Saturday.
Some critics, including religious leaders, skeptics.
And remember, the discrimination against witches under patriarchy is real. So priests can turn bread into the body of Christ, but women can't light shit on fire and say cool things in a sentence. Remember that. Remember that they burned witches at the stake. Okay? They literally hunted down women. Hunted them down, women and girls, not witches, women and girls. Okay? I don't see them. Girl, don't even get me started.
And even members of their own community question the ethics of their rituals, their commercialization of their craft, and the power they hold over those who seek their help.
Never in a million years, literally ever, would I think I'd be in Romania to talk to a bunch of witches. I am definitely...
Exactly. Christian magic, okay. Other magic, evil. Christian magic, holy. Anybody else, demonic. 100%.
Coming into this with sort of a healthy amount of skepticism, but I'm also really excited to see these people's culture. This has been on Earth for, I don't know, thousands of years, decades, and I'm really interested to see how this was. Maybe even practiced back in the day. Does it work? Who knows? I'm here to find out.
There's not a handbook or a guide on what to do when meeting the most powerful witch in Europe. So I figured some flowers might break the ice and hopefully ensure I receive some positive spells rather than some evil ones.
All right, let's get a car to her house. They're really pretty. I'm kind of nervous. I don't know what to expect, I think. I'm not sure what's going to go on, but he's been super friendly.
I have no idea what to expect today. Outside, the busyness of Bucharest quickly subsides and I start to see a glimpse of village life in Romania, feeling more nervous the closer that I get.
So, I have been going through some countries lately.
See, listen to me, girls.
Nervous the closer that I get.
So, I...
See this street art? See the street art? A lot of Croatia can look like this. It's not cute. I said what I said. We're always going to bring it back to this. This is not making the property look cute. Okay? It's not even pretty. If it was pretty art, okay? Do you know what I'm saying? Is this pretty to you? This doesn't look good. I refuse to engage in a world where this looks good. But I also think it could look good. The medium is great. You just need to make it look good.
I have been going through some countries lately, and I've been using my Wise travel card in all of them. When I tell you that Wise is my best...
I gotta show you a video. Wait, I gotta show you this video. Just like for contrast. Okay, I gotta show you this. This is what I'm trying to say, okay? Look at this video. This is what that looks like to me. Look at this video. This is so random, look.
I'm closing the store. Part of it is Amazon and Gen Z shopping behavior are beating the hell out of small neighborhood retail. And the rest of it is the city has removed all the parking and allowed construction during the holiday season. So we're hearing all about this small business helpfulness, but none of it's happening for us.
Okay, wait, so you hear this lady. She's like, I've had this business for 45 years and it's going downhill because no one wants to buy from me anymore. And you're like, oh my God, that's so sad. Wow, can I see your store? I'm sorry. Is this not a hoarder's apartment?
Cooking, 45 years.
Is this not a hoarder's fucking apartment? Do you maybe think people aren't shopping at your store anymore because it literally looks like a trash dump? Can we please be so fucking for real?
Yeah. I opened the store in 81 over in Coal Valley, and it was a quarter the size of
Somebody get this lady therapy.
this. I was buying things at flea markets and estate sales, and everybody kept saying, I want that. You know, it is the end of an era. Bialetti's been sold. Allclat's been sold. All of the old companies that actually made stuff out of metal and glass and whatever, some of them here, some of them elsewhere, are gone. It's the wave of the future. It was fun for a long time, and it's a lot of fun talking to people who cook or who...
Come on now, girls. Come on now, girls. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not the secondhandness. It's not the graffiti as a style. It's not that. It's the way. Again, I know everyone always wants to take everything so fucking personally, and I hear you, because we live in a world where like conservatives will hate on everything you do, even if it's the most high-end fucking shit you've ever seen. They'll find a reason why they think it's like low class or whatever. But can we please not sell ourselves short? This goes back to, you know what's so ironic? You know what the worst thing my parents ever did to me was? This is so ironic. I would make something, arts and crafts. And the first attempt at doing something, my mom and dad would say, you should sell that. Instead of saying, one day, when you've perfected this art, when you've actually honed in a craft, you should sell it. They would actually, because they were trying to be encouraging, cut me off from ever actually thinking I needed to be good at something before charging people money for it. You need to be good at something. You need to actually be good at it. Okay? You can't just show up and be like, I did this art, it's good enough. No, it's not. It needs to be good. Okay? It needs to actually uplift the way things look. Okay? And this is what I'm saying. Like, it's like you settle for the lowest thing instead of actually, like, it's not the medium we're talking about. It's the elevated. Is this the best you can do? Scribble, scribble? What do you want, a gold fucking star because you scribbled some shit on a wall, bro? Make it a picture, bro. Make it something that evokes energy and emotion and makes the neighborhood feel classic and beautiful. Okay? Like, don't come at me and be like, oh, well, like, you know, art is subjective. Yeah, art is subjective and so is racism, but here we go. Okay? Like, everything is subjective. Can we not have a standard? Can we still not have a standard of what we like? Okay? Can we not have a standard?
Best friend. You can open accounts in over 40 different currencies and it works in over 160 different countries. So this means that you can pay in the local currency. So Wise also has a digital card option so you can protect your card details while you're shopping online. So your digital card has different information to your physical card and it can be frozen after each purchase. So for me as a female traveler, for safety especially, it means I can go out without my physical card. Wise are also offering you your first transfer fee-free up to £500 when you use my link in the description bar below or use the QR code on the screen right now. I do remember when I had my very first brand deal and I got my money received into my old bank and it was way less than I expected. I actually thought the brand underpaid me. So I went to them and they didn't. It just turns out that the bank I had at the time charged me crazy high fees to not only receive money, but to convert the money. And I just always ended up with way less money than I expected. But with
Ooh, Discord sent me this. See? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay? Love it. Love it. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Gorgeous. Love it. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Yes, love it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay? Look how much energy. Look at beautiful. Gorgeous. Fucking love it. Okay? Can we not set a standard? Love a cat. Love a cat. Okay, can we not set a standard? Can we not set a standard? Beautiful. And look, you might have a conservative who's like, I don't like those aliens. They're creepy looking. You shut your mouth. It's beautiful. You might not like the art, but the quality is there. Okay? I don't care if you don't like the picture, the quality is there. I'm talking about quality. Okay? You can argue about like, oh, whether or not this is like pretty. Like, okay, you know this mermaid painting in the back of me? It was inspired by me. I was the model for it. My family saw it and they go, that's not even what you look like. I'm like, first of all, that literally looks like me. It just looks like a different version. And they're like, yeah, but I think you look different than that. It's like, just because you don't like the fact that I'm naked in I'm topless, they're like, I don't like the way that you don't have clothes on. The art is still good. It doesn't matter. The art is still good. Like that's the problem. There is a difference between I don't like it because I think it's offensive and the art being good. I'm just simply talking about quality. The quality is good, okay? Then you can talk about preferences. But this quality is like, this is not quality art. This is just littering. This is littering, okay? This type of tagging graffiti is littering. That's it. Okay? That's what this looks like to me. It looks like you littered in the neighborhood.
With Wise, since I have an account in that currency, I just receive it straight into the account with no hidden fees and no account fees. So with no account fees, why don't you try it for your next trip? You can get started using the link in the description bar below or the QR code on the screen for you right now. Thank you so much for sponsoring this video, Wise. Let's get back to the episode. Buna! Thank you.
I saw this woman. I don't have the TikTok saved, but my partner and I came across this TikTok of a woman who's being like praised for her like cool art collection, her cool jewelry collection. Habibi, it's just trash. No offense. With peace and love, she took trash and tried to make it into fashion, but she literally looked like she was wearing trash. It didn't work. And I was like, no. See, like there is a difference between being crafty and making little to nothing out of making something out of little to nothing. And then there's a difference between people who literally just look like they're decorating themselves in literal trash. And there is a quality to your craftsmanship. Okay. And if you don't know the difference, with peace and love, you might be wearing trash. Like you might literally be like, you know, you can have differences. There can be a discussion. And this is a discussion, by the way, but I'm very passionate about this because it's like quality. I mean, like some of these things that people make into art make me want to vomit because it's like disgusting, but sure.
Bine ați venit!
Thank you! I have for you.
Mulțumesc! Mulțumesc frumos! Mihaela Mincă.
Mihail. Josie. Yes.
Nice to meet you.
You too. Thank you.
This is Mihaela Minka. Alongside her daughters Anna and Cassandra and her daughter-in-law Larissa, they form the family lineage widely
Okay, first of all, love the fashion, love the aesthetic.
Regarded as the most powerful witches
Fashion.
in Europe. Now they are welcoming a new witch into their coven, Kaylandra, Mihaila's granddaughter, who is discovering her magical abilities in a world where anyone can learn the craft. But only those born into a family with
gorgeous
witchcraft in their blood can truly harness all its power.
Transmitting generation to generation. We're sitting like 10 years old next to the mother, to the grandmother, and watch them, how they was performing a ritual, how they say the words. We remember what the mother, the grandmother was doing.
And so it's passing it down.
Yes, if you don't have the gift, you cannot be a witch and a big witch. Your has to come from a witch family as well. Yes, and to have big powers as well.
Okay, so you're also very powerful.
Of course.
Talking to the witches gave me a strong understanding of two key points.
Look at the art in the background. Look at the art. Look at the particular.
So you're also very powerful.
Of course.
Of course. This woman portrait. Oh, hold on. You can't see because I'm in the way. Let me move myself for a second. This woman portrait in the back there, very powerful, very stoic. I love the aesthetic. Gorgeous. Okay.
Talking to the witches gave me a strong understanding of two key points. First, these women truly believe in their powers and their ability to change lives, both positively and negatively. Second, they are powerful, strong women, not only keeping their ancient traditions alive, but thriving in a digital world.
Nu aveau case și trăiau în caravan. The oldest line of the gypsy nomads, that in the past they didn't have a house. The house for them was the caravan, the one with the horses.
Yes.
For centuries, Roma witches have been both feared and revered as keepers of mystical traditions. Originating from the Roma people, their craft combines ancient knowledge passed down through generations with elements borrowed from the cultures they encountered during their migrations. These witches often served as spiritual guides, healers, and protectors within their communities. While their work remains steeped in ancient mysticism, they've become savvy on...
And by the way, first of all, love the aesthetic. Just love living for this aesthetic. I want to say that now we are like having fun. We're learning about the bubble. We're like, ooh, this is interesting. None of us are having the conversation about whether or not we believe in this. But see how we don't have to still be like, ooh, this is interesting. This is cool. But also like cool, like in a far away kind of way. Not a literal sense. Like it's cool. It looks cool. I like it. But like, not like literally. But like, yeah. But like, not like literally. You know what I'm saying? But then we're not on the other side of it. That's like, oh my God, this is demonic and this is so evil. It's like, would you please relax? It's just, it's cool, but it's not like demonic. But is it literally cool, like real? that's another conversation.
Entrepreneurs, blending their craft with modern marketing. However, this visibility has also brought controversy, with critics questioning the ethics of commercialized rituals and the power they hold over vulnerable individuals.
And here is the tarot card.
So these are the things you use to help.
This is the first step that when a person comes and you open the tarot for them.
The biggest crossover of Romani witchcraft culture in the West was seen in the form of fortune tellers. For centuries, gypsy fortune tellers have been providing insights into the future for clients, leading to the popularization of tarot cards and fortune telling in mainstream Western society and culture. But in recent times, this fascination with gypsy magic has shifted into general spiritualism, with interest in crystals and evil eye culture focusing more on aesthetics rather than gypsy magic itself. The solution for modern witches? Social media. This is where I needed to know just what these rituals are and if I could participate in one myself.
I mean, realistically, with enough fashion and the vibes being cool enough, you'll have people wanting to join just because it sounds cool, which is kind of why I liked BDSM, because it was so LARPy. And I love a good LARP, but whether or not I literally believe this stuff is like, yeah, not really though, right? Like, it's so fun to engage with. It's so fun to dress up and do the chants and like engage in stuff, but I don't believe really in it. But I also think like placebo works so well that I do think it has real life repercussions, but maybe not in the way you think. Like, we know what you think about, you bring about. You know that like your thoughts are powerful enough to impact your physical form. Like, our thoughts are so powerful enough, we kill ourselves over them. So we know if you think it, you have to be careful about what you think. You have to be careful about how you show up. Which also goes back to my conversation about quality. How you show up matters. How you think of yourself matters. How you think about your home matters. If you're embarrassed, traumatized about your state of living, if you create something and you feel bad about it, like if you don't feel good, think good about yourself in a real way. Like, this is like the whole reason for the meaning crisis, right? So yeah, like, it's cool as a tool. It's good for like a traditional perspective, but like, do I want to raise children being like, you're a witch and you have magic, any more than I want to say Satan is real and you might go to hell? I don't know. I do know the answer is no for Brittany, but you know.
We send her to come back so that we can start the ritual. It's just crazy. It's just really interesting. Like, so interesting.
Especially after where we just were.
Yeah.
To see like the culture deeper.
Yeah, like seeing the villagers and the people from, you know, the Roma community, and then hearing about this and coming here and actually delving more deeper into it. Yeah, having come from where it was like, you know, living conditions and things like that, to seeing, really diving into the culture, which is what I like to do. So if you'd like to see some more, then you can subscribe and press the like button. If you want. It helps me tell stories like this, so that would really help me out.
As the witches brewed a broth, I shared my story about the chronic back pain I've battled with for over 5 years, a result of an injury that no doctor has been able to fix. I figured if nothing else has worked, why not put my healing in the hands of these powerful women?
We've got a candle in the middle, a pot on the outside. We're setting up some items from around the room next to it as well. This round bowl in the middle, and then we've got all these other trinkets coming around.
See, okay, now in contrast, this doesn't look like trash. Doesn't this look cool and thoughtful and pretty and well put together? But that white lady who owned the store, it just looked like she had trash in her store. Can we not understand the difference between quality and presentation? Okay?
Around from everywhere else, I guess whichever ones are needed for this ritual.
Once we will do the ritual, the first rule is to put the scarf on our head, covered by the scarf.
And what does that mean?
Protection.
Luați-vă de mâini. Ritualul nostru de astăzi, să-ți aducă noroc.
May our ritual from this day to protect you, to help you, and to bring you love.
Focul și apa să rămâi curată, luminată, ca pâinea în căpistere, ca fagura de miere, ca vinul ce este curat, ca argintul cel curat. Amin.
Amin.
Binecuvântare.
Binecuvântarea.
Să rămâi curată, luminată.
Să rămâi curată, luminată. Fie ca puterea magiei. Să-ți lumineze casă, să-ți lumineze cărarea, să-ți lumineze drumul, viața, din sufletul tău, din viața ta și din inima ta.
Amin!
Să-ți ia Dumnezeu și cu bucurie. Fie ca puterea focului, să-ți aducă suflet, să-ți aducă realizare și tot ceea ce îți propui. Doamne, and to remain in your life. I mean, you need to go outside.
Oh my God. That was a lie. That was so so good though. Whoosh, like the whole filming. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun.
So to say that I didn't feel anything would be a lie. Maybe it was the chanting, the togetherness, or maybe it was the fireball that nearly took my eyebrows off. But there was a feeling in that room.
Make our water to splash.
Is it probably the same feeling Catholics feel when they go to mass? Yeah, guys, it is. That's what I'm saying. You think I didn't feel fucking cool being at church sometimes? You really feel like the power of God inside you. And then you just realize like your human beings have a biological experience and it doesn't take much for your brain to convince you there's magic in the room with peace and love.
Your body,
Success, prosperity,
and to be protected,
happiness,
to have
and protection
success
in everything, what you will do and what you will think, and have your dream to have success with it. Amen.
Amen. Lek.
That fire was...
Chad says, I've never had that feeling. You also have to want to have it. It's like anything else. You actually have to want to have it. Like the best BDSM scenes are the ones where you like really go into character. Like you do have to really want to believe it. Like you have to be fully in it. Otherwise you're not going to feel it. So if there's any part of you that's like cynical or whatever else, it's not going to work. You have to let cynicism stay at the door. You have to be just totally in the moment. It's like somebody said, it's like when you're at a concert or it's like when you're at a concert and instead of thinking about how stupid you look dancing, you actually just let go and dance, and then you actually start to feel it. You're like, oh my God. It's like if you're too busy thinking about how you look, you'll never get there. If you're too busy thinking about like, but is this real? You'll never get there. You have to really like give up. You have to surrender. Surrender.
I don't really know if I have words. I just have a feeling. Like, I know I was thinking about like my back and my future, and like I'm getting older. Like there's a lot of thoughts that's been going in my mind recently, and I feel like more positive towards the future. Yeah.
So you felt it?
Yeah, I felt like powerful in the room. Not me, I felt like they were.
I felt the power. How you feel?
Like lighter.
You feel like
Orice ritual mic la noi este o putere mare.
By the way, that's how meditation feels. So when people say, Brittany, I can't meditate, I can't turn off my brain, because you're not giving yourself fully to it. You think you are because you're sitting there in silence, but that's not what meditation is. Meditation is a process of surrender. And learning how to surrender takes time, you know, but it's a practice of surrender. All of it is always a practice of surrender.
Yeah. Pentru că puterea noastră se ridică în momentul ceremoniei.
And you feel that?
Yeah.
How you feel?
I feel as a byproduct of your power. I feel like there's power in the room. I feel overwhelmed.
Did you feel also like you are like fire?
Yeah.
This is a good sign.
Yeah.
Roma witches walk a tightrope between the light and the dark of their magic, balancing rituals meant to heal, protect, and bring love to those that curse, destroy, and seek revenge. This balance of good and bad has made them both revered and feared, as their power lies not in just what they do, but in their willingness to confront every aspect of human emotion and need.
Because a powerful witch can do both black magic and white magic.
So it's you
and
call it
good
white
and bad. Yes.
Okay, so it's white and black and good and bad.
Each person
are puterea
has
în limita darului pe care l-a primit.
and the limit of the gift that she received.
Dar în toată lumea sunt vrăjitoare.
But of course, witches exist and is all around the world.
Benefică decât magia mea. Pentru că la noi este natural.
Because to us, everything is natural.
Larissa had something special to show me, her mother-in-law's passion project, the first school of witchcraft in the country, where potential witches from all over can come to connect and learn, empowering women and promoting the economic advancement of Roma culture and heritage.
This is the first school.
Also, I just want to say something because I'm thinking about it now. Every time you allow mediocre men to believe that the things they create are earth-shattering, you lose the chance of ever uplifting real artists and good creatives. Because remember that the tool of patriarchy is to reward mediocre men into thinking the things they create are like the best things anyone's ever seen. But guys, it's just a banana against a white frame. Okay, like, I know you think I'm probably like criticizing something you're really passionate about, or, oh my God, when Brittany talks, I think she's thinking about my thing. But remember, I'm also thinking of all the bullshit shit we've been pushed and sold and told this is good quality, and it's not. You know it's not good quality, okay? Same goes for your art, same goes for your refrigerators, same goes for your cars, same goes for your the toys you buy your kids. Quality is quality is quality. How you judge that quality is up to you. But I do think there should be a standard, and the standard uplifts community, doesn't bring it down. If the community, like, you know, again, like, you don't want people living in bad neighborhoods. Why? Why do we care about infrastructure quality? Why? Not only because of safety issues, but the way we feel about our neighborhoods changes our relationship with our neighborhoods. Kids don't deserve to grow up in neighborhoods that are considered trashy. We deserve to raise our kids in neighborhoods that are considered nice. And yes, no matter how good the world is, the world will always convince itself some people are lowly and some people are less off than others. But we know that some people are being raised in communities that like don't deserve to be raised like this. You deserve infrastructure that looks nice, the world that looks nice, clothes that look nice. And yes, that is different than conservative people judging you because they think it's too out there or related to Satanism or something. Ignore those people. I'm talking about quality of material, quality of life, quality of how you feel, quality hair products, quality everything. You know the difference between a quality wig and a non-quality wig? Hello? Do we not deserve quality wigs? You ever been to Party City and bought a $5 wig? Not quality. Okay? Everyone deserves quality. Now, the quality doesn't have to be the most outrageous quality, but there is a threshold, a default of at least this good. At least this good.
Witchcraft that will be open soon, and everything will be about tradition. In the past, the old gypsy namaz, all our culture and tradition, what we will have, it will be here.
However, the project has faced challenges, with delays in construction since its inception in 2011. But despite this, Mihaela remains committed to creating a space that serves both as an educational institution and a museum dedicated to Roma witchcraft. The school, when ready, will rehabilitate and celebrate Roma traditions, offering a path to education.
See how this is her life? Like, your life can be so many things. Remember, because we're online, we're thinking about YouTubers dedicating their life to like activism or something else. But in local communities, this is someone's whole life. This woman's whole life is witchcraft, Roma witchcraft, history of Roma people. Like, this is her life. The question is like, what is yours? Like, what are you dedicating your life to? What is the thing you wake up every day and think about? What is the part of like, you know, it's interesting that this is her life. And it's just as important as anybody else's. But you know, when she's not doing this, she can't be doing other things either. You know, she's not traveling. She's not a boss babe. She's not out there making like a company that's going to get on Forbes. She's there dedicating her life to tradition and community, which you can argue which one is better than the other. But the point is like, this is what she's doing with her life. This is her bubble, you know?
Education and empowerment in a community that has historically faced high rates of illiteracy and poverty, something I've encountered personally in my visit to the segregated.
Okay, so once again, when we talk about quality homes, why is poverty bad? Because it disadvantages people. It's disenfranchises, you know what I'm trying to say? It's bad. It's not good. We don't want people to live in poverty. But why don't we want people to live in poverty? Quality is down. Quality. And that's why I say, like, we can't have on one side of our conversations, this conversation about quality living, and this other side of our conversations, an inability to notice that there's a lack of quality in like how people are existing when it comes to even things like their hobbies. You know what I mean? Like, again, everyone's having a different conversation with all of this. Like, but I think I just believe people deserve quality. I think I'm always going to want to believe that. Because what world would I live in where I think people don't deserve to have quality? Like, what is isn't that just the world we live in now?
Roma enclaves in Eastern Europe. So who are the clients of the most powerful witches in Europe? Mihaela's clients come from all walks of life, ranging from locals seeking love or protection to international figures looking for guidance or power, including politicians. She's even used her craft for activism, famously staging protests.
Okay, there you go.
And casting public rituals against political corruption and injustice, even influencing real-world political outcomes in Romania.
Even who make corruption and steal from the Romanian community, for them to go to the jail, to go to the hospital, and to leave the political world.
As always with Mihaela, the full picture is full of mystery.
We work for presidents of the world.
Pentru guvernatori.
For government people.
Dar numele lor este strict confidențial.
But of course, their situation, their name will remain confidential.
And just as I thought it was over, as the sun set, the most powerful witches in Europe were only halfway through their work. It was time to participate in a nighttime ritual to protect myself, bring success, and set me on a path for peace and prosperity.
Keep away the spirits, the demons.
Avem puterea care datează de 4 generații.
Here we have the power of the 4th generation that will help us in each ritual that we use it.
Putere din putere,
putere din putere,
magie din magie,
magie din magie,
și liniște. protecția și protecția. The circle of the witches. To bring luck. Protecția.
Protection.
Magia.
Magic.
I didn't throw the flowers. I burned the flowers.
Amin.
Now this flower is burned. Like the spirit. All of the spirit. Spiritele și duhurile și toate duhurile să se ducă.
To burn.
To burn.
Now. To be destroyed.
To be destroyed.
Never to come back in my life.
Never to come back in my life.
All the bad to remain here.
All the bad to remain here.
To remain clean and illuminated.
To remain clean and illuminated.
Amin.
Amin.
Să fie curățit și cu bucurie, cu noroc și cu apărare pentru tot restul vieții.
Să-ți aducă binecuvântare.
Our rituals to bring you bless, success, protection.
The most powerful witches from Europe.
After my time with Europe's most powerful witches, I realised that their power isn't just in the spells they cast or the rituals they perform. It's in their resilience and their connection to an ancient lineage and their determination to keep their traditions alive in a world that often forgets its past. Oh my god, that was intense.
Yeah, it was.
Wait. Chat Discord said it's like church. So I will say, okay, a lot of people will say like, oh, Catholics seem lame and da-da-da-da. Not Catholic Church is not this exciting, but at least not the Catholic Church I went to. But it is still beautiful and ritualistic. And this is the same feeling I get, which is why sometimes like you can kind of miss the vibe of a good Catholic church because the fashion is fashioning, the smells are smelling, the vibes are vibing. But I think that's the problem is like people will say like, again, I think I can really love these bubbles, but never want to believe in them or / never even think they're like exactly good to keep necessarily. Like that's what's kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like I don't even, that's the difference is like, it's fun for an experience, but is it fun for something that do we want to keep it alive? Is this what we want to keep alive in the world? Because again, it goes back to like, why do I dislike when people are like, oh, I love Jesus as an idea? You mean a guy who just went around saying he was the son of God and shit? Why? You know, and this is always the difference is like, you do you, but like, you know, if people were like, again, I think this is where atheists can have a problem too, where it's like, I don't want to promote this. This isn't real. I don't care if it's real or not. You do you. I'm not going to stop you. But also like, yeah, like, do I think it's like the best? I don't know. I guess it depends, right? You know, Chet says yes, because if you can keep BDSM alive, why not this? Because BDSM isn't real and it never said it was. BDSM isn't claiming to be real. Like, it's not claiming to have like magical components or energy or an ability to curse people. It's like, is it ethical to tell your children they can curse people? You know what I mean? Like, is it ethical to raise children to believe like you can cast spells on people? I don't know. You know what I mean? Chat says, if this is like church, do you think these are their church clothes? Do they usually dress like this? I assume this is their church clothes or their ritual clothes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but it's cool. Like I said, it's cool, but if we get literal with it, it's very interesting to like, how are we raising children to think like what is accurate, what isn't real? Like if your kids come to you and say, is Santa Claus real? Like I do think it is borderline abusive to convince your kid Santa is real. I do. I'm one of those people. You might disagree. You feel like Santa is the magic. Santa's the whole point of Christmas. But I think it's really fucked up to like literally convince your kid Santa is real. It's one thing for you to joke about Santa or the Tooth Fairy and for your kids to have fun with the magic. And another thing for your kid to literally have to go through a midlife crisis realizing Santa is not real. You know what I mean?
That was crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, quick.
I feel the power. I feel overwhelmed.
Să nu uite că avem toți aceeași inimă, suntem oameni la fel ca și ei și avem un singur Dumnezeu.
I'll keep this on me.
So she said, we're all people and we all have the same God.
La fel
we're
ca
all
și
humans.
Ei și avem un singur Dumnezeu.
And we have just one God.
I'll keep this on me.
All the person needs to know that even we are witches, we are also normal people, and we are here to help you, to give you our services, and then finally you to be happy. Bless to you all.
Amen.
What struck with me the most wasn't just their magic, but it was their strength.
Like they have crosses and stuff in the background and they're saying amen. Are they like Christian witches?
As women, they've taken something sacred and made it thrive in the modern world, balancing the weight of history with the opportunities of today. Spending time with Mihaela and her family, and even young Kaylandra, I saw a bond that goes beyond words. A love for their craft, their culture, and most importantly, each other.
Thank
Lovely to meet you.
Thank
See
you
you later.
so much. And blessed to you on your journey.
Thank you.
you.
I'm
Goodbye.
blessed to be with you. See you next time.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Whether it's magic, belief, or something in between, I'm walking away with more than just an experience. I've gained a deeper understanding of what connects us all. Over the last 2 videos, I've explored Roma culture, both through the people and their place in modern society, and through Mihaela and
Okay, at the beginning, they said their practices also include elements of Christianity. Okay, thank you.
your family, who share their ancient traditions with me. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's this. No matter where we're from or what we believe in, we all crave the same things. Love, connection, success, and family. And
True.
through strong, remarkable women
True.
like Mihaela, they are alive and thriving.
I believe that too. Yeah, I think like ultimately human beings do want the same thing cross culture. And I think that's why it's always interesting what methods we choose to get it. I'll link this in the chat, which is why consistency, community, and structure are the 3 things we need as people, which is why we go towards community, especially when there's uniforms. We love a uniform. Girl, we love a uniform. We love a dress code. We love a dress code. And so like it gets you even more excited, like, ooh, there's a dress code and you look a certain way. And then, you know, it even signals certain things too, like status or hierarchy or, you know, how much you know about what. And so I think all of this stuff is so fascinating. Yeah. Okay. That was as good as I thought it was going to be. I think all of that stuff is so interesting. Again, I think it is so interesting, but I don't really like buy into it, you know, but I think it's like, that's not the point. Again, I'm happy for everyone to live in a world where they're as diverse as they want. But again, is your goal to find out what's actually true? Is your goal just to have an experience? Is your goal to actually just find a comfortable bubble to be in? Is your goal? It all depends on the person's goal. My goal is not to find a bubble to be comfortable in. My goal is to find out what's like as true as possible before I die, and then to accept whatever I can't figure out. But if I become a part of a bubble enough to become stagnant in the rules of that bubble, claiming to have like the reality, then I'm not going to be able to deconstruct any further. Because again, to deconstruct is to pull apart, to understand the details of. And so, you know, if you're a witch in this bubble, then the question is like, who God, what magic, where does it come from? You have to do the same deconstruction you do it with patriarchal religions, right? So again, it's cool. But if you think this is cool, I assume you also think Catholicism and Islam is cool, which it could be cool. It is kind of cool, but it's also kind of like, I'm good though. Like it is, there's something about it that's cool, but also, you know what I mean? But also. Okay. Let's take a 2-second break. And then when we come back, we'll watch these next videos I have planned for us. Okay. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Go ahead and pause music in 1, 2, 3. Big pause. All right. I'm very excited about this next video. Let's check in with the thought spot, Irene. Ways I can tell someone's autistic, including high maskers. Put it at 1.25. I'm so excited for this. We haven't done an autistic or autism video in a week or so, I guess. Technically we did I'm autistic now, a week ago? But we haven't really talked about autism in a second, I feel like. Okay, let's see.
Is there a way to tell when someone's autistic or not? Let's talk about that. So as someone that spent the past many years of my life working with autistic folk of all different age, all different backgrounds, gender, support needs, levels, all of that kind of stuff, I feel like I've been able to hone in on a lot of objective characteristics that to me indicate when someone is autistic or not. And it's gotten to a point where it's so precise and succinct that even when I'm out interacting with strangers or people, I could very quickly tell when someone's autistic or not. And when I say that, I am not that type of a person that will go around just diagnosing everyone and calling them autistic just because they're a little bit socially anxious, maybe have sensory sensitivities, maybe have specific rigid behavior patterns. I don't use autism as an adjective the way that a lot of folks are doing nowadays. I just want to make that clear that when I notice someone is autistic, it is actually through detailed observation of that person and being able to identify not just one of these traits that I will talk about today, but actually the existence of many of these traits, if not all of them, at the same time with this person. And these traits existing all at once.
You know what's so crazy? I can't remember when Irene and I officially became friends. I can't remember when we started talking for real. I'm going to have to tell her about this. We're going to catch up soon. But she was incredibly important on my autism journey, incredibly, behind the scenes. She was helping me and just giving me input and stuff. And now I can't remember what started that. I remember somebody linked me a video of hers and said, Britt, this girl mentioned you in a video. And I remember that. And then a year went by or something like that. And then all of a sudden, now I don't even remember. I'll have to ask her when I talk next. But she was definitely important on my own journey.
Is indication to me that this person's autistic. And that's something I really want to highlight before I get into these traits, is that when I tell someone I think you're autistic, or I tell someone else I think that person's autistic, it's something that I have spent a lot of...
When I tell people that, I think that's autism, I mean it literally. I'm not just saying for funsies. I mean hey, I think you might be autistic. And that's I'm not saying I'm diagnosing you. I'm saying I think you might be, which is a very interesting, and that's what people came to me with hey, Britt, I think you might be autistic. And I'm no, no. And then obviously now I've been diagnosed. So I'm oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It's that feeling, right? Mosina, welcome to memberships.
Time, energy, effort into observing in this person. And it's not a conclusion I arrive at lightly. And I want to be so clear with that, because nowadays I feel like people have gotten really comfortable using autism as an adjective almost. If they're a little bit different socially, they have social anxiety, they'll say things like, I have a little bit of autism, And I'm not going to say that's good or bad, at least in this video. If that's something you're interested in, maybe I'll make another video talking about that topic and how I feel about it. But to me, because I've spent so many years working with autistic folks of all different support needs, including high support needs, I do think it's a serious thing when you see someone's autistic, when you claim someone's autistic. And I don't do that lightly. Trust me, you guys, I don't do that lightly. I really don't. But I do think it's important to be objective when you observe enough autistic traits in a person to be able to point it out. And that's the thing, is on the surface, I think.
But that's okay. This is so fun. Irene is so funny, because that is exactly what I'm trying to communicate when I'm but how do we know it's true? I want to know what you are. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what makes this thing. And then we can act accordingly, right? Because why are you doing this? There's always a why we do everything that we do. The question is why. Now, people literally will just casually be oh, I guess I do that from childhood trauma. But do you do that from childhood trauma? Because if so, we can change that, or we can do something about it, or we can have a conversation around it, or there's things I discover all the time about myself where I'm what is that? And then I have to deconstruct it, pull it apart, try to look for the details and be oh shit, I think this is because of XYZ. And that makes so much sense. And again, it's always so we can be a little less bad every day, or a little bit more helpful to ourselves, or a little bit more communicative. But again, we're not saying it as an excuse. We're saying it as an explanation so we can then better ourselves in ways that are helpful, so we can humanize and have compassion for ourselves as well.
I think a lot of people can see me when I point an autistic person out. They think, oh, Irene thinks everyone's autistic, when in reality, I don't. You're either autistic or not. Not everyone's autistic, but there are autistic people out there that haven't been diagnosed and people wouldn't think they're autistic. And I think it's important for me to point out when someone is objectively autistic, and I could write a whole essay about why they're autistic and all of their autistic traits if someone asked me to, because that's what it took for me to arrive to that conclusion. And so on today's video, I just wrote down some of these characteristics and traits that I notice in people that help indicate to me whether or not this person I'm interacting with is autistic. And I think it'll be really interesting for some of you to, learn about, because oftentimes the DSM-5 is just a very general list of 5 or 6 different autistic traits, like having a social deficit, having rigidity, black and white thinking, sensory sensitivity.
And then people punish you for it, which is the difference too. I don't want to punish you for it. I want to expand upon it. So if somebody says like, oh, I'm autistic, that's why I have black and white thinking. Oh, okay, cool. So let's get to what we need to get to with that in mind, versus, oh, I think this is your black and white thinking. This is your autism. Like, because autistic people can have opinions. You can't be like, oh, you can't have this opinion. It must be your autism. Same with BPD. Oh, like this is your BPD talking. No, this is my opinion. If it was my BPD, it would probably sound like I wouldn't be able to back it up. Or even if I backed it up, it wouldn't quite be like the full truth. Like sometimes when my partner and I talk, it's such a safe space when my friends and I talk. And I say, I hear you. And though I think that in your mind, that's the answer, I think that's not the full answer. Can we dive a little deeper? And then in a safe space, I can go, you're right, let me dive a little deeper. Is that the reason I think that? Is that the reason this? And then we can have a conversation that's lengthy, but it really helps us get down to like, is this why? Because like the first answer you always think is the simple one. Oh, that's your autism. Like, yes, this might be my autism, but also what is this? Like, what is this thing? And like, is this why I think this? And like, is this here? And then that's the part that I really like to lead my life with. Like, is this that thing? A lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people just say, this is why you're doing that thing. And it's like, it's so superficial, the thinking.
And it's like, okay, but what does that mean? How does this actually look like in normal people? What are the different ways that this can present? And so hopefully today's video and these characteristics I'm going to go through will help you better understand in what specific ways do those autistic traits present, and how it might look like in you or someone you know when these different attributes exist.
Oh, how about this? Chet says a diagnosis is a tool. If you're autistic, but the label doesn't serve you on your own personal journey, then the autism doesn't matter. I would caution people from remembering that they also impact the people around them, though. So like a label might not matter to you, but it might matter to your family and friends that are struggling to understand you deeply. So remember, our diagnoses aren't just for us. They're also for our family and friends. Just a thought.
Exist at the same time within an individual.
It's not that hard. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's easy.
But with that being said, y'all, let's just get into it. One of the main things that I look out for when I notice someone is autistic is their conversational style. So I've come to notice that autistic folk tend to have one-sided conversations, and this could play out in 2 different ways. So someone can have a more selfish one-sided conversation and a more selfless one-sided conversation. The reason why I find autistic folks tend to have one-sided conversation is because we struggle with social context, and this is part of the social deficit, right? We oftentimes don't know how to flow appropriately in conversation, and so it will come across as very unbalanced. Like we're either talking about ourselves too much and referencing our own life and our own experiences too much, and we don't know how to ask other people about their life, or we're overcompensating for the autistic traits and the social deficits, and we want to make the conversation all about the other person so that they don't think we're selfish. But either way, it becomes lopsided. It's either all about you or all about the other person, and we don't know how to flow in a more even way of like back and forth. Does that make sense? And so usually the selfless conversers are high masking and the selfish conversers are not masking. And so let me explain what this looks like in these 2 different type of conversationalists. I hope that's a word. Oftentimes when someone is more selfish in their one-sided conversation, that could look like someone who relates everything another person is saying to themselves and their own experience. Let's say someone goes up to an autistic person and they're like, oh my God, I just had the worst day ever. The kid at work threw up everywhere and I had to clean it up. And then my coworker didn't show up, so I had to, do her workload and my workload, and everything was just going wrong and I'm just exhausted. And then the autistic person might respond with, oh yeah, that reminds me of that one time where I showed up to work and the oven broke, and then we had to bake a bunch of different bread, but the oven wasn't working. And so we had to bring out this other old oven, and then it just wasn't cooking the bread right. And then everything was just going wrong. And I was so overwhelmed, and oh God, it's so hard. And then the person who brought up the initial topic would be like, yo, so you're just going to completely ignore what I just shared and that I'm having a hard day, and you made it about yourself? You're selfish. Like, why is everything always going back to you and you make everything about you? You see how that plays out? When in reality, that autistic person brought up that story in order to relate to the person. It's basically their way of saying, I know what it feels like to have a hard day, and we could share that lived experience together and not feel so alone. The second autist, right?
Okay, wait, pause. Chat said, thank you for that, because I think my little cousin is undiagnosed and she doesn't struggle, but a lot of us struggle with her at times. Yeah, I think there's a lot that plays into that, right? That I think is important. I think sometimes I saw a video that said, if you're cheap, that will impact your family. If you're frugal, that will impact only yourself. I don't know if that's always true, but I think we almost like to think that nothing we do impacts other people, when in reality, like, everything we do impacts other people. It's just a matter of, like, is it positive, negative, or neutral? Because even neutrally impacting, I think, like, is something, even though it sounds like it's nothing. But I think there's something to be said about the way we influence, exist, show up. And I think it comes in all shapes and sizes. And it's not that neurotypical people don't also impact. It's just like how. So again, like, you meet one autistic person, you met one autistic person, you meet one neurotypical person, you meet one neurotypical person. And yet, generally, or in some category of person, we can say this descriptor, this category of person reminds me of all of these people I know, and people who communicate like XYZ. Like, when I read and I talk, genuinely, we usually have notebooks out. Not all my friends and I do that, but for whatever reason, when Irene and I have convos in private, we usually have a notebook ready, because both of us will go on for like 5, maybe a long time. And then we'll just be like, we take notes while we talk, so we don't forget what to say. And because we have all these thoughts while you're talking. And so we just take notes. And then, let's say Irene finishes and I go, okay, so first you said this, totally. And then you said this, and then I said, oh, this. And then vice versa. Like, she'll take notes while I'm talking. And she's the one who started this, by the way. I noticed she was taking, I was like, oh, can we take notes? Because is that rude? Can we take notes? She goes, take notes. And so we started taking notes, and it became a lot easier to have the conversation. With some of our friends, everyone's going to have a different relationship with how they communicate. But for some people, that might be offensive. Like, why are you taking down notes while I'm talking? You're not really listening to me if you're taking down notes. But the thing is like, if you talk for a long enough time, I won't remember what you said. So in order to stay a good listener, I also have to remember what you said, unless you want to stop talking every 2 sentences so we can talk about that sentence. So it's like, you're trying to be a good listener, but also, you know what I mean? It's like that thing. That's the conversation that I think is like hard to have with people, which is like, hey, why are you using a notebook? Oh, I'm autistic and it's just helpful to learn. Or this is just good for my brain and I'm neurotypical. But sometimes the explanation can help people feel less defensive,
High masking one is aware that people perceive this first autist as selfish.
Wow, dude. Bravo. You blew it. This is an absolute disgrace. All you had to do was never fuck up ever. Is that so much to ask? We gotta limit our exposure on this. You're no longer safe. We have to leave town, establish a new identity. God, your loved ones must be so disappointed. Along with your parents, they're disowning you. Deservedly so. Consider the pooch screwed.
And so when you're a high masking autist, you try to overcompensate for coming across as selfish by making every interaction and conversation about the other person all the time.
The flogging has only just begun. You know the chokey from Matilda? You're going in there. We gotta ruminate on this, like forever. These are healthy and realistic expectations. With my help, we'll make you perfect. Then no one can hurt us ever again.
So what that looks like is constantly asking people questions about how they're doing, how they feel, like everything is about them. And so whenever you're talking to someone, it's like, oh, how was your day? And then they share. And you're like, oh, that must be hard. what do you think you're going to do about that? And then they share. And then before you know it, hours pass and you're like exhausted because you didn't talk about yourself. The other person knows nothing about you. It's all about them. And the thing is like this sort of autist creates an uneven dynamic, even if the other person would actually not mind talking about you too. But because you are always asking questions, you don't give another person opportunity to ask about you or be curious about you. You know what I'm saying? And so it could feel very uneven, like you're constantly the one giving and giving and giving. Another way that this can look like and come across is being the person that always digests other people's information and you're constantly understanding them and why they're doing what they're doing and how they feel.
That's so fair. Honestly, that's so fair. That's so fair. Yeah. Oh, you slept in today? Yeah. Well, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Fair.
But the other person has no idea what you're going through or how you feel or anything about you. So this sort of autist will say a lot of things like, oh, that makes sense. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I see. Or, okay, that's fair. But not have anything to say back about like yourself or how you may relate or what you think. And so the uneven conversation happens with you're constantly receiving everything from the other person and digesting it, but you're not giving them anything to digest from you. Does that make sense? And so it looks like either you're doing all the work for the other person or you're the only one digesting information for them, but they're never ever digesting what you have to give to them or supporting you because you remove yourself completely from that equation just so you could come across as not selfish. Basically, when I see someone only able to have one-sided conversations, whether that's selfishly or selflessly, that's usually a good indication to me that this person's autistic. They don't really have a good idea of how to have even conversation and a reciprocal relationship with other people because part of the social deficit is not knowing what's right or wrong. And so it's easier to just either be unmasked and do whatever you need to do, be misperceived as selfish, whatever, or overcompensate by trying to come across as nice because you want to be nice, but you sacrifice yourself and your needs in that process because you don't.
Maybe that's the big difference too. I don't know if neurotypical people are sacrificing or it's at the expense of, and maybe that's why a lot of autistic people have that universal experience of like being the advice friend or like having strangers tell you their whole life story. And you're just like, what about me says, talk to me. But yet here you are and people are like literally like vomiting their whole, like, maybe that's what it is. Or like if you're the quiet friend, like quietness makes people want to talk to you too. And then quietness makes people feel like you're validating them or see them. Or you're also the enthusiastic listener and confirmer. Like, yes, oh my gosh, yes, like validate. I do that, which is also bad in many ways. Like in ways it's needed, in other ways it's not. I also think like even if you're neurotypical and being raised neurotypical, like the way you're raised to socialize can just be like a disadvantage or an advantage, period, depending on like what you think is like ethically correct or good. Like if you have a friend who's very like private or doesn't ask a lot of invasive questions, they're also missing an opportunity to know their friends on a deeper level because they're waiting for their friends to volunteer, but maybe their friends don't want to volunteer because they don't want to feel rude and they need the invitation. But then you have some people that just like talk, which is why like if I'm around a person who's like taking over a conversation, which, okay, I dated a person like this once, where like they would just take over the conversation and they'd be very loud and like they often couldn't tell they were being very loud, which I totally understand, neurodivergently speaking. And like it was like nobody could get a word in and I'd have to be like, hey, you're not letting anybody talk. And they're like, well, I'm just sharing and nobody else is talking. So I'm trying to talk so other people talk. I was like, right. But because you never take a breather, you don't actually allow other people to talk. You have to breathe. And like, that's the thing is like you've been in those conversations where like and it happens innocently too. Sometimes it happens on my Discord where like people will be talking and I'm like, take a breath because people got to get in. You got to give people a chance to say something, which is why sometimes on the Discord we'll sit in silence for just a bit. I'm like, okay, I'm giving you a chance, say something, because you have to sometimes actively tell people this is your chance, say something, because they might not know, like, is this it? Is this it? Do I do it now? No one's been talking. Now it's been quiet for too long. Now I can't talk. Well, now if I talk, I've ruined the silence. And it's like, sometimes social situations, you just have to give people permission to both stay silent and to speak up. And like, when you're not aware of those things, then it's annoying. But then if you're always the person who's aware of it, then you're exacerbating all these fucking spoons, constantly being aware. Did you get a chance to talk? Hey, did you get a chance to talk? hey, do you need to be like, hey, I think you're trying to talk too, right? Which, by the way, on my Discord is my job because it's, you know, but in your private life, in your social life, especially if you're like, kind of a big sister or like firstborn energy, you might end up being that friend who it is your joyful role and it is your over exhaustive role too. So it's about balance as well, right? Like, hey, this person hasn't gotten a chance to talk. Be quiet. Let them speak. And that's like maybe sibling energy. Maybe with your siblings, you'd be like, shut up. They haven't even had a chance to speak. And then this person goes, or like, hey, you haven't given them a chance to say something. Like that might be the dynamic, or maybe it's always, again, it's always very specific to the dynamic. I'll tell you that much, right? What else did she say? Hold on. See, I should have taken notes.
I don't know how else to show up without being accused of being selfish.
Oh, and then I do think there's a difference in how people hear the tonality of you sharing. So that's why even on stream, I'll say like, oh, I'm sharing this. Because in my earlier days on YouTube, people would say, Brittany always makes everything about herself. Why is Brittany watching a video and then makes it about herself? So now I say, guys, just like I'm just autistically sharing to like see, like to make it like relatable. And so you understand how I relate to this because that's how I learn. It's now I have an answer for that. Because I knew I wasn't being selfish. I knew I wasn't actually just trying to talk about myself. But I didn't know why I was doing it, except that it made sense to my brain because like I'm problem solving, right? Like I'm problem solving. But now that I'm autistic or know that I'm autistic, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just explain that thing. Now, fun fact. I was watching this video and this guy's like, over-explaining is a sign of weakness. And when you over-explain, it makes people doubt you even more. And I'm like, well, fuck, you know? Like over-explaining is like what makes neurodivergency so fucking annoying, but also necessary. But also maybe that's the thing is like, maybe neurodivergent people want so deeply to be understood that we over-explain in order to be understood, which makes us misunderstood because then other people don't over-explain to the same extent. They just literally go on their life either internalizing this thing but never trying to fix it, or they just like go like, fuck it, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say and it is what it is. You know, like maybe it's like a balance of both things.
I'm feeling normal and good right now. Not crazy and not horrible.
So another way I could tell someone's autistic is observing how they respond to my tangents or my random information dumps. I feel like a lot of neurotypical or appropriate conversations is small talk, and there's a specific flow in which small talk usually plays out. And so for me as an unmasked autistic, there's certain moments where I will abruptly shift from a certain small talk into something completely unrelated. So I could start off talking about—
Okay, wait. Chad said it took me so long to stop over-explaining, but I started over-explaining from trauma, but hear me out. Then here's some feedback I get back from people. Brittany, when you say this thing, like I feel like I just need a couple more words for you to explain it. Or even my partner will say, I just heard you say this thing. And though that makes sense to my brain, it's so easily misinterpretable. Like people can misinterpret that so easy. You just need to add 2 or 3 more words to make it completely digestible. And I'm like, well, what are the 2 or 3 words? And he's like, see, that's the autism. And I was like, see, that's the, well, how am I supposed to know what the words are? He's like, if you just add in these 3 words, and I'm like, okay, and I have noticed it. I've noticed that if you just add in a couple of caveats, not too many, but just 1 or 2 caveats, everything now makes sense for a person's brain. But then even when, you know what I mean? It's like never going to be perfect, but also, and that's what I'm learning to do as a communicator is like, what are the 2 or 3 words I need to figure out to make it extra clear?
Oh, how was your week? How are you feeling? And then we might get into it a little bit. And all of a sudden I shift gears into, did you know that cows could be really, really good swimmers? Or I could shift into, have you ever thought about what it would be like to open a doggy daycare, but only for senior dogs?
Sources confirm your vibe was weird. And yes, everyone felt it.
If the person I'm talking to is able to shift gears with me without feeling thrown off, or they aren't judging me, if anything, I could see a glimmer in their eyes. So they're responding to me almost with relief, like, oh my God, they're excited about this topic, right? That's usually an indication to me that they're neurodivergent or autistic, because even if this—
Okay. So here's what happens. You have 2 neurodivergents and a neurotypical. The neurotypical and the neurodivergent are hanging out. The second neurodivergent walks into the room and just starts a conversation. Do you guys know cows are really good swimmers? The neurodivergent person goes, really? Tell me more about that. The neurotypical person is thinking, what the fuck, bro? Why'd you just come into our conversation and start explaining why cows are good swimmers? And this creates the disconnect. I've had this social dynamic happen to me, and I realized as the third person in, like the kind of the oddball, like, oh, this is why it seems rude. Because it really does feel like you just came in and interrupted the flow of the 2-person conversation and made it a 3-person conversation. But you led with no, hey, are you guys busy? Can I interrupt? Can I say something? You just went into it. But if I was in a group of neurodivergents and somebody did that, we'd almost likely pretty easily pivot to, Like we'd all be like, we'd be talking. Oh my God, yeah. And then somebody'd be like, guys, do you know like cows are good swimmers? You'd be like, oh shit, no, really? Tell me more about that. Like, I have noticed that like my neurodivergent friends just are they're just better at like switching topics very quickly, which is so funny because doesn't it feel more like a social deficit to not be able to switch topics easily? But no, it's like we have the social deficit because we didn't read the room before we switched topics. But then I'm sitting here like, can't you like adapt quickly? And then it's kind of funny. Like, it's kind of weird. Like really, which one is the deficit? I don't know,
Person is masked, right? I feel like there's always some sort of relief when I bring up some sort of random topic that is actually interesting for us to chew on and talk about and not have to go through the trouble of transitioning from how you're...
Which is why, I gotta rewind this, I'm missing it. Which is why debate, I think, attracts a lot of neurodivergent people. Because funny enough, we're pretty good at like quickly pivoting. So far, if we're debating a person and they're like, do you think abortion is killing babies? Like, define a baby. And it's like, so you do think it's killing a baby. It's like, well, define a baby. It's like, you can switch and be like, well, what do you think about like, the amount of Black children that have been killed from abortion? It's like, oh, now you're switching it and making it about race. Well, what do you think about like systematic racism? It's like your ability to like pivot along with the conversation is, I think, why neurodivergents are so attracted to debate spaces, because it makes sense. Our brains can follow it. Like we don't get lost. You know what I mean? But other people get really lost. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to rewind this. I kind of missed the beginning.
Oh my God. They're excited about this topic, right? That's usually an indication to me that they're neurodivergent or autistic, because even if this person is masked, right? I feel like there's always some sort of relief when I bring up some sort of random topic that is actually interesting for us to chew on and talk about and not have to go through the trouble of transitioning from how your week was to a senior doggy daycare concept. It's just, let's just shift gears. Let's jump into this thing and start talking about it. If I start to see that we could flow from all different topics without judgment, and it's just energizing and we could keep going and going and going, and it's so fun and entertaining, and we could technically not know anything about each other because we didn't talk about it.
This is why I feel though that my whole family is neurodivergent, because all of us do this. All of us as a family do this constantly. And I told my partner yesterday, I was like, yeah, either my whole family is gay, neurodivergent, or I'm just like deeply confused about our dynamics. Because like if you look at my family growing up, this was all of our family conversations. Now it could be because there's a lot of people and we're all trying to get our voice in, but also like our ability. My mom, we will go like 3 weeks without talking, and then my mom will call me. She'll be like, so anyways, like I was saying, I'm at Winco, and I'm like, and I know exactly what she's referencing. She's referencing the conversation I had 3 weeks ago with her, but she's not prefacing it with, remember that story I was telling you? She skips all of that introduction and goes straight into, so I'm at Winco, and I'm like, versus with my neurotypical people, I go, remember last time we spoke, I told you about this story, and they go, yeah. I'm like, okay, let me continue it. I give them a heads up of what we're talking about. My mom doesn't do that. She goes straight into the topic. And I'm like, yeah, like that, something about that, is the nuance and the difference. Like it's a very slight difference, but it's a huge difference. So you feeling lost is like what makes it socially awkward. But if you don't feel lost, it's like, oh yeah, you're It's just interesting. Now, if I'm really not interested in a topic and my partner is talking to me about something, let's say that's their like interest, I'll go pause. Why are we talking about this? And I'm losing my train of thought because honestly, bro, I am not interested. So like make this digestible for my brain. Why are we watching this? Why are we listening to this? Why am I interested in this? What am I learning from this? And then that's also a safe thing to say out loud. I love you. I'm not getting this. And they go, okay, listen, I want you to know this because of this, that, this. Or, you know what? You're right. Let me talk to my other friend about this. I love you. I'm like, okay. because I don't know why you're talking to me about it. Like, just because I'm here doesn't mean I'm available for all kinds of conversations. But also just being able to say that in a safe space without it becoming like a fight or an end to our relationship is so important.
Our jobs, our age, or anything about us, but we just explored all these random topics that don't matter, but it's still that interesting and that stimulating for us. That's usually an indication to me that this person's autistic. If they're able to do it, autistic. If they take pleasure in it, they're autistic. If they match me in that and they start bringing up things that don't make sense or don't relate, autistic. And usually, if this person is a masked autistic, what that looks like to me is when I shift gears, there's a sort of rustiness to it where they're like, oh, now we're talking about this. Okay. Oh, now we switch to this. I could see that. But the difference is a non-autistic person would judge me for shifting into these random topics. They would be like, oh, okay, I guess a senior doggy daycare would be cool. There's like a judgment there that I could feel, a sense of like, I don't want to shift gears. I don't know why you're shifting gears, right? Like this unwillingness to talk about what you shifted into. Whereas a masked autistic is like, I'm not used to this, but now that we're here, let's just keep going with it. And usually what that feels like is I'm not practiced, but as we keep going and I'm matching your pace, it starts to feel good and they could take on that flow quicker because that sort of conversational style matches their actual neurology. So even though they don't practice that sort of conversational style, you could tell that it suits them and they prefer it. Does that make sense? And another...
Wait, Chet says, do you ask in the same tone? Wait, are you asking me that? Do you ask in that same tone? Oh yeah, like well, it depends on the topic. Listen, let me just tell you this. In my private life, I sound 1,000 times meaner than I ever am. Like, if on stream, you know how sometimes people think I'm angry when I'm not? You should hear me when I'm not masking. You should hear me when I'm not even trying to, like, that's why people in my life are like, Brittany, you kind of like make people think they're stupid. And I was like, okay, I'll work on that. But I'm not trying to do that. I just like, why are you talking to me about this? Like, why do I care about this? I just mean it in a very like literal sense. I'm like, my face is doing this mostly because I'm confused, not because I'm judging you, but because my face is like, so yeah, like, I think, you know what I mean? I think that that's what happens, but I do kind of say it in the tone. Yeah. And at the same time, like, again, not with all people. I have really learned like who to be what with. Like, I'm happy to change the way I talk to certain friends of mine so their feelings don't get hurt, right? Like, I'm happy to do that. But with my partner, they know, like, I always tell them, like, I'm talking about me right now. This has nothing to do with you. So when I express this isn't me putting feelings at you. This is me feeling this way here. So can I feel that? And they'll go, yeah, go. And I'm like, okay. And then that allows me to express myself without that person making it about them because they think I'm secretly or passive aggressively trying to tell them something. Right. And so I think a lot of communicating goes into that, but also just believing the person. Like some of the problems I can have with friends is something like, hey, I really want to share this thing about myself with you. But if they don't understand the thing you're sharing, then they have to become the friend you don't share that with. But then they're like, does that mean we can't be as close as before? I was like, no, that means that the way we share will be dependent on how we can communicate. But there's so many other things we could share, right? So like, the thing is like, at the end of the day, communication is going to make you, like, it's going to hurt your feelings because you're learning that you're not perfect and you're learning that you're flawed and you're learning that like you don't always say it right and you don't always do it right. And so you have to like learn to do it better. And so then you have to learn, like, how many relationships, how many friendships become stagnant? How many romantic relationships break up because nobody learned? Because learning is hard. You have to change who you are in order to maintain, but not in a way of losing yourself, but improving upon your communication. So yeah, like, depending on the situation, who I'm with, it's very dependent on the person I'm with. If I'm with my partner, I'm very like, yellow, why are we talking about this? I'm not losing you. Explain it. If I'm with somebody else, I'd be like, I love you. I think I'm lost. Could you like just take me back a second? I'm so sorry. I think my brain's spaced. I'll blame myself. Like I'll put the onus on me because I'm trying not to hurt their feelings. But if it's my partner, they already know it's my brain. So I don't have to caveat with all the, hey, I think I stopped listening because I'm autistic and, you know, my brain thought about something else. And I can just say like, why are we talking about this? You have to explain it to me. So does that make sense? It's really person dependent. Everything is person dependent.
Another way I could tell someone is autistic through conversing with them.
And that's also the difference between masking and unmasking is like everything I do is situationally dependent. So like, you know, the autistic people that don't change no matter what situation they're in. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. I'm not a fan of that. I'm going to need you to read the room. You think you're more authentic, but you're actually just fucking rude. So like also like read the room, you know, so I try my hardest to read the room and I'm not always good at it, but I try really, really hard to read the room because I just think like, I don't want to hurt people's feelings on accident or on purpose.
It's so interesting for me to talk about this out loud.
Also, I don't think you can hurt people's, okay, I'll tell you this, as a YouTuber, I don't think I can hurt your feelings. I can't see you, yeah? So for the record, I don't think I can hurt your feelings. You were just chatters in a thing. I don't know who you are, especially if I haven't had any interaction with you, especially if you're not on my Discord and I've at least heard your voice or maybe even seen a photo. Like if I have no way to see you as anything than a username, I don't believe I can hurt your feelings. But I do think I can hurt real people's feelings in real life that I can touch, smell, see, that the senses are interacting with. And I don't want to accidentally hurt those people's feelings. But if I'm just stating an opinion, I don't think I can hurt your feelings personally. I think you can get your feelings hurt by what I say. Like sometimes I watch a video, I'm like, ooh, that hurt my feelings. But I don't think that YouTuber hurt my feelings because it wasn't directed at me. It was a general statement they made about a thing and it hurt my feelings, but they didn't hurt my feelings. The statement hurt my feelings, right? Which is different. But I, in my real social life, do not want to hurt people's feelings. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm trying to figure out how not to hurt your feelings, but also stay true to myself and also balance this conversation and also do all the things, right?
Is the way that they're processing what I'm saying. I notice that when I'm talking to a non-autistic person, there's always a layer of detachment to it where I'm talking and they're not really paying attention to what I'm saying.
My house almost got robbed yesterday. My whole family could have died. No, yeah. Did you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, I'm not hungry.
Did you hear me?
Because they just...
I'm not hungry.
Did you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, I'm not hungry.
Did you hear me?
Because they just need the general idea of what I'm saying. All they really need is the context. Like, Irene does this for work. Irene is this age. Irene is at this point in her life. And all these
Oh my God, with peace and love, if you ask me what my friends do for a living, fuck if I know. I'm so sorry. Like, this is the part that I think I can be considered a bad friend, but genuinely, like, if people are like, hey, what do you see your friend do for a living? I don't know. Like, they're like, well, what industry are they in? I don't know, something with this, I think. I don't fucking know. Like, I know somewhat of whatever they last told me, but I don't really remember like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, is this important? I don't even know what half my siblings do. Is this important? Like, because what does it even mean what you do for work? I don't know what they're doing at their job on a daily basis. I know what they've told me. And like, even then, I don't even know what that is. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think it's that deep personally. And I also like, why are you even asking me what my friends do for a living? Like, I don't know. How they make money? I don't know. I'm not in my friend's business like that every day. You know, unless somebody has like a 10-year career, then I know what they're doing. But if somebody's switching their jobs up every 3 months with peace and love, bro, I don't know what my friends are doing for a living. You know what I mean?
Their details don't really matter to them. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm talking to non-autistic people, I will go through all of these different details about myself, and I could just tell that they're not fully paying attention because I could be mid-sentence and before I even say anything, they're already like, oh yeah, And you could tell that they're not even really responding to what you're saying. They're just like listening to you talk, but not processing it, if that makes sense. Whereas when I'm talking to an autistic person, I could tell they're paying attention to every single detail about what I'm sharing, and they're observing everything about me. Their eyes are constantly shifting and processing. And I could tell in the way they respond to me because as soon as I finish saying what I'm saying, they respond exactly to what I just shared. So I could tell they...
Well, unless you're with a neurodivergent person who's spacing out because their brain thought another thought and then all of a sudden they're not paying attention to you. But I would say that neurodivergent people, we pay attention differently. So sometimes we have to be fidgeting, or sometimes like we have to be looking at the same spot, or sometimes like even when my partner's talking, I usually pace or like I fidget, and that helps me listen better, or like I look directly at them and I don't look at anywhere else. So then I'm like severe eye contact, Brittany. And then that can feel overwhelming. So I think what it is like we have to do something to listen better. versus some people just have to be there. I have to do something in order to listen. Like I have to lock in, or I have to like focus, or I have to, I have to do something. Like an action is almost associated with my thinking.
Actually paid attention. And I could tell that there's also a part of their brain that's trying to calculate what sort of response they have to give me given the information I just shared. So they're actively trying to calculate, if Irene shared all of these things, does that mean I should respond in this way? It's a sense of like information overload is what it is. When I'm talking to non-autistic people, they seem very disconnected, and that's why the conversation is very...
Okay, wait, but what if it's an autistic thought to think people actually know what people do for a living? Because Chad said, technically, I don't know what my partner does. He's some kind of data analyst and subject matter expert in his field, but no, I don't really know what he does. And we both work from home, LOL. What if it's autistic of us to think we should know what people actually do? What if neurotypicals are just asking like a general question like, hey, what does your partner do? Oh, they're in engineering. Like, are they literally asking me like what their label is and like what they do at work every day? Like, am I going to work with them, bro? You know what I mean? So is it, maybe I'm being autistic to think that I have to know exactly what people are doing. So then I'm like, I don't know what they do. And then people are like, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Chess says, I'm pretty sure they just want the title. I don't know if I could do that. But yeah, like, oh, they're asking for status information. Oh, that's the difference between autism and neurotypicals too. Neurodivergent people ask out of curiosity to get to know a person. Not often neurotypicals will ask because of status. I learned that they ask because they like, when I ask people how much money they make, I'm just curious about how much money they make. When other people ask that, they're asking like if I'm better than you. I forget about that all the time. I forget that. Yeah, I totally forget that that's why people ask. You guys are so right. That always slips my mind. Which is why people are like, Brittany, you can't ask people those questions. I was like, I'm just interested. Because I am actually just interested. Oh my God, that's so funny.
Low stakes for them. They know generally like how to respond to keep the conversation going. In reality, they're not really invested. They don't really care. They're only digesting maybe a fourth of the information, but because they're not autistic, they only need a fourth of the information to survive socially. Whereas when I talk to autistic people, they're processing 100% of the conversation and all these other environmental and sensory details in order to figure out how to be socially appropriate in their responses.
What's up, guys? Hey! What's up, man? How was the trip? What's he doing? Nice, nailed it. What? Shoulder? What the? Sorry. Freak! Shit. Fuck. You see Ben? Sven, what's up, my man? How you doing? What's he doing? What is he doing? What the fuck is this? Fist bump or a dap? Sven, what the fuck? Oh, damn it. Oh, what are we doing? Fist bump?
No, alright.
Are we doing a fist bump or a dap?
That's alright. That's alright.
Nah.
Come back, man.
Maddie!
Hey, secret handshake.
Oh, yeah, right. Let's go.
Missed you, man.
Miss you too. That's a pass. Yeah, thanks, guys. It's an acceptable grade. I'll take it. Whatever. Could have done better, but it's fine.
And so I feel like when I'm talking to an autistic person, they're very attuned to me, is what I noticed. Like everything I'm saying and doing, they're noticing and they're responding to the best of their ability to.
For the record, wait, Chad says, please don't try to dab me up. I will cry. Literally. Okay, so one of the stupidest things is I swear to God, I socially cannot dab anybody up in public. I fumble, my body freezes, and I don't know what to do. I dab my partner up 20 times a day. I'm always like, brother. And like we dab, and then we do like the whole hand thing. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, why can't I do this with other people? Why do I socially freeze? I literally do it all day. What is wrong with me? Is this autism? I literally like freeze when other people do it with me. And I'm like, but I could do it all day. What the fuck?
To how I'm presenting myself and sharing. I think a lot of it has to do with that's our natural way of processing. And I think also another aspect of it is that's a survival mechanism. That's how autistic people have had to learn to socialize in order to blend in and camouflage as much as possible, is to be almost like too aware and too hyper attuned. Because if we're not, we tend to miss things. Okay, I need to drink some water. I'm so thirsty.
Drink your waters.
Okay, so another way I could tell someone's autistic is whether they feel triggered by my observations of them or they feel touched by my observations
So true.
of them. So as someone who is very observational of other people,
This is me at any social event observing instead of interacting with people.
I'm constantly observing, I'm constantly mapping out what behavior patterns does a person have and what does this say about them. When I reflect to another person what I see in them, and I reflect to them how they are as a person and why they do what they do, and what are their coping mechanisms, what are the ways that they show up in love, what are the ways that they try to, show others they love, what are their ways to receive love, what are they incapable of doing, what are their trauma responses. When I reflect that to another person, what I've come to notice is non-autistic people will feel extremely triggered by my observations because they feel called out. To
Judged.
them,
They feel judged.
if you see all of those things that they're trying to hide because they're hiding those things in order to be more digestible and socially acceptable, me calling out those hidden traits will actually make them feel like they're failing, and I'm actually calling those traits out to make them feel bad about themselves. You know what I'm saying? Whereas when I reflect that to an autistic person,
But don't act like some people aren't out here autistic saying things out loud they should have said, myself included, okay? Just because you're autistic doesn't mean everything you say is great. Doesn't mean like every observation you make is neutral, okay? So also keep your mouth shut.
regardless of if they're high masking or not, I notice that autistic people will feel extremely, extremely touched because they crave.
But see, this is the thing with Irene though. She is a very warm person. Irene is a very lovely human being. Okay, so when she says something, it's always coming from a good place. But not every person who says something is coming from a good place, autistic or not. So though this is her experience of autistic people feeling touched by being seen, as an autistic person that's gotten, you know what I mean, some feedback from autistic people, I'm like, keep your mouth shut. Keep my name out of your mouth.
Deeply to be seen and to be understood. It is so lonely when you're autistic, existing in a society where no one actually sees you. People are constantly misinterpreting you, projecting onto you what they want to know, what they want to see in you, and you feel so lonely in that experience, right? And so when you get someone actually see you for who you are and they're able to say, these are all the ways that you show love and you're not met there. These are all the ways that I've seen that you're hurt and this is how it plays out. When an autistic person is observed in that way, we have a tendency to be like, oh my God, you actually see me.
Chad says autism, a great neurotype to become a therapist. How many times in your life have you been told, oh my God, you make a great therapist? Thousands. I don't want to be a therapist, but I've been told my whole life, oh my God, you make a great therapist. I'm autistic, bro.
Thank you. Oh my God, I'm not alone. You actually see me. And so as an unmasked autistic, what I've come to realize is that autistic folks actually really value and appreciate when I could accurately reflect who they are back to them and simply show them, I see you. I see why you are the way you are. I see how you've gotten to this point. I understand you. That's it. Because it's affirming and validating to them in their experience. And it's less lonely because of that, right? Whereas for a non-autistic person, it feels like a very scary experience to be like, you're not supposed to see that. What are you doing? Look away. What? I'm fine. I don't know what you're saying. I'm fine. I'm perfect. I don't know what you're saying. But for an autistic person, it's like, oh, you see everything about me, the good and the bad. Does that make sense? I hope I'm explaining that right. Because from my perspective, there's so many moments where as I'm interacting with other autistic folks and I'm giving them my observations, I'm almost bracing for a negative response. Like, oh, they're going to feel called out. They're going to take this the wrong way. They're going to think I'm criticizing them or I'm trying to make them feel bad about themselves or inadequate. Because I'm talking about very sensitive topics of like their trauma responses, coping mechanisms, and things that shapes who they are and their behavior.
And I definitely think like the only way to feel seen is also being appropriately seen. I think sometimes in my life, I have inappropriately timed my observations and expressing those observations. So though the observation is true, it wasn't the greatest time to bring it up. And I think that's the social deficit that needs to be trained is like you're being inappropriate. You need to wait for the appropriate moment to bring up this observation. Because otherwise, if you aren't, then like not only is it going to hurt their feelings, it might trigger them, but you're not helping anyone. You're not reducing harm, right?
patterns. And that's not easy information to digest, right? And so in these moments where I'm bracing for a negative response, because that's usually what I get from non-autistic people, and the autistic person responds very positively to me. And if anything, it's like a very heartfelt exchange where they're like, thank you for taking the time to actually see who I am and understanding that. And I feel less alone in my experience now. When I see that sort of melting and that sort of like, oh, we see each other, that's when I know, man, you are autistic, dude. You're autistic, dude. I see you. Game knows game. I'm autistic.
Actually, Chet said, and it's sad that we have to adapt to holistics and they don't really want to understand us. I will say this is why conservatism in America, at least, or the way that American culture is set up, is like, it is not built off understanding. And that's why I say, like, be kind to your neighbors, but you attempting to understand a conservative is and when I say conservative, I don't just mean politically, I mean like in nature. Someone stagnant is not helpful because they're not doing the same thing for you. Like, generally speaking, I find a lot of stagnation is the problem. So like, if you're like, just the desire to understand people is so interesting, because like people will say like, oh, I'm really curious, I want to understand people, but they don't understand all people. And we live in a society where if there's a normal standard, then everyone not, quote, normal has to do the work to be normal, versus normal people don't have to do the work to understand other people. And a big part of it is because the way society is set up, like in this capitalistic hellscape we're all in, there's this idea that you are less than me, which is why you get help. You only get help because you're less. And that's why people don't want to admit that they need help, because they don't want to be less under the structure, versus saying nobody is less, everybody needs help, and everybody needs understanding. And so there's like this weird thing that happens. So then what you do is you overexert, overuse your spoon, spend all of this time getting to know people, and they're not doing the same thing back, right? I learned that when I was in the debate sphere, where I would watch all of these people's content. I'd become like members, send super chats, be very active and trying to understand them. And they'd be like, oh, I've never watched any of your videos, or, oh, I've never actually sat down and watched you, or, oh, I've never. And then I'm realizing, like, here I am making all of this effort to know you, to understand you, to watch your videos, because we're interacting. And I'm like, oh. And so I stopped kind of doing that. Like, I really stopped doing that in a way. Like, if I reach out to somebody, it's because I already like them. But, you know, when I was doing the Debate Bro bubble, you have to remember that, like, I reached out to people before I watched their content. I just reached out to them because they were in the sphere and people reached out to me, and I was like, okay, I've never really seen your stuff, but sure. Destiny, I had never seen his content before. I reached out to him because a viewer of mine recommended him, but I didn't watch his content. And then I started watching him so I could understand him, but it should have been the reverse. I should have started watching him and then reached out to him. Do you know what I'm saying? Instead of like the reverse. But then as I was getting to know him, I was like, I remember one day we did a stream together, and he was like, man, I'm not really getting you. Hold on. And I was like, that's okay. You don't have to get me, right? Like, it's not your job to see me. And he was like, no, but I want to see you. And I was like, it's okay, though, if you can't figure it out. And my chat, I remember that day, my chat's like, Brittany, he's never going to get it. And I was like, that's okay. But he was like, no, I'm going to get it. But then he made no attempt because, again, like, he doesn't have an interest in people, does he? He has an interest in winning. Most of the people on the internet don't have an interest in people. A lot of autistic people know a little bit or a lot of bit about therapy and psychology because we're interested in people. But also there's a correlation between like a lot of people in this space, like boy activity versus girl activity can be very gendered. Like boys talk about structures and systems. And a lot of the criticism I've gotten from boys over the years is like, why don't you talk about systems more? You know, men have been doing that forever. Nothing's getting better. So I'm going to go back to talking about people. Like, I want to talk about people and humanizing each other because, like, all boys do is talk about systems and everything sucks. It's obviously not working. Okay. But they also think it makes them more logical. Remember that. Remember, they think the fact that you talk about people makes you feminine. It's misogyny. Misogyny makes them feel smarter talking about systems because they think systems are what logical people do. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they think. That's why they call it a girl hobby is people. Boys like things and girls like people. Girls like things too. We just value humanity over things. Boys value things over humanity, gendered, patriarchal, generally speaking. Not literally, but generally. And then they take pride in it. They take pride in their objectifying.
I see you, and I see you, I understand you, there's kinship here, you know? Okay, so another thing I look out for when determining if someone's autistic or not is how much contradiction does this person have in their identity and existence. And what this can look like is someone who looks a certain way, but when you actually get to know them, they're completely different. So what you see is not what you get. But once you actually interact with them, what you see is exactly—
Wait, let's rewind that.
Is someone who looks a certain way, but when you actually get to know them, they're completely different. So what you see is not what you get. But once you actually interact with them, what you see is exactly what you will get. Like they're an open book. Are you following me? Let me try to explain this mechanically, okay?
Okay.
A non-autistic person is what you see is what you get on the surface. If they look very nice, put together, and preppy, you get to know them and you see they're nice, put together, and preppy.
Okay.
But as you actually get to know them more, you realize that underneath the surface, they're oftentimes not what you think they are. Whereas for an autistic person, what you see on the surface is oftentimes not what you get. And when you actually get to know them, you see, oh, they're completely different. But what you get to know is exactly what you will always get through the entirety of you knowing them. Does that mean—
Ooh. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
No is exactly what you will always get through the entirety of you knowing them.
Yeah. I get it.
Does that make sense? I hope I explained that right. So another example, if you were to see a very scary looking person, they look very intimidating, they have a resting bitch face, and you're like, oh, they look very unfriendly. But let's say you go up to them and you talk to them and you realize, oh, they're actually really nice. They bring you cupcakes because you said you like cupcakes, and they offer to watch your dog because you need a dog sitter. And so you're like, oh, I didn't expect you to be so nice based off of what you look like. I thought you would be really mean and scary. What you'll notice is that throughout the entirety of you knowing them, they're a consistent person. They will always be a kind person. They don't switch up on you. What you see is exactly what you get. Whereas a non-autistic person might seem very nice, they fit in on the surface, you go up to them, you talk to them, and what you see is exactly what you get. They seem nice and kind on the surface, but as you get to know them more and more, other stuff starts to come out and you feel like there's a mismatch of like, oh, I didn't know that you're—
Now, I know literally this could be anyone, right? Like literally it could be autistic or holistic, but I would say there is a category in which I find this to be true, that because neurotypical people, like the world teaches you to put your best foot forward, to fake it on the first date, fake it till you make it. And since we struggle generally with all of this and we have to mask constantly, there is a struggle there. But with neurotypical people, it's like, the honeymoon phase. You know how everyone talks about the honeymoon stage of a relationship? And they're kind of talking about like, oh, well, for the first 6 months, we were so great and he was like this. And then we finally got together long term and he switched up on me. That's because people are trained to be that way. They're trained to switch up on you. Versus if you look at an autistic person who's authentic, they're not going to switch up on you. There's not going to be a switch up because even though we were trained to do that, we don't do it because we're countering that culture. They're not going to be different, which the disadvantage to this is that you might have somebody who's with you for your quote potential or hope you'll change, but you're not going to change either way. So I think I get it. I think I think I know exactly which autistic holistic person we're talking about, but I think depending on how you mean it, it could apply to different people, but I think I understand exactly what category I'm thinking of. Remember when Destiny told everybody I would trust Brittany with my bank account? Why wouldn't he? I don't steal people's money. Of course he would. I'm a good person. But everyone on the internet's like, you're crazy. She seems crazy. She seems like she would steal from you. He's like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, he's right. Why would they fucking steal from you? One, I've never done that. And two, of course you can trust me. He was right. But see, the switch up is also with values and ethics, right? I'm just I don't change. Brittany, I don't think I've ever gotten feedback in my whole life that oh, you changed, in a bad way. It's always oh, Brittany's always been that way. That's Brittany. Yeah, dude, Brittany's changed, but she doesn't change up on you. Versus other people, they're bro, I got, he changed up on me. It's different. That's different. And I think some of that is the neurodivergency. I struggle to fake it. I struggle to lie. I don't struggle to lie out of survival. I struggle to lie in general about who I am, what I like and the things that I'm into, or whatever else. I might lie to myself, but I can't You know what I mean? Like I really, I think that's what she's getting at, right? Is like, yeah, like if I was a better liar, I'd be a better YouTuber. Like if I was a better faker, I'd be a better YouTuber. I'd be more popular. But because I'm so autistic, I can't do it. I can't keep up the facade. And so what you see is what you get. But with other people, you never know what's behind closed doors. I think that's what she's alluding to, maybe.
The type of person that talks crap about other people behind their backs. I don't know you're the type of person that will judge me any single time I do something different from you. And if I don't do everything the same as you, you're gonna be upset with me and think that I'm a bad friend. And
yeah. Chat, I see you asking to do a video between schizoid personality and autism. I don't make that kind of content. I am not a therapy channel. I do not want to make content about like therapy. I do not want to make content about, I am not educated enough or know enough about this at all. And so like, I definitely am not the person. You should ask Dr. Kirkonda or Dr. K or somebody who's actually like a doctor to maybe do that content. But I would not do that content here. You know what I mean?
And you start to realize like what you saw on the surface when you first met them isn't actually who they are. Like there's a lot of social contracts there, you know? Whereas with the autist that has a lot of contradictions, because there's no social contracts, their sense of self is stable throughout the entirety of you knowing them. Nothing is going to change how they carry themselves and who they are.
Right. Like people who have known me for 20 something years will tell you like Brittany's always been Brittany. Yes, Brittany's changed, but Brittany's always been Brittany. That's the one guarantee I can give you. I told my partner this. I was like, I'm always going to be this person. Even if I change and I grow and I become more like, you know, philosophically, whatever. The Brittany that is Brittany is going to be the same though. You're not going to wake up and I'm not going to change up on you. I'm not going to change personalities. And if I do, you got to take me to the doctor, get an MRI, you know?
Whereas the non-autistic person will change depending on how much of the social contract you are upholding as you're with them. When I'm out and I'm interacting with people and I don't really know them yet, I see who they are. I'm studying how to...
This is why I realized I was kind of like, but I don't know if it's neurotypical neurodivergent, because again, I know like really abusive neurodivergent people, but I think more or less it's like a reflection of your values and character. But I think if you're just talking about like good or like the expectation of what good looks like, is I do think neurotypicals are conditionally good. Generally, because that's how they're trained to be in society, which is why I think it's interesting. Not that neurodivergents can't also do this, but I also think values play a role in this. I think a lot of autistic people might be more in line with their own values, so they might embody it better. But I do think that neurotypicals can be conditionally good, which is very interesting, but not always, right? Like this isn't definitely like 8 billion people on the planet. We're not talking for every single person.
How do they dress? How do they present themselves? How do they talk? I get to know who they actually are outside of the surface level. And as soon as I start mapping out that these actual internal traits contradicts the external presentation, autism. Because your interest in how you present yourself when you're autistic oftentimes is completely different than who you actually are as a soul and as a consciousness, you know? And the ability to unapologetically show up as your authentic self outside of whether or not that matches your external shell is a social deficit in and of itself. And oftentimes I find
exactly
that the outside world does not react to these sorts of autists very well, because people hate when they think they're going to get something from you and they don't. Think of your outside shell, what you look like and how you present, how you dress, as a storefront, right? If someone sees a storefront is filled with a bunch of pretty dresses, but they go in and it's a guitar store, they're going to be like, what the hell? I came in for dresses, not guitars. And that's what it's like when you're autistic and you are filled with contradiction, is like people will have such negative adverse reactions when they actually get to know you, thinking it's going to play out a certain way and they're going to get certain social contracts, needs met, and you're not playing that game with them and you're not offering what they thought you would offer. But the inverse to that is other autistics will actually take pleasure in the fact that you're contradictory. They will be attracted to you because the storefront looks a certain way. When we walk in, we see, oh my God, there's all these other things you're selling. Like, I thought you were just gonna have dresses, but you have guitars, you have ropes, you have chains, you have jewelry. Like, oh my God, this is so fun. I didn't expect you to have all these other things about you. Autistics will see the contradiction and be like, yes, this makes you more fun. This makes you more nuanced as a consciousness. And that makes it more stimulating for me to get to know you. That's something to think about. How someone else reacts to your contradictions is also a way to see whether or not another person's autistic as well. So oftentimes when you're autistic and another person's autistic, you guys will take pleasure in each other's contradictions. You'll want to dig deeper and learn more. And usually non-autistic people will respond negatively to your contradictions. You see what I'm saying here? Okay, so this next trait is somewhat similar to the one that I just shared, and it's how unlikable is this person to the general public.
Imagine hating on me when I'm just in my room, also hating on me. You're spending all this energy and time hating on me when I'm doing it better than you anyways. And honestly, for lower effort. I'm not putting in nearly as much energy as you, and I'm still hating on myself. Like, my brain is already hating on me. It's not on my team. Like, my own brain is not on my side. Make that make sense. Stop wasting your time hating on me. I do it enough. I'm good.
Usually when I see there's one person that's very easily alienated and disliked by other people, that's an indication to me that they're autistic, because oftentimes we're not even trying to be disliked, but we end up being disliked because the way that we socialize is different and it's easily taken the wrong way.
The magic of endorphins. I'm in a state of total euphoria.
Clearly. If you're just
Wait, it said when my autistic ass tells someone I'm in a really good mood, but I have a resting face and a monotone voice when I'm unmasking. Okay, literally on Christmas, I think it was. So I was really, first of all, you know, those 3 days I took off for Christmas, did not sleep a wink. Okay, we thought we were gonna get more sleep, and we did not. Okay, we stayed up and watched anime, and I did not sleep, and so we were getting very bad sleep, and I was on the couch and I was huddled up in my little blanket. You know, I got like my favorite part of the couch, and we're watching anime or something. I don't know. We were watching something, probably anime. And my partner's like, "Hey, are you like?" No, we were watching. You know, we were watching What We Do in the Shadows, season 6. We were finishing up the series, and my partner's like, "Hey, are you okay? Are you enjoying it?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, I'm literally enjoying it. Press play." And they were like, "Okay, but like you seem not happy." And I was like, "I'm literally so happy right now. Don't ruin this for me. I'm literally, look at me. I'm cuddled. I'm warm. I'm literally so happy." And they were like, "Okay, but you seem like you're not happy." I was like, "You're making me not happy now. Now I'm not going to be happy." But I was like, I'm out of spoons. I can't emote happiness, but just so you know, I'm having a great time. Because even though my partner and I are so high compatible, I still need to reassure my very human partner that I am very happy inside my head. And I was having a great time. Okay, I was having so much fun, but I could not emote a single thing. I was so tired. I was like, "Bro, I'm so happy. Don't piss me off." I'm so happy. Don't piss me off. Like, that's the part of it that also you have to have a person who like really believes you. Like, they have to really believe you, you know? Because like, yeah, I don't always have the energy to emote, but I promise you I'm having a blast.
The magic of endorphins. I'm in a state of total euphoria.
Clearly. If you're just a person that doesn't tend to smile or emote very warmly, people could think that you're an unfriendly, cold person, and it's easy to isolate a cold, unfriendly person, right? That's one thing I look out for. How easy is it for this person to be black sheeped? And likewise, when I actually get to know that black sheep, are they able to understand why people dislike them?
Oh, hold on. She put a note on the screen.
Actually get to know that black sheep. Are they able to
Or how much effort and time does it take for them to fully understand why they are being disliked?
Understand why people dislike them. The other day, I was talking to someone that's autistic. They don't know they're autistic. They're not diagnosed. And they were going into detailed explanations of, I was talking to this person the other day and I felt like something switched. I don't know what happened, but it seemed like one day this person was okay with me. The next day they were upset with me. They couldn't even look at me. They scowled at me. They were avoiding me. Maybe it's because I said this thing to them the other day and they took offense to it. Or is it because the way that I look at people rubbed them the wrong way because I have shifty eyes? It's not just them that was upset with me. Their friends stopped talking to me and no one would talk to me. I don't know what I did.
Anthony in the chat, Do Not Worry Podcast with the super chat. Happy New Year, Brittany. Happy New Year to Anthony and the team. Happy New Year. I hope you're having a great start to your 2026. I hope everything is just great for you. And thank you for being here. I appreciate seeing you there. Hi.
It went into so much detail about all these observations. And then at the end of it, they're like, I don't know what I did wrong. Is it this or that?
Obviously, guys, if you don't follow Anthony on Do Not Worry Podcast, go check out the channel. Also, I saw you the other day playing your little truck simulator. And I haven't driven a car in like 3 years since I lived in Europe. And a part of me is like, man, I kind of want to get that. I kind of want to get that game. But no, I'm not going to get the game. But I saw you with your little steering wheel. And I was like, damn, that kind of looks fun. That kind of looks fun. So go check out Anthony. Great show, Do Not Worry Podcast.
And why would they be offended by that? You know what I'm saying? And they were like, I don't even know what to do at this point because I don't know what I did wrong. And I remember at the end of them processing out loud to me, I was like, dude, you're autistic. You're autistic. And they're like, why? Why do you think I'm autistic? And I'm like, because nothing went missed by you. You noticed everything.
Get ready, so get set, so hang on, so buckle up, so sit tight, so strap yourself in, so brace yourself, so keep your eyes open, so fasten your seatbelt, so stick around, so hang on.
This montage is so funny.
So get ready. You just have to be ready.
You noticed more detail than a non-autistic person, but you still are confused as to what happened and how to react.
Wait, I love Anthony says he doesn't even drive in real life. This is the only driving I do. That's even greater. That's so funny. I love that.
That is autism. That is autism. You noticed every little gesture they did, every little minute little change, and yet you're still confused as to why this person is upset with you, if they're upset, why they're upset, and what you should do about it. Because the thing is non-autistic people will know exactly why people are upset with them and what to do about it, but with half the information. You see what I'm saying here? Non-autistic people don't need to know much to know exactly how to respond.
I feel like sometimes I don't want to misunderstand people, so I doubt myself too. Like, I feel like so smart in a good sense of character, like judgment. And then I doubt myself because I'm like, what if I'm misunderstanding them? Or what if I didn't understand it? Or what if I got it wrong? Or what if but then when I doubt myself, I also open up myself to like, you know, vulnerability in a way that's like at the expense of. And so it's like this balance of like, I think this person means this and they mean well, but also, and then, it's like this constant back and forth. I think that is the biggest struggle that I will always have for the rest of my life is like, I so genuinely believe in the goodness of people. And also, I know how evil and like capable of evil we are. And so like, there's like this great disconnect in my brain between like, you know, I have like so many amazing experiences with all kinds of people. And then some experience that tells me like, you can't always be so open to people. And I think that's a struggle because it's not just holistic people though. Like realistically, neurodivergent people too, all genders, all people. It's like, you ever have those conversations with those women who are suffering from, you know, internalized misogyny, and they'll be like, do you even have friends? Like, are you allowed to, like, do you have like, a lot of girlfriends? Because I feel like I get along with men better. Like, I feel like I hang out with guys more. And I'm like, no, like if you look at my life, I think I have like a pretty equal amount of like boys and girls in my life in the gender binary, but I guess technically I have more girlfriends maybe, but ultimately like it just like I have a lot of nerdy friends. I think the most dominant type of person I hang out with is just nerdy. And I think that told me so much about my life as well. And that's also a mistake I make, assuming you're nerdy. So assuming you're a good person, you ever make that mistake? Oh, well, they're not the jock and they're not the football player, so they must be a good person because they play D&D. And then you get into D&D groups, you're like, a lot of you are racist. A lot of you are mean. A lot of you are misogynistic. And it's like, uh-oh. And then you have to deconstruct that as well. Like, just because you're nerdy doesn't mean. But I think a lot of nerdy boys, especially liberal nerdy boys, like liberals, they think they're not XYZ because they're nerdy and liberal, which means they can't be like normal boys. So they must be therefore better or kinder or less bigoted. But if they haven't done the work, they don't end up being really less. Maybe less technically, but not less really, which is why you get the Destiny sphere. Like the Destiny sphere, the Ethan Klein sphere, they're liberal boys who think they're not conservative, but they're liberal conservatives. They're Zionists. You know what I mean? Like you could say that's what liberalism is, but I would say that that's why the liberal who does not deconstruct ends up just becoming a conservative. But because they're like pro-gay and pro-trans, that they don't feel similar to conservatives because they're anti-Trump. They're like, so I'm not like conservative. But like, what good is being a liberal if you're a Zionist? Or what's good being a liberal if you're also like bigoted towards XYZ? What good is it being a liberal if you're still not deconstructing? Like, it's better, I guess. But also, you know, yes, Discourse said me realizing alt groups can be extremely transphobic. Exactly. No, 100%. You remember that whole, I commented on this once that I always grew up listening to rock music and like Alternative Boys and System of a Down and all these people. But then as you get older, some of them just became like cop music and some people say, Brittany, they've always been cop music. But at the time, I thought they were really rebellious. At the time, I processed them as alternative and therefore not, you know what I mean? More towards like the guys more than the systems. But then they end up just promoting the systems and you're like, oh. Which is why you'll see you'll see gothic alt-writers. And it's all very strange.
But autistic folks see everything and still may not know how to respond or what happened. Think about that, y'all. Think about it. Okay, so this next trait that I look out for is how much does this person light up when they're talking about their special interest? Ooh. And how much are they lighting up despite it being socially acceptable? The difference to me between a person talking about a special interest as a non-autistic person versus an autistic person is the difference between their passion talking about their special interest versus their normal baseline. So what I've come to notice is that for non-autistic people...
Yes, chat. Hippies are a great example. You said the same process that happened with the hippies. Exactly. Great example.
There's not a big difference between them talking about something they're passionate about versus something they're generally interested in. But with autistic people, what I've come to notice is that what they're passionate about is so different from their general baseline that the passion in their special interests veers into the realm of it being socially unacceptable. They'll just keep going on, and it doesn't matter if someone else is interested in the conversation or not, they'll just keep going and going.
You're going to have to contribute something to the conversation, Fred.
Did you know that nets have been used in hunting for over 30,000 years?
No one wants to hear your net facts, Fred.
I know, but it's just I love nets so much. You don't have any idea of what they're made of and what they can make.
Is this real or is this a joke?
Or they'll be so passionate about it that they're so excited, even if no one else is excited. Or if someone is also excited, their excitedness goes up even more, where it's almost like you're manic talking about it, right? Or you're so excited about something that you don't even want to just talk about it. You want to bring someone else into the experience.
It's real? It's from a kid's cartoon? You mean like Scooby-Doo? I mean, I grew up my whole life watching Scooby-Doo, but that's new Scooby-Doo. But I'm saying, is it really Scooby-Doo or is it a meme on Scooby-Doo? It's really Scooby-Doo? That's so funny.
And experience it as well and get them to be passionate about it. But either way, the passion in our special interests is so excessive that it's almost like a different person gets activated. I call this like sleeper agent gets activated. You know, an autistic person will activate like a sleeper agent when we're
so Freddy's like a nerd in the new Scooby-Doo. That's so funny.
We're talking about our special interests. And at that point, when you're activated in that way, it doesn't matter if you're matching our freak or you're matching our excitement. It's like we're going to be excited regardless. Because again, we don't need a social contract to just enjoy this aspect of our special interest. We don't need you to also enjoy it. We don't need you to encourage it. It's just, I will be interested and excited about talking about this, regardless of if I'm talking to you about it or a wall, because that's how passionate I am. Whereas a non-autistic person's special interest is always somewhat tied to some sort of social contract. They gain some sort of social benefit out of it. Like a person might talk about how much they love running marathons because they like the way that other people think they're a high achieving person because of the way they're able to accomplish something most people can't accomplish. Whereas an autistic person is excited about birds or animals, regardless of whether or not other people care. It doesn't matter. It's just, I will like this even if no one else will ever understand it. I will talk about it. I will love it. It's a genuine passion of mine. Alrighty, you guys, that is the end of today's video.
Okay, I want to read the
this has
comments.
been very enlightening for you guys, or even just validating to see some of these attributes you may have be talked about.
Okay, first, let me, of course, get you the link to the video. Okay, first of all, no, hello. Okay, let me get you the link and then I'll get you the comments because I'm sure they're great. Let's check them out. I love a comment section. Let's see, chat said, the comment on Irene's chat says, if I'm looking you in the eyes, I'm not listening to you. I'm concentrating on looking at your eyes, worrying if I'm doing too much, etc. If I'm not looking at your eyes, I'm listening to you 100%. I'm usually paying acute attention when I look like I'm staring into space. For me, it's completely dependent. It's completely dependent. I could be looking right at you in your eyes and not be paying attention, or I could be looking away from you and not paying attention. It just totally depends. Let's see. I often vibe with more neurodivergent or autistic people, especially when I hear their passionate topics. I may not have the same interests, but their excited tone makes me happy. Let's see. I always gravitate towards the black sheeps. They're usually very interesting, but I never figure out why other people don't like them. Let's see. How are neurotypicals not bored out of their minds? Because they have hobbies and things that they do. You know what I mean? Let's see. I was finally diagnosed with autism and ADHD this year at 37. I have never had an autistic friend before. Then suddenly I had a new coworker that was recently diagnosed as well. It just happens we have similar backgrounds and special interests. You guys, I've never felt so connected and seen my entire life. Love that. Let's see. When I met my cousin's teenage daughter for the first time, we had a long and incredible conversation about something we're both passionate about, creating art. Afterwards, when I happily told my cousin's daughter, her daughter was amazing, and said she's sharp as a tack, my cousin was furious and told me that her daughter's autistic and that I might be making fun of her. It's years and years later. I still feel embarrassed for not knowing what to say in response to that. To me, it felt like the sort of conversation I wish I had with the family gatherings. Oh, you know what happened here? You know what happened here is like you probably felt like you were vibing with the autistic daughter or the cousin's daughter. And you were like, oh my gosh, she's so smart. I really like talking to her. But they heard it as you saying like, almost like, oh, what? Because she's autistic, she can't be smart. Like they're probably so used to, and they probably internalize a lot of ableism or experience or have ableism thoughts about their own daughter that they probably think like, because a lot of people think their kids like aren't doing anything. They often think like their kids are so disabled they don't have interests or hobbies or preferences. And so they might think you're mocking them for saying that they have that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's like really difficult. Because I do kind of believe there's this thing that happens. Let's bring out the paint. Let me bring out my paint. I do think there's this thing that happens where, again, let's say life is linear and we know it's not. If you start off here and you learn something, you think like this is the answer, but this is the answer. And this can sometimes look like this, but it's not. It's the deconstructed version of this that leads you here, but don't stop here either. Don't stop in the middle. So you might have somebody who's like, I recognize that my child is disabled, okay? Or my child struggles. And then they stop right here, okay? And they never go beyond this point. This person might say, autistic people are special too. They can have hobbies and stuff. And then you get, and they're so special and unique and pure. And I just love them. And they're just so authentic. And I just love them because they're so pure. Okay, then you get here and you're like, autistic people are like everybody else. They can be a dick or not be a dick, but also they can be a lot of things. And also you cannot hold everybody to the same standard because no one neurotypical or neurodivergent can ever be held to the same standard because everybody's a different kind of person. And like you meet one autistic person, you met one autistic person. It's like there's this thing where like all of them are acknowledging autistic people exist, but all of them have a different relationship. Negative, my child's disabled, will never have a good life. Autistic people are so pure, infantilization, or just like, hey bro, like they're just people. It's not that deep. You know what I mean? Like realizing someone's autistic is just more information to better communicate or have a relationship to, or, you know, have a healthy dynamic with. Like it just helps you be better. So as an example, you know, I keep hearing this narrative from people that say like, oh, when men hold each other accountable, men are like, you got to get better. You're a loser. When women hold each other accountable, it's like, you're so great. You're so, you know, wonderful. Like get a girl, get that bag. Like you're perfect. You don't have to change. I don't know who you're all hanging out with, but both suck. Men who are going to bully their friends and call it love, you suck. Women who are going to tell their friends they're great with no problems, you suck. It's like, these are all coping strategies. Just play to the strength and joy of the individuals you're with and love your friends enough to say like, I love you. I feel like you're struggling. Can I help? Or, hey, I trust you when you're struggling. If you need privacy, great. But if you need me, I'm here. It's like, you know, like, there has been a transition of like, what does it mean that you're autistic? Like, what does this mean? How does this change your life? And it's actually an incredibly invasive question to somebody who's not good faith. And I have been asked that question by people, and it's been hard for me to explain it to them because I can tell they don't get it. And it's a very vulnerable question to ask somebody, but like my partner knows like, what does it mean that you're autistic? We also, because it's just a safe space, know exactly how to, and Irene and I too, as friends, like I can talk to Irene. I can call Irene and be like, listen, I'm going through this thing and I just need your input. And I feel like you're going to be good at giving me input. And my other friends too, like the ones I don't name, like I call them up. I'm like, hey, I need your input on this because I feel like you're going to be able to see me and understand it and give me insight and take my autism into consideration, but not as a ding against me, but as just another detail of interest. Like the autism to me is like having curly hair. The fact that I have curly hair changes the dynamic I have with the world. So I need you to take it into consideration, but also it doesn't define me, but also you can't treat me like I don't have curly hair. Because if you're like, oh, you have curly hair, so it doesn't matter, but we know it matters. You know, we know what hair type you have matters. We know what you look like matters. So saying that like I don't want to take into consideration, I just want to judge you for you is not taking into consideration how the you that I am is impacted by the hair that I have, right? That's how I feel about autism. So when people say like, oh, knowing you're autistic, what does that change for you? You know, a lot, but I'm still Brittany, but a lot. And also, you know, so that's, you know, I think that's why people struggle with like turning it into like an holistic versus neurodivergent battle. Everyone's different, but we are trained differently. And then we adhere to certain standards differently, you know? And so, yeah, that question is always so interesting to me. Like, what's changed now that you know you're autistic? What's changed now that you find out your dad isn't your bio dad? A lot. Stupid. and nothing, but a lot. What do you mean? It's like you're just finding out a whole new, like, pocket of information about the way you exist. Like, how do you mean what has changed? You know, it's a great question, though, from really well-intentioned people. From really well-intentioned people, great question. From people that are just trying to, like, start a fight with you and claim that it doesn't matter that you're autistic, annoying. You're so annoying. Yeah, but, like, what does finding out your dad's not your real dad matter, bro? You're still you. Be quiet. You're not validating that person's realization about themselves. You're not validating their lived experience. You're just saying, like, whatever, bro. It doesn't even matter. Like, at first, again, let's go back to my chart. Hold on, let's go back to my paint. Again, okay? Let's say you're here, okay? And you just found out your dad exists. Okay, so you're here and you didn't know your dad wasn't your dad. And then here you're like, oh my God, my dad's not my bio dad. And then your friend who's over here is like, what does that matter? Bro, it matters because now I live here. You're still over here. I've moved bubbles. My bubble changed. And then it's like, oh my God, this matters. My dad's not my dad. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Boop. Okay. My dad not being my bio dad, yes, transformed the way that I saw myself, but now I'm out the other side of it. And now it no longer matters in the way it mattered here, but now it matters in a different way and one where I have more peace with my life. But that's not the same thing as ignoring the fact that you just learned something new about yourself and pretending that it doesn't matter to begin in the first place. Like realizing you're gay or trans. Yeah, it doesn't matter in some way, but it matters in other ways. And so you have to go through that process. And I think people forget. Same thing about the conversation we had the other day about how people look. Yes, of course, it doesn't matter how people look until you start becoming colorblind and pretending, I don't see race. I don't see race. Well, now see, it matters what people look like. And then on the other side of it, of course, it doesn't matter what your race is. But you first have to acknowledge that it kind of matters what your race is, but not because it matters what your race is, but because of how people treat you because of what your race is. And then you have to come out the other side and realize, like, you are not, you know what I mean? It's like people want to go straight to colorblind, straight to life blind, autism blind, like disability blind. Like being blind about is not going to help anybody. Okay, let's take a break. And then when I come back, I found, you remember SBS? Oh my God, I'm going to end the day on this one. I'm so excited. It was really hard. There were 2 episodes I wanted to watch with you. I picked this one because, funny enough, it's about empathy. And the title is How I Found Out I'm a Narcissist. And it's featuring that guy from TikTok that we saw the other day. The black guy with the 2 kids and his wife. That guy. And he's on this episode. And I was like, oh. And so I was like, oh, we got to watch this episode. So when I come back, we'll watch it together and we'll end our night together. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Boom. All right. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. Okay. Okay. Chat says, imagine being famous for being a narc. I mean, it's kind of like being famous for being autistic. People love it. People love when you're famous for a thing. Like, it's the most digestible way to be consumed. I would be so much more popular if I made autism my whole personality. Oh, I'd be so much popular if I also made like any of the things about me more like people just eat that shit up. You know what I mean? But I get it. I get it. I do. To be honest with you, I really, really get it. It's like, you know what it is, girls? It's like when I click on the video, I know what I'm going to get. And when you give that kind of consistency to an audience, we love it. Me too. That's why, you know, when people change up their content, I'm like, what's this? Also, oh my God, you guys want to know the tea? Who watches Will Tennyson? I'm just going to share the tea with you. Listen. I used to like a lot. Will Tennyson was like a very, like, sometimes I find a YouTube channel and I just watch like all of their videos. Will Tennyson was that video for me. I'd watch one of his videos. I was like in the mood for because I'm lifting weights again. I like to watch Gym Bro Bubbles because it's like really motivational for me. And so I started, let me show you. So I started watching Will and I watched like a lot of Will's videos, like a lot of these videos, even though it doesn't even show you that I watched them, just know I watched a lot of these fucking videos. And then he put out a video for New Year's and I got so grossed out by it, I unsubscribed. Because that's all it takes. As an audience member, I'm not committed to you. You're not my boyfriend. And that was all it took. I was like, no, unsubscribe. Even though I watch hundreds of his videos and generally like him, there's some, you know, sometimes he says things that I'm like, but generally, then he put out this video and people did not fucking like it. I hated it. It was like evil Mr. Beast gym edition. It was gross. I was like, read the fucking room. He put all of this money on the table, all of these prizes on the table for the gym goers who were selected, who were like volunteers, but nobody could win anything. Like all of the what's this called? Like the tests, I guess, were so fucking impossible that the audience was like, damn, this was sad, bro. Like this guy's like, I got a kid on the way. This would help so much. And then he gave him like an impossible task. And it felt like, okay, so now you wrote off all of these. You wrote off all of these things. Okay, so you wrote all of these things off for tax. Then what happens to the prizes if nobody won them? Do you get to keep them? Okay, I'll give an example. Like, do you guys know what a sled is? Like a weight sled? Just to give you an idea. For those who don't know, let me get you a visual here. Okay, a weight sled is like this here. Okay, it's like a thing you push. He put 500 pounds on the sled, and then in like under 2 minutes, he had to drag it across the floor a certain distance, and it was like impossible. And we were like, what the fuck is this? And then one of it was running a mile in under 5 minutes, like running a mile. And it's like, these are weightlifters. They don't fucking have cardio like that built up. And then the other one was 25 pull-ups, like good pull-ups. He was also really strict about how good the pull-up had to be. Oh, the worst one was the deadlift. Okay, a deadlift is when you go to the ground and then you lift it up like this. 500-pound deadlifts with people who had never done a deadlift before. And we were like, whoa, you're gonna get sued, bro. You're gonna hurt people. It was like stupid. It just didn't even make any sense. Will's content is normally very conscientious. Like, generally speaking, he's very usually aware of people. It was so gross. And then basically nobody won anything. So then it was like, what was the point of this, right? Okay, Will took down the video, but he hasn't said anything about it. But the comment section for his last video was like, hey, where's the video? And I was like, okay, I'm glad he listened and took down the video. But also, does he understand why it was silly? And I cannot believe in 2026, nobody in his life was like, Will, this is not a good video. Read the room. Why do these guys get 5 million subscribers and then fucking lose the plot? Like, why do all these people get fucking so famous and then lose the fucking plot? I don't get it. Like, you have so much potential to do so much good for communities, to be so helpful, to give back so much. and then you know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff like really annoys me, genuinely, where I'm like, if you're going to do something, even raising money, just put some thought into it, bro. Anyways, I'm kind of glad he took down the video because maybe it means he learned something, but I'm curious when he comes back, like, is he going to say anything about it or just ignore it? But it must have taken a lot of money and production. Like there was a Mexico vacation in there. There was like win $900. There was like 500 scratch tickets. There was like $5,000 and somebody who did win a TV, but it apparently wasn't even like a good TV, so that was questionable. Somebody did decide to just take home the first prize instead of this was the worst part. This was the worst part. Are you ready? The worst part is if you won the first round, which 2 people did, you could bet it against a second round, but if you don't make the second round, you lose both rounds. So people got the first round and went, okay, I'll do the second round, and then they would lose it. So the 2 guys who left early said, I'll take the first round. I'm not risking it. But I sat there and I kept thinking, bro, this should be about giving back to your community and not finding ways to not let anybody. So the comment section was like, Will didn't really want anyone to win. Wow, Will really rigged this so nobody was going to win, huh? Yeah. It's like, bro. Yeah. Chet says, dude, I sold an expensive painting and it went to me ego. I tried to quit my job only to realize it was a one-off and I wasn't a genius. Ego gets ya. First of all, congratulations. And yes, exactly. Just because you were lucky enough to sell one painting doesn't mean you'll sell another. It's really hard to be a full-time creative. It's the same thing with YouTube. I saw a girl who said, once I go viral, I'll be set. Girl, one viral video does not mean a career. It does not guarantee a career. People think all you need to go is viral. You need the right timing, the right virality, the right decision making, the right, like you have to, so many things have to go right for you for it to turn into a full-time career. How many people go viral every day and we never hear about them again? So many. And yes, some people who go viral, it sets them up for life. But not everybody. And not most, I would say, you know? With that said, let's watch SBS Empathy. I'm so excited. Oh, here we go. This is Australian's public TV. Australia? No, New Zealand. No, Australia. No, New Zealand. Oh, fuck. Australia. This is Australia public TV. Here we go.
Empathy. It's what connects us to others, but is there a limit to how much we
How's
can
the
give?
volume? She's kind of low, right? Is the volume okay?
I'm Cole Blake. I'm 77. I'm blessed that I live so close to a beach. Really blessed. That is my release. Now we're going to choir this afternoon. I've been married to Shirley for 49 years. How about that one? My role changed 6 years ago. Shirley was diagnosed with dementia. It was a shock, quite a shock. I've physically got to and mentally got to really think for 2. White ones or
I think I'll have the greeny one.
Okay.
Always like that one, yeah.
Shirley's very aware of her dementia and does make it easier for me. I love her dearly. I don't love her how I did 50 years ago. She's a completely different person, and that's probably hard to come to grips with a lot of times. Music's great for Shirley. Shirley and I have jived for 50 years, and when we jive, Shirley does not have dementia. No, it's all there. I can see why dementia would split up marriages. I couldn't do this without empathy. Empathy is the glue.
Whoa. How's the volume, guys? Is it any better? Whoa, what an opening. What an opening. I mean, a lot of people leave their sick partners when they get sick. You know, it's a very big deal to be the caretaker, to, you know, she's a different person than he remembers, all of that stuff. And like, wow, okay.
Cole, how has the empathy changed between you and your wife since Shirley's dementia diagnosis?
It has changed a lot. Shirley, when I look back, it was my carer. She looked after our children more than I did. We have 4 beautiful children, and I've said to them, it's now time to give back to Mum. What I've got to be aware of, though, Shirley is still Shirley, and I can't take that away from her. I don't want to do too much. I always try to limit my empathy, as it were.
What is the hardest part of caring for Shirley?
Everything. People think, oh, dementia's just something you lose your memory. That's the easy part. It's the confidence, the different person completely. It's something I never anticipated. When I said for better or worse, I didn't know what I was saying.
Shirley, is Cole a caring husband?
He certainly is. He does all the cooking, and I'm no cook.
What's his cooking like?
Good. Much better than me.
Cole, you said that you can understand how dementia can break up a marriage. What's made your relationship survive?
I couldn't do it without empathy. It's the love I've got and the care I want to give Shirley. She often says, you're doing too much. I said, no, I'm not. This is now my role. And I've accepted that. And I think I can see it breaking our marriage. A lot of people just walk away from it. It's hard. It's hard work. And the thing is, I've purposely stayed positive with every step. And the thing with dementia, it goes in levels, and you can see it dropping in levels, and you've got to be aware of that, and you adjust yourself to those new levels.
What is your understanding of what empathy is?
It's not sympathy. It's just caring or showing you care for that person, without taking it over. As I said, I don't want to change her personality. She's still the girl I married and the girl I still love. Yep.
Annie, both of your parents had dementia.
Okay, wait, just on that front. Another way I think of sympathy versus empathy is like sympathy is like very logical and in the brain, and empathy feels very like emotional and embodied. Where like high sympathy is really, really good, but it can stop you from having that embodied experience, which allows you to go deeper. I think empathy is a skill. I think you need to practice empathy. I think we have biological predispositions as well that play into that empathy. I think empathy is also like a sense of justice can be disabling. And so you don't want to have too much empathy or unregulated empathy. You want to have like regulated empathy. I think that's really important, right? So I think like sympathy for me is like understanding, but not like feel. It's like when your friend or loved one has a hobby, you understand it, but you don't love it yourself. And empathy is like, oh my God, I love that too. Oh my God, I love D&D versus like, oh yeah, I like that you like it. You know, that's how I think of the difference.
What was that like for you, caring for both of them?
It was, really, really hard. My mum had Alzheimer's and my dad had Lewy bodies, so he was quite aggressive with it and had hallucinations. Mum was just a lovely, gentle soul. So grief because they were disappearing as my parents in front of my eyes. Quite a lot of bitterness towards my dad. He was in denial when Mum was first diagnosed as well. So, we weren't managing our emotions too well. It was really quite hard.
How did all that affect your relationships?
I think because we weren't managing our stress, any of us didn't really have any tools. It really took a toll. I lost a business.
Oh, managing your stress is so important. Stress is a killer. It will drive you crazy.
We had an incident in Hong Kong where my dad insisted on taking Mum to the other side of the world, and he got really sick, so I had to give up a business to go and look after him in Hong Kong. And it really affected him. My dad ended up not talking to me for 2 years because he had this imagination that I'd stolen all his money.
Where did all that leave your empathy?
It was there. And I think on reflection now, what I was really suffering from was a thing called empathy fatigue.
As in, there was just no more empathy left, or you were tired?
Yeah, I absolutely exhausted, just completely fatigued all the time and not knowing what to do next.
Mark, you're a former SAS soldier. Your first active duty was as a platoon commander in East Timor. What was your concept of empathy back then?
When I first joined the Army, I was only a young guy. I was in my early 20s. We did a peacekeeping mission to East Timor, and that was the first time I'd seen kind of, I guess, suffering at that level. They're a very poor country. A lot of people were badly affected by the incidents that had happened the years prior. So we were dealing with families and kids that were coming back into East Timor that were in terrible shape. I'd never seen anything like it as a young person. Malnourished Libyan refugee camps, no access to medical care. So I just couldn't believe that in a country that was so close to Australia that would happen.
Did that change the way you felt about Australians when you got back home?
Yeah, it did, because I think we've got it quite well in the West, and I think sometimes we forget that. And it was a good lesson for me to see how other cultures are doing it. Sometimes they don't have the things that we have, and we're pretty lucky as a society. I think it's easy to forget it.
You were subsequently deployed to Afghanistan 4 times. Was there a place for empathy on that battlefield?
This was hard because you have all the usual military movements and the combat and the things that we're planning for in Afghanistan, but a lot of what we were doing, again, you had to deal with people's human emotions, either in our teams and being able to relate to people, no matter what the fears they're having or whatever emotions they have, and also internally what you're feeling as well. I had all those range of emotions. That was a big part of it. But then having to use force against other people, that was a real shock for me, because even though I was trained for it, I wasn't ready for the human toll or the, I guess, how I felt about seeing that unfold. It was a real shock to me.
How did you not take everything on?
It's funny because we're not necessarily trained in that, but I think I would see certain things that I knew were totally out of the ordinary, someone killed or wounded, and I would keep going with the job because we had something to do, but I understood that later I'd have to process that, but it wasn't the time to deal with it now, because if you did, you wouldn't be able to do those jobs.
You commanded 30 elite soldiers in Afghanistan. How did your mission change as the war went on?
At the start, it was more of a reconnaissance information collection role in the earlier days of Afghanistan, and as it went on, it got more and more kind of force orientated. It became more, they call it kinetic, but we were using a lot more force, targeting people specifically, and it's a totally different type of mission. So over the years, the war got, I guess, more and more violent.
So as the war dragged on, how were you feeling?
After my first tour, actually, I did a tour in 2007. We saw some heavy combat in that, and there were some injuries and a fatality in my team. And after that, I remember thinking, in order to survive, we're going to have to be very different, very ruthless, and we're going to have to do this in a way that's going to be difficult to accept in a normal world.
You've written that, quote, there was no love in my heart and my moral compass had shifted. Where did that leave your empathy? Yeah, I had an experience where a bunch of my guys were wounded in a roadside bomb explosion. And I remember thinking, and my attitude towards the locals and the civilians at that point had been, these people are kind of innocent until guilty. And after that, I just assumed that everyone was kind of out to get us. And it's not a good way to live, but it was necessary in that environment. Ali, you did your PhD in group dynamics.
Discord said, forcing others to commit violence is a form of psychological violence. Yeah, I will say that, I can be very deeply empathetic to how we condition people, especially people who are soldiers, to feel obligated to carry out orders that in any other situation would be acts of terrorism, basically. And they are acts of terrorism, like in a zoomed out lens, 100%. And yet the way we condition and raise people to think like this is what a good patriot does, which is why people say patriotism is brainwashing, right? Because you're led to believe, right, that this is okay now. It is okay now to do this stuff. And like, there's like innocent people dying every day. It's really weird living in a world where on one side of things, it feels like your biggest problem is like getting the Labubu, and then on the other side of it, it's like there's like winter is hitting Palestine right now, and people's tents are flooding, and nobody has resources, and Ukraine is still suffering, and there was this horrible tragedy, I think it's Switzerland, at a club recently where 40 people died on New Year's, and like you just like it's like these horrible things are happening, and then for somebody else somewhere else, like, but all problems are problems, and all suffering is suffering, and so then you can't compare. You know what I mean? Like you can't compare the suffering, but yet, it's only when people compare suffering that we compare suffering. It's like looks. We shouldn't be comparing looks, but if someone's going to open their mouth and start comparing looks, then we're going to start comparing looks. And like, that's the thing that ends up happening. So, ultimately, I think the dilemma is like how, like, you remember when Frogan said what she said about military soldiers? And she said, if people join the military for like college tuition or to buy a house, like go fuck yourselves. But if people really regret it and they feel bad, I feel bad for them. I think there's something to be said about like sort of the way the military sells it to people. Like, hey, come push paperwork for us around. Like, come do paperwork for 4 years and you'll be able to go to college and buy a house. And hell, that sounds kind of nice. Or, hey, your kids will be able to go to college for free. And it's like, fuck, that sounds great. Like, there are so many non-combative roles in the military. The dilemma, though, is you're still in the military. Same with being a police officer. There are so many jobs as a cop that you could do without directly harming people, but you're still a cop at the end of the day. So there's something to be said about the way we're sold a get out of jail card or a get out of poverty card or a get out of your situation card. And I think I have great empathy for those people that are sort of like tricked. And, with that said, though, it's what they do after. It's like how they promote things after. It's like, You know, did you learn the lesson enough to warn people about it after? Or did you continue, did you get out of this miserable situation in the military, hate every second of it, and then get out and tell young people that like, hey, if you want to do it, you should do it? Or did you warn people not to do it because it like ruined your life and like you know, this isn't the only path you have available to you? I think all of those things play a role. But I do think we should be empathetic to the fact that we're tricking a lot of young people into the military. And we can still understand that a lot of young people also joined with a 20-year career in mind. Like a few people that I knew who joined the military were college graduates, had a goal in mind where they're going to be there for 20 years and retire. They had like a plan, and you can talk about the ethics of that. But I think there is something to be said that it's very difficult. I remember because my brothers were in the military, 2 of which did Afghanistan and Iraq. And they were saying like it's a really weird place to be because like, you know, they felt like the quote enemies would send a bus full of kids heading towards the base, and you could either blow up the bus or let the bus blow up the base. And I'm like, who is putting kids on the bus? Why are you in the land? What is happening? I think the dilemma is like, none of these things could be happening unless other things had happened. And the question is how do we prevent the situation from even happening where men feel entitled to taking children and putting them on buses, and or men feel like their only reaction to that is blowing up the bus full of kids? Remember, these are all men, bro. Remember, this is all patriarchy, you know? And that's why I say, like, that's the problem. Now, remember, they'll say, what about the women, Brittany? What about the women? The women are adhering to the standard of patriarchy. Women are doing what they need to do to feel like as good as the men do. So many books I read about women in military positions or combat positions are like, I don't want to look weak in front of the men. It has nothing to do with what they think is right or wrong. It's about, I don't want to look weak. I don't want to be a deserter. I don't want to betray orders. I got to follow suit. You know, it's all of those things. Chet said, what about people who come from well-off or privileged families and still join the military? It just depends on the situation. Some people might be in a well-off family, but also might be like ostracized from that family. Or maybe they lose all the family money if they go pursue something they want. So their only path out of that is the military. But again, generally, I don't think people should be joining the military if the military means going to other places, like other people's homes and blowing it up, right? So again, I think it's like, it's not about, like, the question shouldn't be who should join the military. The question is, why do people join the military? You know, it's not like, should people join the military? You know? Chet said, did your brothers fight in Iraq? If so, were they conflicted? Well, fighting is a very interesting way to phrase it. One of my brothers technically did convoys and was in the middle of like tense situations, but they weren't in combative roles. They weren't infantry or something. But they ran into family there. And remember, we're Assyrian and most of my family is conservative. So they ran into family members who were working with the US government to invade Iraq. It was very confusing. My family was mostly pro the Iraq war because they saw it as a sign of liberation, like they could liberate us from ISIS or Saddam. And that's because they were Christian minorities there as well. But also now, all these years later, they think it was a bad decision. You know what I mean? Now they think it was a bad decision. But like my family, most of my uncles and aunties or relatives or cousins ended up making a lot of money as interpreters during the time because the American government needed that. So my family ended up being okay. But generally speaking, I think now it's kind of disgusting how many people died. And I think generally, I think we all look at George W. Bush like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Chet said, what about people who join based on wanting to continue family legacy or enlisting? I mean, again, I think the question is, why are you doing that, right? Like, why is this a part of your legacy? I don't believe in legacy, right? I don't believe in family legacy. I don't believe in tradition. I don't believe in that. So then, like, are you asking, like, me, Brittany, what my thought is? Or, like, generally? I don't know. Like, generally, they'd have to ask themselves, is this harm reduction? But generally, I would say fuck your traditions and fuck your legacies and make better ones or do something else. Because, like, is this the path? Or make a military that doesn't have to include invading other people's countries so people can join the military and not feel bad about it, right?
And you research human connection. What are the main types of empathy?
So there's two main types of empathy. One is affective empathy, so affect in the psychological sense of mood or emotion. And we think of that as an emotional type of empathy. And when we're engaging in...
Sorry, this is a really good from Discord said, I know someone who used to be a cop for a while, and I could not see her in that role. I think she had an optimistic change the system from the inside kind of view. Exactly. Then there's those people too, right? Who are like, oh my God, I'm going to become a cop and I'm going to be one of the good cops. The systems don't allow you to be one of the good ones. They'll eat you alive. You know, which goes back to the beginning of stream today, talking about platforming bigots. The bigots go, oh, I'll do a debate with you, and you think I'll get them from the inside, but no, they take over. There's too many of them.
Affective empathy, we feel the feelings of another person. So this is also known as emotion.
Let's rewind that.
Psychological sense of mood or emotion, and we think of that as an emotional type of empathy. And when we're engaging in affective empathy, we feel the feelings of another person. So this is also known as emotional contagion. So we would all relate to that when we might see a loved one in distress, and we ourselves can experience personal distress when we engage in that type of empathy. The other main type is cognitive empathy, and cognitive empathy is identifying or acknowledging the experience of another person without taking on their emotions. So whenever we're watching a movie and we see the main character going through their exploits, but we don't necessarily feel their feelings, we can identify that this is not my experience, and we don't generate the same sensations as though it was. But that distinction, I think, is extremely important between affective and cognitive.
There's a lot going on in the brain when we empathise. Let's take a look.
The brain is just beautiful. It's billions of cells with trillions of connections between them, somehow working together. The ability to use empathy is actually one of the most amazing things that our brains do. So this requires our memory, our feelings and emotions all to come together. So let's say you're empathizing with a loved one and they've just had something really great happen for them in their day. The likelihood is that your brain
This is a neuroscientist, University of Sydney, Mac Shine.
and body are actually releasing the same kinds of chemicals that their body and brain are releasing. So you might feel their pain, you might feel their hopes and desires, you might feel their success
Oh, let's go back to that. Interesting.
in their day. The likelihood is that your brain and body are actually releasing the same kinds of chemicals that their body and brain are releasing. So you might feel their pain, you might feel their hopes and desires, you might feel their success. It's almost a sort of magical trick that we can play with our minds. But I think of it as really crucial for so much of our social interaction and our ability to form lasting relationships with one another.
We contacted Google for the latest statistics on searches for the word empathy. Globally, it's never been higher, and Australians are searching it more than any other country except for Ireland. Ali, why are we so interested in empathy?
We're in the middle of a loneliness epidemic, and it gets a little bit less press than the other epidemic that we've been talking about. And I think there's a few reasons for that. We've lived through lockdowns in the last few years. We've had a spotlight put on our relationships, but also we've lived through a digital revolution, and our work and home lives have changed more than they did since the Industrial Revolution in the past of 5 to 10 years. And so the opposite of loneliness is connection, and empathy is the pathway to connection. So I think there's this new spotlight on relationships and how we can do them better, how we can practice them in a more meaningful and intentional way. We've also seen a decline in religious participation. So I think people are trying to replace that with a sense of community and with their relationships. So it's almost this place where science and religion converge to say that empathy is a very positive thing for us. It's almost become our new direction for how we live our lives.
So does feeling empathy make us a good person?
So when we engage in empathy, we're more likely to also engage in pro-social behaviour. So we
more likely to, but not guaranteed to.
Respect others, we trust others. And then as a feedback loop, people are more likely to engage in that kind of behaviour with us. We're more likely to be seen as moral actors, and our relationships are more satisfying. So it's almost like empathy is the bridge that gets us to satisfying and meaningful connection, which is our greatest psychological need.
Seamus, you're autistic. How do others perceive your ability to empathise and to connect?
The perception is that we don't have empathy, where the way we actually process emotions and sensory is very different to the neurotypical population. We feel things a lot deeper. What we actually lack on is the cognitive empathy, so the position taking. So that's what we struggle in. The overall perception that I've found is that we're seen as sociopathic, as in we don't have emotions and we don't have empathy, but we process it very differently and a little bit slower compared to, well, this is from my experience, than just the general neurotypical population.
When people think you're not capable of having empathy, how does that make you feel?
It's a lot of processing, but the way that I generally deal with it is...
Hold on, I need to rewind that.
And emotions, and we don't, is that we're seen as sociopathic, as in we don't have emotions and we don't have empathy, but we process it very differently and a little bit slower compared to, well, this is from my experience, than just the general neurotypical population.
When people...
Wait, did he say we don't have cognitive or we do?
Is the cognitive. We feel things a lot deeper. What we actually lack on is the cognitive empathy, so the position taking. So that's what we struggle in.
Oh, okay. So he's saying we have more effective generally, and that's why, because cognitive is understanding someone's perspective taking, while effective empathy is feeling their emotions as if they were your own, which is why I think our sense of justice is so high, because we take on those people's feelings as if they're our own. And which is why I also am that's why I'm saying my empathy has become like a disability for me. And so I had to talk to my therapist about it years ago, because I was like, I'm dying under the weight of this, which is why I don't like when people go, I'm an empath. I'm like, okay, girl, don't brag about your disability. Like, I don't know why you're saying it like that. Or like, they're like, I'm empathetic and everyone else isn't. I was like, I doubt it though. Like, wouldn't an empathetic person go around saying they're an empath? I don't know. I don't think so.
The overall perception that I've found is well, this is from my experience, than just the general neurotypical population.
When people think you're not capable of having empathy, how does that make you feel?
It's a lot of processing, but the way that I generally deal with it is through advocacy and actually explaining to people the different types of empathy, how I process it, how there's sensory needs around being autistic that I don't think a lot of people are completely aware of. For instance, I'm far more practical in terms of empathy, that I want to actually do something. I feel it a lot deeper, but it's not necessarily seen as the same neurotypical standard, if you will.
Jo, you're a single mum with 3 kids, 2 have autism. How do you feel when other people say autistic people have no empathy?
Look, it makes me so sad, and I suppose I get really frustrated. I mean, my boys are both so different. I always joke I have a Rain Man and Elon Musk, and that's not an offensive thing to say. Rain Man was a real person, but that's what it is like. You know, Giovanni looks autistic.
What about this little girl? What she got going on with her little pink hair? Who's the two autistic kids? Is it these two? Because these two look autistic to me. Is it this kid? This kid, he could be though. But like, is she, come on now.
Philip is just like Elon Musk.
The 2 boys have autism?
Wants to be part of the colony on Mars. My dad truly engaged with my boys, got to understand how to communicate with them.
Yeah, Discord said everyone here is autistic. I was like, yeah.
Consistently. And he died. And, the rug was pulled out from under us because I felt so alone, and so did the boys. And Philip is more animated and was able to articulate how he was feeling as it happened. He was very close to my dad. Giovanni, who I named after my dad, I asked him if he wanted to come to the hospital. He said yes. He sat there quietly for about 15 minutes, then walked out. That was enough for him. That was fine. He didn't cope with the funeral because it was sensory overload. He injured himself. He had to be taken home. And I just was so stuck in grief. I was trying to figure out what to do for Giovanni because I knew that it was bubbling inside and I didn't know how it was going to express itself. And, spoke to a couple of therapists, left him alone. And it took him a good 3 or 4 months to even talk about my dad and say that he missed him, that he wishes he'd spent more time with him, that he was sorry that he found it hard to go to the aged care home because it was too noisy for him. He said that he wished that he didn't think so much of himself and his sensory issues and was able to just go more to see my dad. And that just shows the depth of his emotion and his empathy, and it just took him a long time to process it and articulate it and be able to share it.
As a mother of autistic children, does empathy play a role for you?
Of course. I mean, anyone who becomes a parent understands there's so much judgment about how we parent. And then, add to that having 2 special needs kids, and that is ramped up completely. My boys are 2 of the loneliest people in the world because they want friends and girlfriends and jobs and houses and lives, but they don't know how to do it. And when they do it incorrectly, it's judged. And my eldest is 18 and he's home every day. He does uni online, he wants friends, and my little boy goes to a support unit. People try to start conversations with him, but he doesn't really understand true friendships. So they're online a lot. They've got some online friends, which is a wonderful gift for them, but they're lonely, and as a result, so was I.
Well, I'm glad they have online friends, because I really, if I haven't ever done the math, But if I really took into account like how many of my friends I met through the internet, it's like most of the friendships I have had the longest and I've had the most consistent definitely came through the internet. Obviously like others didn't. Others I met, quote, in real life, but most of the current out of the 10 or so people I sent a Happy New Year's message to, I think like I haven't really done the math, but let's say like 80% of them were online. You know what I mean? Like 80% of them I met through the internet or met through my job or met something. So, you know what I mean? Like that's really important to me. You know what I mean? That's like so important to me to always advocate for this as a way to meet people, because like real people exist all over the world and we're no longer limited to just the people we live near. We get to find great, amazing people to connect with everywhere. There are great, amazing people in other countries and other cities and other neighborhoods. And to only think that all the greatest people live near you is such a limiting belief. And you're just like, so many of us are missing out on these amazing connections. And so like, I hope those kids continue to build community online, and I hope they don't go down some crazy right-wing pipeline, but I hope they continue to find good people on the internet because there's so many good people online.
Seamus, what about empathy, say, on the dating scene? Like, what kinds of things have people said to you when they find out you're autistic?
Are you allowed near kids? And what type of medication are you on? The worst date
What?
Are you allowed near kids? And
near kids? What does that matter? What? What does that mean? I don't think I've ever heard that my whole life. I mean, I guess if like,
what type of medication are you on? The worst date I had, what happened was she ended up walking out and saying that when she found out that I was autistic, that people like me shouldn't be allowed on the apps.
What?
Excuse me?
What do you say to that? I mean, she ended up walking out, but how do you process that?
I look at it like that, is she's potentially excluding herself from a good partner. So from my perspective, I guess she did me a favour.
So romance has been hard?
Very, very challenging.
Lee, when you were a child, you noticed you were different. How?
When I was growing up, I experienced a severe lack of empathy, like on the playground one time. Like, it was like, if you can imagine, like monkey bars and whatnot. I was a kid crawling on the monkey bars. He falls off the monkey bars, and I'm pretty sure he snapped his wrist, now that I think about it. And he was yelling and screaming, crying, and I remember just staring at him, just like super agitated, super angry at him, because I knew that recess was gonna end, And the teacher came and got him, and there was no other teachers out there, so everybody had to go inside, and I'm yelling and screaming at him. I'm angry. I think I'm about to kick him. I was so angry at him. So I experienced just being different.
And this is the guy from TikTok.
From a very young age.
As an adult, how did your lack of empathy show up in family life?
I'm married and I have 3 kids now. There was a moment when my wife, I think she was at work one time, and then my youngest son, my middle son, he was like 7 months old at the time. And I remember he just would not stop yelling. I was just like, oh my goodness, I'm trying to do work. He was just screaming and yelling. And so my mind just kind of shut off, and I started screaming and yelling at him. And my wife happened to come home at the exact same moment, perfect timing. And me and her get to screaming and yelling, and then she leaves the house, and then on the way out the house, she calls me the word a narcissist. She's like, it's hard living with a narcissist. And I got inquisitive, and I looked it up on Google, and it came up. It was like, did you mean narcissistic personality disorder? I was like, well, I didn't mean that, but let's dig deeper. I look up the signs and symptoms and the traits of that, and lo and behold, I feel like that's me. It explained to me how I've been feeling for a long time and why I didn't connect to that kid on the playground, or to my kids when they're crying, or my wife when she, in need of some emotional support and things like that.
You were diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, or NPD, in 2018. When you had that diagnosis, did you feel any different?
Yeah, it made me feel like an alien, but at least I knew what type of alien I was. It just.
Cam, you're a psychiatrist and you treat people with NPD. Yeah. Do narcissists often have low empathy?
Yeah, I suppose it depends on the degree of narcissism. I think a lot of times we say that people either have empathy or no empathy. I don't think it's that categorical. And I think empathy lies on a continuum. So it's a matter of how much we have or how little we have.
So narcissists can be nice?
Yes.
It's good to hear, Lee. Can you give us
Get this man a fan. He's obviously very warm. When I see people sweating on TV, I always feel so bad for them, because I feel like They're on. Get this man a glass of water and a cloth. He's literally going like this in the background. But oh my God, I just almost choked on my own fucking saliva. It must be so hot in that room because, you know, the lights are blaring on them and they're sitting in a studio and they can't move. Ugh, like I would feel so overwhelmed.
Example of what sits at each end of that empathy spectrum?
Well, I guess if you compare empathy with the analogy of pain, so on the extreme end where there's very little empathy, these are the people who kind of like tend to cause pain to other people, or they don't actually understand the pain that the other people are suffering from. And then on the other end where you have people who have a lot of empathy, and they tend to pick up on other people's feelings and they get too much into the other person's world and they actually cause pain to themselves. And they need to have kind of proper coping mechanism to deal with that.
Lee, do you find it hard to put yourself in someone else's shoes?
So now that I've been in psychotherapy for the last 6 years, I feel like it's easier now than it used to be. Like, I would just describe it as like, I see your shoes. I see the type of shoe you have on. You might have on some Nikes right now. You know, I can see the Nikes. I understand that they are Nikes, but they are not my size. I can't necessarily fit into those shoes. I see the shoes. I understand it, you know, but they just don't fit me.
Has anyone ever used your empathy deficit against you?
So typically when I'm online, like talking about, you know, living with narcissistic personality disorder and whatnot, people tend to call me a demon and devil and Jezebel spirit and all things like that because of the...
Girl. That's so fucked up for someone to say Jezebel spirit to somebody with a personality disorder. But that's what people thought they were. They thought autism was possession. They thought personality disorders were possession. That's why it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous that religiosity doesn't fuck up the science. But that's what's so fucked up about the whole thing. Oh man.
You know, the perceived lack of empathy and that they might have dealt with in their life. So I get that kind of feedback online all the time. But, you know, I kind of just make jokes out of it now. I kind of roll with the punches with it.
Do you feel like people sort of hold empathy as something that's sort of higher moral ground?
A lot of people treat, you know, I guess when they see what I have going on and they assume I have a lack of empathy, they make it seem like empathy is like this precious jewel that, you know, everybody has that I can't get. And they just, you know, hold it, they wear it around their neck like a special necklace.
And how do you feel about that?
I mean, it's fine. You know, I have my own necklace. I just, you know, it's all good.
Yeah, it does feel kind of counterintuitive for people to say, I have empathy, but also I'm better than you because I have empathy. Doesn't sound like you have a lot of empathy for the person who doesn't experience empathy. Do you know what I mean? It sounds like a really fucking stupid, actually. So get your shit together.
Lee, would you say you're an empathetic person?
Yes, I would. I probably didn't understand a lot about empathy until some time ago when I was having a difficult time in life and was doing a lot of reading to try and understand what was going on for myself, and started reading about empathy. And
I want to say, Chatter, I don't mean to correct your lived experience, but just the general statement I will take issue with, because you said religion and autism don't go together. We're the demons because we see through it all and have meltdowns sometimes. I'll just be honest with you. Autism and religiosity go very well together. Like, you would have to be an inquisitive autistic person, or otherwise, like, religion is so good for neurodivergent brains. So I disagree with the statement as a statement, but I'm sure that's your lived experience. But I find the opposite to be true, that neurodivergency and religion can be very complementary, or if you're inquisitive, less complementary. I think it just depends on the person. But the black and white, the structure, good and bad, they just work so well sometimes for some brains, at least in my experience.
Empaths. And when I read about empaths, I started making sense of who I was, that, the world comes at me in a hard way. It's like I have no filter, really flimsy barrier.
So you're quite sensitive?
I'd call myself highly sensitive. In my family, I'm known as 98% emotion.
Yeah. You've worked in bereavement care for more than 20 years. What does that involve?
I'm a social worker by profession, and I first started working in paediatric oncology many, many years.
Oh, you said you were being sarcastic. My bad. That's autism and autism crime right now. You said, but it's common that religious people treat autistic people like they're demons. Oh, I didn't grow up in that religious bubble. In my religious bubble, that was not the case. I'm really lucky that in my bubble, autistic people, neurodivergent people, disabled people were incredibly valued, and maybe even honestly the opposite end, infantilized. Honestly, I think I saw more of the they're pure and can do no wrong bubble. which is why I'm not allowed to be autistic, because I have done wrong. And if I was really autistic, then I'd be innocent. So there's actually, I think I grew up in the opposite bubble, which was bad. You know what I mean? It's like the other end of it. You know what I mean? But maybe that's what you mean or something. But it's also the other bad time. You know, it's both bad. But I think I'd prefer the way I was raised more, in a sense. Maybe. I can't decide. It's both bad, you know?
Ago now, and naturally, some of the children and families I was working with, the children would transition to palliative care, and so I'd work with families and supporting them through that time and then into bereavement. And since that time, I became really interested in the state of play in terms of the health system's response to the care of bereaved families after a child dies. So I soon found myself working in paediatric palliative care, and that's where I've stayed ever since. I still work in the context of paediatric palliative care in some form.
Is it important to have empathy to do the work that you do?
I believe it is. I do. For me, empathy means that great innate capacity to feel deeply. And when you're working with
Oh my God, Discord said autism was seen as something to pray away in my bubble. Oh my God, you guys are popping my bubbles right now. That's so interesting. Yeah, I didn't grow up in that bubble at all. That's so, oh, wait. No, I don't think, well, wait. Did you grow up in the bubble that was like, may Jesus heal them. May Jesus bring calm spirit to them. May Jesus like bless them. May Jesus take this like burden away from them. I did grow up in that bubble, but I don't think it was ever articulated as taking away their autism or disability. It was more like, may Jesus heal them. Oh, is that what you mean? Because then I would agree. Yeah, definitely. Which was like, I processed it differently as a kid than demons or something to be fixed, even though I think by technicality that is what it is. But maybe that's my autism, that I grew up thinking it was more like I love them enough to not want to see them suffer. But then I think in my bubble too, it was also like a sign of like saintliness, that you care for the sick and the meek. You know what I mean? So then it was like you were like a saint. Like we had a boy in our homeschooling group that was like disabled, and he was only supposed to live like so long, like as a child, but he didn't. He actually lived for decades, and he was old. He got pretty old, and his mother would take care of him, but she like also broke her back literally physically doing it, because like she would have to carry him in and out of the tub. And I don't know what he ever had. I don't know what his diagnosis ever was, but he was wheelchair bound, and he was sweet, and like he was in the class, and like we all knew him, and we knew his brother, we knew his family, obviously, because in the homeschooling group we were in, we all knew each other, you know, we all hung out, we all knew each other. But it was like, you know, heal them so there can be like, yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Discord said, yes, but they would say take away the spirit of autism away. Really? Take the spirit of autism away? Wow. That's so interesting. Yeah, that's a different bubble than the one I grew up in, but very, very good to know. Yeah, thank you guys for sharing all of your perspectives, though. I think it's really, really important, you know, for everyone to share like how it worked for us and how it worked for them. And that also allows us to know what we mean when we use these words. Yeah, that's interesting.
Family as a health professional, and you're either delivering bad news or sitting alongside a family that's received devastating news, or a family whose child has just died, or a family whose child died 10 years ago, and they're still expressing that real unmet need for love and care. To hold empathy is a gift. I feel it's a gift, and something that we need to honour people with when they're deeply suffering.
How do you find enough empathy when you're surrounded by grief and death? I'd assume nearly every day of your working life.
For me, it's just this overflowing empathy. I can't stop it. It's like a waterfall. It never stops.
Has it ever got too much?
Yeah, it has. There was a time some years ago where I had an experience of what I call burning out. I was at the end of completing a PhD. I had been advocating strongly for the hospital I was working in to respond more effectively to the care of bereaved families, and it's very hard to get them to listen. Hospitals are very focused on cure and shy away from death and dying. Life was a bit tricky at home, so every part of my life was full, and I was invited into a new leadership role in the hospital, and I tried to resist, because I can remember saying to my manager, who was a good friend as well, you know, I'm really empty. I can feel I don't have a lot to offer at the moment. And he said, look, a little bit of Lee's better than no Lee. And I wish I'd heeded my own inner voice, because I stepped into the role, and before too long, there was a day I woke up and sat on the couch at home and just started crying and crying and crying. It was like the waterfall was pouring out of my heart and eyes, and it was scary. really scary. So my partner at the time called an ambulance, and I had a little trip to the mental health unit, outpatient mental health unit, and was medicated and had a referral to see a psychotherapist for 6 months, and it was a really difficult time. I had 8 weeks off work, which wasn't enough.
What do you put that burnout down to?
I think part of it is that I do care deeply, I feel deeply, and when you're advocating for families, particularly these families that I was meeting who I could see there was so much suffering and knowing that we could do so much more, but the system was saying no, that hurt. It hurt immensely.
Annie, before you became your parents' carer, you were working as a school teacher. In 2008, you won a Young Teacher of the Year award. Were you given any advice when you started out on that career?
I think academically I was prepared for it. I wasn't prepared so much for the social emotional side of being a primary school teacher, and initially I was just told, you know, you've got this award, all you need to do is just add your compassion to your bag of tools really before you go in.
What happened in the first couple of years in the classroom?
The first year was pretty challenging, and I was actually in my 40s, so I think they thought they'd just leave me alone because I have worldly wise and I'm able to cope with everything, but a beginning teacher was a beginning teacher. But I got through the first year, and then the second year, about halfway through term 1, I was told that a little boy was starting in my class the next day. He had fetal alcohol syndrome, sensory processing disorder, and had severe trauma, and absolutely no language. And he was very violent, so I would remove 26 other kids, sometimes a couple of times a day, to keep them safe from him, to keep him safe somewhere in there, and me in the mix somewhere as well. And he was in my class apparently because I had the most compassion in the school.
What was he like in the class?
You know, what I know now about trauma on the brain, I certainly didn't understand it then and had no training on it. He was terrified most of the time.
How did that affect you emotionally?
It was really hard for me because I'd won this award, I'd found my why, my purpose, I guess. I couldn't have my own children, so that was something I really wanted to make a difference and work with young kids. And I thought I was doing all the right things, but just nothing was working. My wake-up call was I was cooking tea for my husband and some saucepans fell out on the floor. And I didn't realise, now I know that I'm triggered by very loud noises because of this little boy's scream. And I cried hysterically for about 3 hours. I went to the doctor the next day and she signed me off for a week and said that I had post-traumatic stress.
Did your capacity to show empathy change after that?
Yes, it did. I think what I understand of empathy is that I was connecting, and because this little boy was in fight or flight all the time, I was actually in fight or flight all the time but didn't realise it. So eventually I fatigued from that empathy, I guess, and I had the opposite. I had apathy, that I didn't really care about myself or anything else in my life. I felt I'd lost energy and confidence and any enthusiasm for the job at all.
I will say, okay, a couple of thoughts. One, Discord said kids struggling like that are clearly in the wrong environment with the wrong supports, but everyone insists that it's the kid that's wrong. I will say it's like a double-edged sword, right? Where we shame people for not knowing how to care for people, but then we don't understand that like none of us know how to care for people until we do. Like all of us are kind of bad friends until we're good friends. Like you have to learn to be a good friend. You have to learn to be a good person. You have to learn to be a good caretaker. And we have bad science and bad training. So like she said, she didn't even have the training, right? But I also think like triggering content I stay away from is autistic parenting content. Like my kid's autistic, but that doesn't mean they're going to be rude. And it's like, it's very triggering for me because it doesn't feel good. And I feel like it's wrong, but they keep treating the kid like they'll do this thing where it's like, you're not going to get treated differently because you're autistic. But the whole point of realizing you're autistic is that you actually do need to be treated differently, but not always and not in every aspect, but in a lot of different ways, dependent on how you define differently. So I get like a little annoyed, I think, when I see that, because though I can agree, right, that like there should be a standard of expectation, the standard changes based off of the individual and the environment. So Discord is so right that the environment is obviously a problem, and we don't train our adults, and being too empathetic can be an issue. And that's why, guys, again, I want to say this. Well, okay. Before you have a child, regardless of how the child comes into the world, regardless of the body they're in and the health complications or not health complications, there is a chance that child might kill you, murder you, rape you, destroy you, shatter your mental health. Are you willing to bring a human into existence that could be your death, and or you understand you have a responsibility to that person as well, in a sense that you have to do your due diligence to raise them well, to intercept, to make sure they're into the right therapy as soon as possible, to notice that there's something unique about them. Because I think one of the issues is like, we're not just making a child and therefore it's always innocent or something. It's still a person, right? Like everybody's a child. Like everybody is someone's child. So it's weird the way we like, it's like a balance where like we shame adult parents for not talking to their kids without understanding that those kids are no longer kids, they're adults now. And it's like, you know, are you going to fault someone for not talking to Trump? Like, yeah, it's their kid, but at the end of the day, he's 80 now. You know what? Good luck, right? Or in some other aspects, like parents who don't understand their kids won't talk to them. It's like, bro. So it should be like, there should be a balance, and every situation requires a different reaction. But we're living in a world right now where most people still don't understand autism. They still don't understand things. I mean, heck, parents of autistic kids don't understand autism. Autistic people don't even understand autism. So like, because we're not having a universal experience. We're all having a unique experience. So it's also very frustrating. And then on top of that, we don't even have the skill set to like give kids in classrooms the one-on-one care that they need, let alone a child facing disability or something like that. So it feels like, it feels very difficult, right? To balance all of that out. Chat says the child should never be blamed in these situations. If the child is acting out and causing issues for the classroom, boundaries can be set up and appropriate discipline can be done. Well, I don't know if we should be disciplining kids. Like, I don't think we should be disciplining people, right? Like, that's not, you didn't mean the discipline is punishment, right? Like, or I don't know if the kid needs discipline, but until you test out new environmental options, which is why I'm pro homeschooling, for educated parents who give kids the right education, because maybe this kid would do better homeschooling. Not to isolate them, but to give them freedom. But I'm anti homeschooling if you're not following a curriculum. So I only agree with homeschooling if you're running curriculum, if there's like a standard, right? Right? Chet said, oh, I didn't mean punishment. I meant more like your sticker being moved down on the behavioral chart or more boundaries. Okay. So I do think there's a lot here that could that needs to be changed. I also think like we do lie to people about having babies. We lie to people about how easy it is. Parents will one side of their face talk about how hard it is being a parent, and then the other side be like, you should have 10 kids. Didn't you just say it was the hardest job on the planet? Why do you want me to do that? How are you in one side of your mouth being like, it's the hardest job in the whole world. No job is as hard as this. Okay, why would I want to sign up for the hardest job in the world? Make it make sense. Like, why do I want to sign up for that then? And then they're like, I can't believe you're not having kids. And it's like, dude, you're not, but then they lied. Oh, it's great. It's so easy. There's never a good time. Have babies. It will change everything. Yeah, there are a lot of benefits to having children. A lot of benefits to having kids. There's also a lot of responsibility that you have to take into consideration, right? Discord said people understand that they should treat their coworkers differently from their family members, use different languages to understand each other, different boundaries. Yet when someone is neurodivergent, there's a resistance to making an effort to understand and communicate clearly. Totally. And a big part of it is I do think people really struggle. I think okay, you know what's crazy? I saw an autistic person. You know who I saw? You know that autistic guy I referenced on my last anger and autism or whatever? I saw a TikTok he made. I don't really like watch him like that. He just shows up on my feed, but like I don't really like resonate with all of his content. This one I really didn't, but he was talking about time blindness, and he's like, yeah, that's not an excuse, but I'm going to be real. It's not an excuse, but it is a disability. Like, as somebody who lives with an ADHD, time blindness is so fucking real. My brother has ADHD. Time blindness is so fucking real. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Even myself, guys, you want to know what kind of time blindness I have? Your time blindness. I promise you, as we were watching the fireworks for New Year's, I told my partner, I swear we just did this. I promise you, I feel zero time has gone by between the last New Year's and this New Year's. I cannot process that any time has gone by, even though I'm so aware it has. You know what I mean? I'm like so aware it has. I'm just like, I don't know, bro, right? Chess says, is your ADHD hereditary? Your parents, I mean? Well, I don't know what my parents have going on, but my theory is my mom's ADHD and my dad's autistic. That's my diagnosis, but I'm not a therapist. What do I know? But I do think my mom has ADHD. And so, like, as I look at, you know, our life and we look at topics like this, I am deeply empathetic to this woman for having suffered from this situation. And imagine how much harm we can prevent if we gave these children the right interventions as quick as possible and the adults the right resources as quick as possible. The system burned this woman out. The system failed this child. The system, that's why we need better systems, because the systems help harm reduce if they're good systems, you know? Okay.
That leave your teaching career, Annie?
Sadly, and it's still really hard to say, as 18 months after winning that award, I walked away from the profession because I couldn't see how I was going to make myself well whilst doing that incredibly, wonderful job, but very stressful job. So I walked away.
Lee, as a social worker, does this sound familiar?
Absolutely. I mean, you're continually confronting suffering all the time, and empathy is really important to maintain really good and trusted relationships with those who are suffering. But, you know, there's a really fine line between caring and caring too much. There's, particularly in an area like paediatric palliative care, there's this bottomless pit of need, and it's not our job to fill that bottomless pit of need. It's our job to remain strong enough but compassionate enough to continue walking alongside for that family you're with and for so many more.
That's the problem. You're supposed to walk along these families and help them and be empathetic and do emotional labor and do all these things. And then you can't give in too much because you'll crumble too, and you have to be strong for them. And also, just FYI, the angry and autism guy, he was like getting annoyed because he was like, isn't there anything you can do? Set up alarms, do something else to be on time. Look, I'm a 15 minutes kind of early girl, okay? But I'll just tell you this right now. I don't know why people think 15 alarms is anything. Like, I set 15 alarms. I set 3 alarms minimum to wake up every morning, right? Every morning. And I probably snooze and reset the alarm 4 or 5 times before I actually wake up. Like, reset, meaning I wake up and I sleepily like reset the alarm and go like this. And then I make it go again and I sleep again. Because like getting out of bed is like really difficult, especially since last night, apparently my bedroom door got closed and all the curtains got closed, which means the house was pitch black because we have blackout curtains because that's just how they came. And I'm not getting out of bed. It took everything I had to get out of bed today. And like, I have to keep the blinds open or I will, like, if you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's very, you know, I think like, there's just, you have to know yourself. You have to play to your strengths. You have to know what keeps you up, what gets you up, what makes things work for you. And like, you have to understand that like, not everyone's struggling like this. Like, I know people who like one alarm goes off and boom, they're awake. They're out of bed. They're functioning. Has never been me, will never be me. And again, I'm always 15 minutes early to everything, unless I'm dealing with somebody else who's not. But also that is a part of my anxiety that makes me want to be early. So I'm never late. But someone else's anxiety could make them late because they can't leave the house until they check all the burners 1,000 times, or they remember to do something last minute. And like, everyone's different. But if you know it's happening, it doesn't mean, this is the disability part, guys. It doesn't mean just because you know it's happening, you can always do something about it. That's why it's a disability. Because sometimes you can't do anything about it. Which is why it's a disability. Like, I think this idea is like so lost on people, and I don't know how it's lost on you. If it wasn't such an issue, it wouldn't be a disability. It would just be the way your brain functions. Then like you can counteractive it by being introspective or some shit. You know what I mean? So like, where's your empathy? Like, where's your understanding that like, that's the disability part, guys?
Ali, before you studied human connection, you left behind a career in criminal law. Why?
In the courtroom, you are exposed to a whole range of human emotion, not all of it positive, in fact, most of it very negative. And so I thought of myself as being an empathetic person. But now that I've researched it since, I understand that what I was doing was engaging in affective empathy with everybody that was surrounding me at work. And when you engage in affective empathy, you are feeling the sensations of the people around you. You're taking them on because you care. And when we do that at work, it's actually a recipe for empathy fatigue, vicarious trauma, burnout, a whole range of things. And so I slowly realised that day in, day out, I was facing cases, sexual assault cases, child sexual assault cases, and I wasn't sure how to use my empathy. And I knew that I was experiencing that context in a different way to my colleagues. I would say to people, how do you deal with this, with what we're working in? And some people would say, deal with what? And so that almost then made me think, oh, this problem is with me. And now I work with people who are in settings like that, in that very training, in order to keep people working who have important skills but just don't have the emotional scaffolding to protect themselves from that complex trauma.
Is there data to suggest that burnout and empathy fatigue are on the rise?
Definitely. And again, it's important to differentiate between the two terms. So burnout is actually an occupational phenomenon. And so it's something that is associated with demands at work. It can be increased distance from your job, exhaustion, decline in performance. Whereas empathy fatigue is actually reduced capacity to care for somebody whose role it is to care for others.
Cam, to what extent do you need to have empathy when treating your psychiatric patients?
Well, I think empathy is actually the basic of a doctor-patient relationship. I don't believe that a person can actually function as a psychiatrist without empathy. Having said that, in psychiatry, we also talk about accurate empathy. And I think accurate empathy is something that is balanced by a boundary. So I think a simple way to look at empathy is to think about the ability to step into the other person's world without living in that world. Right. And I think a lot of times we suffer from empathy fatigue because we actually stay in that world for too long.
Lee, have you established more self-protective measures since you've burnt out?
Oh, absolutely. I feel a bit hardwired now. In a way, burnout is hard and it takes a long time to recover, and I'm not sure if you ever really fully recover because I'm a little hardwired now. I immerse myself in nature. I know for me, nature's a healer. It gives so much and takes nothing away. So in a way, becoming burnt out is a gift to someone who's got such a high level of empathy because it's taught me how better to care for myself.
Lee, you are a diagnosed narcissist and you consider your lower empathy to be beneficial. Why is that?
I feel like my inability to connect to people on such a deep level actually protects me sometimes. I just feel like because your empathy can actually be weaponized against you a lot in today's world. Like even with her telling her story, I just feel like even the school system weaponized her empathy against her. They said it. Who has the most compassion? Oh, you? You know, and they can set you up like that in that dynamic. And even on like in war, when he was talking about it earlier, like if you give empathy to the wrong person, you might end up losing your life. You might end up getting harmed in certain situations and things like that. So I just feel like the lack can be a benefit sometimes. And
if someone's sort of feeling sad or emotional, do you ever feel like you don't want to be sort of dragged down by their emotions?
Yeah, I just feel like so. Again, it's just like that protective measure that kind of kicks in with me, where I don't necessarily, I can see people getting sad and emotional around me, but I don't necessarily connect to it like that.
Yep.
So if I'm even talking to people about like a sad situation and they're like boohoo crying, and I'm just like, okay, I get why you're crying, I understand why you're being emotional right now, but let me give you an alternate perspective right now, you know.
You and your wife got back together after you started therapy for your narcissistic personality disorder. What have you learnt about how to be empathetic?
So I just feel like now, like, I can be more, like when she was saying earlier, about more cognitive empathy. I can understand her emotions, why she's like, if she's crying like her grandma passed away. And I'm like, dang, grandma passed away. I'm not sad at all, but she's crying. I can hug her, I can connect to her and let her cry. You know, I can let her cry, and I can also handle situations around the house.
You know what's crazy though? I don't think that's unique to NPD. Like, though people can be sympathetic, like, well, your grandma died, it doesn't mean they're going to be like deeply empathetic. You know, like they could just be like, oh my God, bro, that's a bummer. But they might not feel anything about it because it's not their grandma. They don't know that person. And they might not even have had a good relationship with their own grandma. So then they're not, you know, like they're like, okay, it was like an old person. Like some people are like, oh, that old person, like they don't even know their grandparents. So like then there's something about that I think is like really interesting that I wonder about as well, is like, I think it's like autism as well. Is like you hear some of the criteria for autism and you're like, oh my God, that's me. Same with NPD is like, yeah, a lot of those things could be a lot of those things. But again, I guess the why is different or how it's experienced is different. But I think that's why autistic people sometimes wonder, or people wonder if they're NPD, is because like maybe the empathy or sympathy isn't going to look the same, or like the ability to like understand like why you're sad, or even the opposite, understand why we're sad, you know?
And things like that while she's sad. It helps me.
Yeah.
And it also helps her more along the lines now.
Has learning empathy helped you interact better with your kids?
Yeah. So just like even developing more cognitive empathy now, just listen to my wife and watching her interact with my kids, like even on the way.
Damn, that's a cute family, bro. They almost look like AI. What the fuck? That's cute. That's a cute little family right there. I hope they're happy. That's rough though. This one right here looks autistic though. This one here in the hoodie. That's an autistic kiddo, right? Like, am I crazy? Honestly, I don't know. But that's cute.
Here, my youngest son had started crying because he was gonna miss me. And, my first thought was, shut the car door and just get on the plane. But, I was just like, okay, that's not gonna work. So I gave him a hug and a kiss as opposed to, shutting the door and flying away.
Yeah.
So.
And how does he react to that?
He probably would have screamed and cried loud if I had shut the door on him. Yeah. But the fact that I gave him a kiss and stuff, it helps him. Yeah. So if it helps him, I'm all for it now.
Welcome everyone. This topic is about using our imagination to try to work out how other people feel. It's to give us practice in putting ourselves in other people's shoes. So right now, you are standing on the playground, waiting for your friend Maya to get to school so that she can play basketball. So you run up to her. Maya mumbles, "I don't feel like playing today." How does that make you feel? Olivia?
I can't. Hold on. I'm a visual learner. Hold on.
Maya, to get to school.
I lost her.
Welcome everyone. This topic is about using our imagination to try to work out how other people feel. It's to give us practice in putting ourselves in other people's shoes. So right now, you are standing on the playground, waiting for your friend Maya to get to school so that she can play basketball. So you run up to her. Maya mumbles, "I don't feel like playing today." How does that make you feel? Olivia?
It makes me feel a bit angry and inside because she just betrays your team. I'd feel a bit disappointed, but it would be rude to say that to Maya's face and then she might get offended.
Alice, what do you think?
I'd feel a bit upset that they didn't feel good enough to play and I'd feel quite disappointed.
So suppose you do run after Maya and ask her why she doesn't feel like playing. And suppose Maya says, "It's my dog, Misty. She's really sick and I'm worried."
I would be feeling a little sick at the time because I was worrying too much and thinking of all the negative things that could happen to Misty. I'm not sure because I don't own any pets. I haven't seen many pet problems.
So suppose you've never had a pet. Do you think that makes it harder to understand how Maya feels?
It's a bit harder because you don't know if they get sick, it's like losing a family member and you can get really emotional.
When they start each one giving their views, they build on each other's ideas. And from there, they do take in different perspectives and then develop, can they be empathetic to others?
Kelby, you write ethics classes in New South Wales public schools. Why do we need to teach kids empathy?
That lesson's actually a little unusual in that one is specifically about empathy. But what we already see in that lesson is that these kids come to the class with a whole lot of empathy. They're already capable of explaining how they would feel in a situation or how other people would feel in a situation like that. So we know that most neurotypical humans in most environments will develop capacities for empathy in both the cognitive and affective spheres that we've already heard.
Are you teaching kids how to be good people?
No, that's not what we do in primary ethics. So we go in, we tell them a story, and we ask questions about the story. So through that process, we're teaching them critical thinking, and we're teaching them, just as importantly, we're teaching them how to talk to people who have different views from their own. Now, the way we do that is through stories, and stories are a way of really developing empathy, for sure.
I love a story. It's all about a story, girls. A story. Like, which story character? What can I show you as an example? What's a good story? I'm telling you, I love it.
Lee, you're working on your empathy through therapy. How do you feel about your narcissistic traits now?
They're still there. They don't go away. But I just feel like being in psychotherapy for so long, it just helps me connect to people better. And actually, I would say the main thing I've learned is to actually listen to people and let them finish talking. And so I can respond as opposed to react to them. Just like gaining more understanding of where they're actually coming from and what they're actually saying.
Does that make you feel differently?
Yeah, I feel good, I feel less alien.
Cam, you're a psychiatrist. Can narcissists be taught to be more empathetic?
Yes, I think in your therapy with your therapist, Lee, I suppose that is a way of kind of like, we would say that as reparenting. Be talking to your therapist and then telling the story, and then the therapist is able to reflect back to you the emotions within that story or how the other person feels. Yeah. And I think that is something that innately for human beings, I think most of the time parents do that to us, when we are kind of young, when we are 1 or 2 years old, and our parents reflect back the feeling to us by their facial expressions or by words, then we learn that what we do have an impact on another person. So one way of understanding narcissistic personality is that they probably look at the world kind of through thick glasses or a barrier. And I think it's great that you...
You know, it's interesting. Hold on. Chat's saying, I think a majority of personality disorders come from complex trauma. Well, I'm sure you guys have heard that a lot of conversation is being had around BPD, complex trauma, CPTSD, and that using these personality disorders to describe people instead of just saying CPTSD is like not helpful. And I've been thinking about that too. Like, again, because like, I think there's something to be said about like how we process information in the world. Like, what do things stem from? You know, with autism, like you're born autistic, but with like BPD or personality disorder or PTSD, there's like, or CPTSD, there's a trace, you know? But even so with my therapist and I, at least when I was in therapy, I wonder how it would be now. I can't wait to have an opportunity to find a therapist that I could talk to again, because I'd love to go over it now with where I'm at and explain like where I'm at and like what do they think, because I would be curious if they would even think BPD makes sense or if it could still be traced back, and also just talk about my family dynamics, because like obviously there's just like I cannot tell you the amount of unhealedness in my family and how it's getting worse over time. I think that was the biggest epiphany I had for myself in the last few weeks, especially, is like the unhealedness. Okay, so now I have a theory I came up with in the last 24 hours because something happened yesterday where I was like, maybe the reason MAGA people in particular, conservative parents and stuff, feel insane to us, like they've lost their minds, is because if you do not handle your trauma, you do not go to therapy, you do not get your shit in order, it actually does become worse over time and it becomes like more insane. And because we've all been doing the work, right? Like, because we generally in this audience tend to think of therapy as like a duh, now we're dealing with people that we didn't imagine getting older, because like, I don't really know, like I didn't really as a child process like my aunties and uncles and grandparents in the same way. Like I'm just now an adult, right? So now that I'm now an adult and I'm looking at my parents, they're my only like elder people with the amount of trauma they've had that I can see and be like, they've gotten zero work for it. Because the other elder couple in my life, who's my other parent figure, they've both done therapy and stuff. Like they're very like into that stuff. For my parents who have never done it, and they've really gone through it, like they have serious and real trauma. But when I look at them and I go, you never got help for this. And the consequence for that is like, yeah, exactly, chat. Their views are getting more black and white over time. It's so black and white that the things that come out of their mouths, I can't even repeat. And I'm like, oh, you can't say that. Like just, you want to talk about empathy? It's like, it's completely disappeared. And I'm like, oh my God, like, hello, are you okay? And then I'm realizing like, oh my God, this is like, you want to talk about looking into your future and realizing you don't want to be this? Oh my God. Like, but then you see the internet and the things these people say. So you know on the internet how boys will say stuff and you'll be like, oh, they're memeing. Guys, not only are they not memeing a lot of the time, but like my parents are saying it with a straight fucking face. And I'm like, what's happening? Like, what's going on? What are you doing? Because, you know, and then it's like that realization of like, oh no, like this is truly what happens when you stop introspecting, extrospecting, deconstructing. It is so weird. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life, but it also makes so much sense for exactly what I've been talking about this whole time. Like, human beings as a whole are just not deconstructing, introspecting. We're not doing the work. So, you know how like, I don't know if you know this. Like, and I don't want to like toot your own horns or toot my horn, but what we are doing here on this channel, I think it might be quite exceptional in a sense. You know, like I think it might be actually like, I think that's probably why it doesn't make sense to some people, because like we could never even have the conversations Jubilee is having here. Like it wouldn't even make sense to us. Like our brain would be like, why are you even talking about that? Like none of that is a real conversation. But imagine that that's all people are talking about. That's how people are having the conversations. Like they're talking, but they don't know anything about what they're talking about. And then they just like, they're sure they're correct. Like kind of like that FD signifier clip I showed you where the guy said, you know, they're watching a Jubilee video and the guy goes, race is a biological. And he goes, but it's not, it's a construct. But imagine you're having that conversation with something that doesn't involve the word construct. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like, I'm trying to give, this is a glass of water. No, it's not. What? No, it's not a glass of water. Oh, what is it? Well, it's obvious what it is, right? No, what is it? And they're like, it's a vase. And I'm like, oh, it's a vase. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, I guess you could use it as a vase, but I think usually we'd call this a glass of water. And they're like, no, that's definitely a vase. And I'm like, oh, why do you think it's a vase? And it's like trying to have a conversation where they're like, obviously because you can put flowers in it. Yes, but what makes this a vase versus a cup? Because like we could have that conversation. And I think it's a good conversation, but they're not having it. They're just having it to argue, but then they're doubling down on it. And it's very interesting. Like I'm very fascinated at this, like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like, but it's real. Like, cause you know when you kind of like can tolerate somebody memeing on you because you think like they're not serious, but then you realize they're serious. Wait a second. That changes everything. Like that changes everything. Or they like, maybe that's not such a good example because, I'm trying to use like even a better example because they can say this is like gender. What do you mean it's a man or it's a woman? It's a glass, it's a vase. It could be whatever it is. So maybe I could say that about gender. But that's not even how gender works. Like that's what's funny is like, that's not even how gender works. Gender isn't the outside identifies it. So it is. Gender is the inside knows what it is and it tells the outside. That's the problem. It's like gender isn't I see you and I identify you. Like, you know, that's not even... Yeah, Chad said, I think I heard Dr. K say that a lot of the time black and white thinking comes from chronic stress and adrenaline. So if you have unprocessed trauma that leads you to be in the state of constant stress, that makes sense. Yeah. Then it's like, that's what it is. It's like the doubling down is so interesting. I'm fascinated. I'm really fascinated with it. But you know what's crazy? Is like, is this narcissist doing more introspective, self-aware work than our parents are? Because I'm literally gagged.
You know, you have chosen to sort of get through that, the glass door onto the other side.
Cam, you also treat patients with autism spectrum disorder. How do you help them manage their relationships?
I help them through narrative therapy. And in fact, what the teacher is doing in the classroom is exactly what I do. So they usually come in and with a story. And as a therapist, I try to give them another perspective of the narrative or the story. And the other thing that I do is I do actually support and I suppose lobby for the young people in the classroom and in the school. And it's amazing that a lot of them, the schools and the teachers don't actually understand their behavior.
Right.
So actually going there to talk to the principals and to talk to the...
That's what Discord said earlier. The kid wasn't getting the right environment. They weren't advocating for him. Yeah.
Teachers and say, look, you know, when little Johnny write about blowing up the school, it's not like he wants to do that. He's just angry. And you don't have to be worried about that. Don't actually have to report him to DCJ, for example. You just have to talk about his feelings.
Seamus, you found dating difficult. What have you learnt about romantic love?
I guess I really hadn't found the right person. And it's really someone who understands autism and understands, I guess, the emotional differences between it.
Remember when Amy Schumer was like, my partner has autism. I'm dating a guy with, I think she called it Asperger's, but then I heard they got a divorce. Anyways.
And the sensory aspects.
And did you find that person?
Yes, I did.
And who is that person?
No way!
Joe?
Yes, Joe.
Joe, you and Seamus have been together a year now.
Yeah.
How did you meet?
At an autism Awareness Australia event, as you do. So I connected with the organisation.
Or autistic male role model.
To get support and learn for my children. And there was an event and my brother used to work for one of the women who was there. So we went along together, and on the way in, he looked at the flyer and said, "Oh, Seamus is going to be there." And I was like, "Oh, who's Seamus?" And he said they used to work together, and I was like, "Oh, cool, you'll have someone to talk to, you won't sort of bother me." And then we got there, and Seamus walked in with someone else, and they were just standing there, and not another partner, no, just with another ambassador. Yes. And my brother introduced us, and we got to talking, and he explained he was autistic. I spoke about my kids. We sort of got separated that night. I sent a flirty Instagram message the next day.
I didn't pick up on that.
He did not know I was being flirty. He was like, "Really? Is that what flirting is?" And I said, "I'd love to grab a coffee," and I knew, because I knew autism, I knew we should choose a place where you were comfortable. So I drove out all the way to him, to his favourite coffee shop, freaked him out a bit about asking if the coffee was good.
Cute.
And we spoke for 4 hours, and haven't looked back.
Oh, I'm gonna gag. That's so cute, especially since her boys are suffering from loneliness and they want a date, and it's like, there you go, buddy. There you go, buddy. Oh, I love that.
And 2 of your sons have autism, Jo. Do they get along well with Seamus?
They do. I mean, I was never going to date again. If I couldn't make it work with my autistic children's father, I couldn't be bothered doing it with anyone. I didn't want to let anyone near them. I was too scared. How could they possibly understand and accept my boys? But, then the universe designed this perfect person. I introduced him.
FYI, there's an SBS episode about soulmates I want to watch next. Not today next, but in the future next. I'm excited about that one.
As soon as possible. The boys and Seamus get on like a house on fire. My daughter's going to take a little longer. And we're just like this awesome neurodiverse tribe.
Wow.
And we love sharing our story because we want more people to understand the awesomeness and honesty and emotion and how fantastic it is to have neurodiverse people in your life.
Seamus, what kind of things do you do with Jo's kids?
We've both got the same interest in, I guess, comic books, movies and games. So those are probably the big talking points.
Wrestling, South
and
Park,
wrestling.
food.
Yeah, I've definitely got your boys into wrestling. And,
KFC nuggets.
KFC nuggets. Yeah.
McDonald's nuggets.
And what's the key, do you think, to making your relationship with Jo work?
I think the key is understanding autism. And the best way to look at it is, to me, being autistic is part of my personality. So you can't...
What if in 2 seconds he's like, I think the key to this relationship is that it's open on my end and closed on hers, and that she knows her place as a woman, and ultimately as the head of household, I'm respected for the man that I am. Would that not ruin the fucking vibe? Would that literally not make you want to die?
Can't really separate the two. So that's kind of what works from my point of view, and from Jo's perspective, she needs someone who understands autism as well. So it's very much, an awesome connection from that respect.
Lee, you are still working in bereavement care. How can you make sure that you won't burn out again?
I'm really conscious of those things that trigger me. I'm really much better at looking after myself. I've learned that I need my solitude and time out, time away from people. I make immersing myself in nature a priority, talking with peers and trusted colleagues. I think I own who I am now, and I think that helps.
Mark, you left the military in 2014 after 16 years. Have you recovered your sense of empathy now that you are a civilian?
Yeah, it took a long time because I left the military. I was quite burned out as well. I had that same feeling of being kind of overworked and empathy, largely run out. So,
you know what's crazy is the Lee from America. I think there's 2 Lees in the audience. I can't remember, but the black Lee, the narcissist Lee, he got in a plane and came to Australia, right? That's a crazy plane ride. I wonder if he just came for this event or if he was there already. It was a long plane ride.
I went and studied in the US for a couple of years full time, and that was my chance to kind of recover and get my bearings back and just invest a bit in my own personal health. Because I think when you're in the military or you're doing these deployments, you're putting a lot of work into your mission and you're trying to help your team, and you don't necessarily support your own needs as much as you should. And so I guess doing that for a couple of years and then trying to find purpose outside the military was an important step for me, and I just over the years kind of rebuilt myself into a normal civilian.
Ali, is having empathy a blessing or a trap?
I would absolutely say that it's a gift or a superpower, but we don't treat it as such yet.
What is up with humans wanting to be supernatural or superpower? What is up with our desire to want to have magic? I should deep dive into the magic bubble. Why do we want to have magic? Yeah, I don't. That's so funny. Yeah, like superpower. Oh, Chad said it's fun. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just that it's fun or it sounds good. I feel like it's a sense of like feeling important. And mostly, I feel like it comes from this desire for us to feel like special, which is why I think it's kind of weird, but
And I'm really passionate about turning it into something that we treat as we would a gift in maths or music. We'd give somebody a coach or a mentor. And
I mean, that's true. That's true that maths or music or something like in that regard gets praised better, like again, systems versus people. So she's saying, but see, you don't have to say maths is a superpower, but I do think men who are good at math think they have a superpower. And I'm like, relax, algebra, sit down, calculus, you know? So maybe it's something like this. You know,
support them to realise their fullest potential in that way.
Cole, you swim regularly to release the stresses of 24/7 carer to your wife, Shirley.
Yeah.
Does that keep your empathy cup full?
Probably not, but it helps.
Yeah.
I just what Seamus said before about finding the right girl. Well, I found the right girl. I found I was lucky. And I think that's what's made my empathy a lot stronger. Like this morning I was at a dementia carers meeting. And every hour, Shirley's at home, but I'll ring. And I think that I wouldn't have done that 20 years ago. You know, I get home, but now I'm more aware that I'm a carer and I have those feelings that I've got to make sure she's okay.
You've said that empathy is the glue.
Yep.
What has this chapter of marriage taught you about love and commitment?
This is hard love. Back 50 years ago, it wasn't hard. It was soft love, but this is what real love's all about.
Cole, thank you so much.
It is. It's easy to say I love a person in sickness and in health until somebody is sick. That's why, like, it's so interesting, this idea of a vow, to say in sickness and in death, like in sickness and in health, in life and death, whatever, in sickness and in health. It's easy when you think everyone's going to be healthy. You know? I think that's why, like, I really think my partner came into my life at like a perfect time in my life because I was so sick. You know, I was just so sick. And it's such a big part of our life. It really is. Like, I mean, obviously this job probably in some ways masks it to most people, like, because YouTube is really a job and it is really hard, but also it's also the easiest and greatest thing for somebody who's disabled in a big way. But also some disability makes it really, really hard, right? Like, it's not always, you know, it's just a benefit to my, I think, position of life where I am now. But having somebody who understands it. And also it's weird because I definitely think like, again, people who've known you for a really long time, I think it is harder for them to really understand how life is different for you now. I just think it's too much information to change. The transition is too hard. And even though they're supportive, I feel more sympathy than empathy. They don't have any way to relate to it. And that's okay. Like, that's all right. But my chronically ill friends, my partner, they have like a really deep understanding of it. Like, I can see it in their eyes. I can see it when they talk to me. There's like a really like an amazing amount of, they get it. And that's really, really comforting. Not to say that my other friends aren't great or something like that, but just to say that it is like, it's the difference between explaining like and understanding and just feeling like really seen. But yeah, it's like really important that you marry or do life with somebody. And again, I know a lot of people go like, again, I don't think I could have chosen to be with somebody that I think would have abandoned me. And I know a lot of people say like, oh, I never would have thought they would have done that. And I think that could be true for some people. But I think a lot of people, you'd be able to bet a probability. And I think that's interesting. So anyways, it's interesting.
Shirley, thank you so much. Thank you to you all for being here tonight. That's all we have time for. Thank you too for joining.
Yeah, that was great. I really loved that episode. Wow. This chat says, empathy with boundaries does not allow others to take advantage of us. It's always a strength. What a cold, miserable, self-centered world it would be without empathy, compassion, and kindness. Without these virtues, we lose our humanity. Empathy is the glue that keeps us humane, caring, and loving. Compassion fatigue is real. This was unexpectedly wholesome. This was such a well-balanced talk. I generally think it's helpful to help consider all these different contexts and experiences. The episode misses the most important part of NPD. Most NPD people will consciously reject the idea that they have NPD and so also actively reject therapy. People that can accept they have NPD and seek treatment most likely have a low degree of it. I mean, maybe, but also like he works with doctors, they know, so whatever. Shout out to the diagnosed narcissist for telling his story and explaining to us what it's like for him to sit there and be honest, and such personal stuff takes guts, respect. Yeah, I think that's the problem is like, there's this thing where like it almost sounds like they want to take away from Lee's growth or Lee's battle. Like, and maybe that's true. Maybe it's easier for Lee to seek help in therapy than somebody else, and therefore it's less hard for him. But also it's always less hard for all of us in many ways. Like, I'm obviously doing the easiest thing I could do. Like, being a YouTuber and producing as much content as I do and being around as much as I am is like obviously the easier path, but it's still hard. And I think for Lee, obviously it was still hard for him to go to therapy and be self-aware, but also he still is struggling with MPD. So like, it's just like this, you know, we sort of want to, that's the whole autism conundrum. How can you be autistic if you're this amount of functional? It's like, well, and also people like are so obnoxious. You are so entitled to believe that you are seeing us, like you are seeing us when we have not chosen to be seen, right? Like, obviously, like people call out sick, we call off stream, we call out of work, so you don't see us when we're at our worst. The issue, or our most out of spoons, the issue is when you are in your high needs to the point where masking is almost impossible to such a degree that like people get to see you in those vulnerable states, which is also so obnoxious for people not to think you're processing that you're experiencing these things. Like I assume everybody is having some cognitive story in their head, like ability in their head. So even the like all autistic people, I assume they're having a whole monologue in their head like anybody else. Like, I mean, not everyone has a monologue, but I'm assuming that the ones who do are having it. And so like for like people to, they kind of like look at them, and because they're not conveying like an awareness that we understand, that they think they're not aware, but I just assume they are. Like a dog or like an animal, like a non-human animal. Same thing with animals. I don't know why people think they're not, there's nothing going on up there. Like, I don't know why people do that, except to say that they think there is because they don't recognize a pattern of behavior. But like, I feel like Indiana's really thinking when she's thinking. Now, sure, some humans and some non-human animals might not have much going up there, but I think most people are having all animals are having something going on. You know, if I could talk to animals, I'm telling you right now, bitches would have a lot to say. Okay? Call me Eliza Thornberry, okay? I do believe that. Some people don't. Some people think if you could talk to animals, they wouldn't say anything. I don't. I think there'd be a whole dialogue. I think they'd have so much to say. You know? Yeah. Discourse said, my dog plots. Oh, 100% animals out here plotting. Exactly. I think so too. Like, I really do. I really do. There's family dynamics and communication and bonds being built and all of these things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Chet says some people cannot hear their voice in their mind. Right. Everyone's different. But for the ones who are and can hear, I assume they're also doing that, right? Like, if you have the brain that can, I assume you are. I think the assumption is that if you're autistic, you can't. But like, you don't know that. Or if you're nonverbal, you can't. Like, you don't know that. You know? Kind of interesting though. Okay, guys, that's it for this weekend. That's what I wanted to share with you today. Just a reminder, when we come back next week, we'll start going back down to the basics. We'll start with the member stream on Monday, and we'll just go through it. I'll clip, of course, I always try to clip one section of the member stream for everybody else who's not there. But otherwise, member streams are available for all member tiers. There's 2 tiers, but all member tiers are available for members if you want to join and check that out. I really appreciate it. And it's just like, it's really helpful and keeps the content going, of course. Thank you so much. But with that said, we'll come back next week. We'll start with the basics. Let's remind ourselves, like, why ableism bad? Why misogyny bad? Right? Racism bad? And also, we're going to graduate by the end of things, because what my goal is to build a foundational understanding of where we're starting off of in relationship to where we want to be. And then realizing the in-between part is like the difficulty, and kind of building us towards that. And then talking about the nuances of like, you know, not actually attempting to have a world that isn't racist. Like, the goal is not to end racism, because that would be impossible. The goal is not to end ableism or misogyny. The goal is to create a world where less of those things are prevalent, because people are genuinely not interested in engaging with those belief systems, that they are and want to do better. Because again, They are belief systems that get reinforced by systems and actions and then passed down through tradition. And the idea is like, how do we break that cycle? Because we genuinely want our words and our actions to follow. We genuinely want to care for people and be empathetic. We genuinely want the best for the world. What does that look like? Okay, with that said, I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for being here. Happy New Year. Take care of yourselves and have a safe weekend. See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.